Section 30 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8, continued. The Bani Abbas were the descendants of Abbas, an uncle of the Prophet. Abbas had always taken a deep interest in the progress of Islam. He was Muhammad's companion when the famous pledge of the women was taken from the Medinites. But from some weakness of character or from policy, he did not embrace Islam definitely until about the time Mecca fell. He was, however, always treated with the greatest affection and consideration by Muhammad. The Prophet's example was imitated by Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. They dismounted if they met him walking, and not unfrequently would accompany him to his residence. Footnote: Abbas may be called the John of Gaunt of Muslim history. End of footnote. He died in age 32, according to some 2 years later, leaving 4 sons: Abdullah, Abul Abbas, Abdullah ibn Abbas, Fadl, Ubaydullah, and Kaythan. Abdullah, better known in history and tradition as Ibn Abbas, was born at Mecca in AC 619, 3 years before the Hijrah. He was instructed in the Quran and jurisprudence by Ali himself. His reputation as a scholar and expounder of the Quran and of the decisions of the caliphs stood so high that crowds flocked from all parts to hear his lectures. He gave public lessons one day in the week on the interpretation of the Quran, another day on law, the third on grammar, the fourth on the history of the Arabs, and the fifth on poetry. He gave an impulse to the study and preservation of pre-Islamic Arab literature and history by frequently quoting verses from the ancient poets to explain and illustrate the difficult and obscure passages of the Quran. He was wont to say, "When you meet with a difficulty in the Quran, look for its solution in the poems of the Arabs, for these are the registers of the Arab nation." End quote. Footnote: Once he was asked how he had acquired his extensive knowledge. His reply was, "By means of an inquiring tongue and an intelligent heart." End of footnote. The steady and unvarying devotion of Ibn Abbas and his brothers to Ali was proverbial. All 4 brothers were present at the Battle of the Camel, and at Siffin, Ibn Abbas, who was no less an accomplished soldier than a scholar, commanded the cavalry of Ali. He acted frequently as the envoy of the Caliph, and it was he whom Ali desired to nominate as the representative of the House of Muhammad when forced by the refractory troops to refer the dispute between himself and Muawiyah to arbitration. Ibn Abbas died at Taif of a broken heart after the murder of Hussein in age 67, in the 70th year of his age. His son, who was named Ali after the great Caliph, walked in the footsteps of his father in his zealous attachment to the children of Fatima. He died in age 117, and was succeeded in the headship of his family by his son Muhammad. At this time, Persia, Iraq, and Hijaz, which had suffered most from the atrocities of the Bani Umayyah, were honeycombed by secret organizations for the overthrow of the hated family. The Bani Abbas were the most active in the movement to subvert the Umayyad rule, at first perhaps from a sincere desire to restore the Fatimids their just rights, but afterwards in their own interests. Muhammad, the son of Ali ibn Abdullah, was the first to conceive the project of seizing the caliphate for himself. He was a man of great ability and unbounded ambition. While working ostensibly for the Fatimids, he contrived gradually to establish the pretensions of his own family. He started a new doctrine to justify the claims of his house to the imamate, that on the murder of Hussein at Karbala, the spiritual headship of Islam was not transmitted to his surviving son Ali, Zayn al-Abidin, but to Muhammad ibn al-Hanafiyyah, the son of the Caliph Ali, by a different mother, whom he had married after the death of Fatima, belonging to the tribe of Hanifa. That upon his death the office descended upon his son Hashim, who had assigned it formally to the Abbasid Muhammad. This story received credence in some quarters, but for the bulk of the people who clung to the descendants of the Prophet, the da'is, missionaries or political agents of the Abbasids, affirmed that they were working for the Ahlul Bayt. Hitherto, the Abbasids had professed great devotion to the house of Fatima, and had ascribed to all their movements and plans the object of securing justice for the descendants of Muhammad. The representatives and adherents of the Ahlul Bayt, little suspecting the treachery which lay behind their professions, extended to Muhammad bin Ali and to his party the favor and protection which was needed to impress upon his action the sanction of a recognized authority. The attachment of the Persians to the Fatimid cause was due to historical and national associations. The Fatimids represented in their persons, through the daughter of Yezd, the right to the throne of Iran. From the first commencement of the Islamic preachings, Ali had extended the utmost consideration and friendship to the Persian converts. Salman the Persian, one of the most notable disciples of the Prophet, was long the associate and friend of the Caliph. After the Battle of Qadisiyah, Ali used to devote his share of the prize money to the redemption of the captives, and repeatedly by his counsel induced Umar to lighten the burden of the subjects. The devotion of the Persians to his descendants was intelligible. Muhammad bin Ali beguiled the Persians by preaching to them their approaching deliverance from the hated rule of their Arab oppressors. To the Yemenites settled in Khurasan, Fars, and other provinces of Iran, who were equally attached to the Ahlul Bayt and whose animosity against their old enemies, the descendants of Mudar, was inflamed by many recent injuries, he proclaimed he was acting solely on behalf of the Imams of the House of Muhammad. He succeeded in winning over to his side Abu Muslim, the ablest general of his time, and hitherto a devoted partisan of the children of Ali. Before his death, which took place in 125 AH, he named his sons Ibrahim, Abdullah Abul Abbas, surnamed Safah, Abdullah Abu Ja'far, surnamed Al-Mansur, as his successors, one after the other. The furious struggle which broke out in the middle of the 8th century between the Yemenites and the Mudarites in Khurasan served as a signal to apply the torch to the well-laid mine. Abu Muslim sent word to his partisans in every city and village of the province to raise at once the standard of revolt. The cause proclaimed was the rights of the Ahlul Bayt against the usurping Bani Umayyah. A short time previously, Yahya, a grandson of the Imam Ali Zayn al-Abidin, had revolted and been killed, and his body was exposed by the order of Marwan upon a gibbet. Abu Muslim ordered the remains of the young chief to be taken down and buried with every mark of respect, and his followers clothed themselves in black in token of their sorrow and their determination to avenge the death of Yahya. From that day, black became the distinguishing symbol of the Abbasid cause. And when the order went forth, summoning the people to arms against the usurpers, the crowd, clothed in black, which flocked to the trysting places, showed the widespread character and strength of the revolt. The gathering was to take place on the night of the 25th of Ramadan, AH 127, and the people were to be summoned by large bonfires lighted on the tops of the hills. Vast multitudes poured from every quarter into Merv, where Abu Muslim was dwelling at the time. Ibrahim, who had succeeded Muhammad bin Ali as the head of the Abbasids, was seized by Marwan and killed. But before his death he contrived to pass to his second brother, Abul Abbas, a document assigning him the authority in accordance with the testament of their father. Abu Muslim soon made himself master of the whole of Khorasan, and marched his victorious troops towards Iraq. Nothing as yet was divulged as to the ultimate purpose of the movement. The Ahlul Bayt was the watchword which rallied all classes of people round the black standard. Kufa surrendered at once. Hassan ibn Qahtaba, the lieutenant of Abu Muslim, entered the city at the head of his troops, and was joined at once by Abu Salma Jar ibn Sulaiman al-Khalal, who, says the author of the Rawdatus Safa, was designated the vizier of the descendants of Muhammad. Apparently this man acted as the agent of the head of the family. He was received with the greatest consideration by the Abbasid general, who kissed his hand and seated him in the place of honor, and told him that it was Abu Muslim's orders that he should be obeyed in all things. Abu Salma's vanity was flattered, but as yet he was wholly unaware of the Abbasid design. A proclamation was issued in the joint names of Abu Salma and Hassan ibn Qahtaba, inviting the inhabitants of Kufa to assemble the next day at the Masjid al-Jami', the public mosque. The people flocked to the mosque expecting some announcement, but the plot had not yet thickened, and Hassan and the other Abbasid partisans considered the moment inopportune for the proclamation of their design. In the meantime, Abul Abbas, with his brother Abu Ja'far, had successfully evaded the Umayyad guards and had arrived at Kufa, where they kept themselves concealed, waiting for the next event of the drama. Abu Salma, who was still faithful to the masters he purported to serve, sent a message secretly to the Imam, Ja'far as-Sadiq, to come and take up his right. The Imam, knowing well the nature of Iraqian communications, burnt the missive unopened. But before any answer could reach Abu Salma, he had already accepted Abu Abbas as the caliph. He then issued a proclamation, still acting ostensibly in the name of the Ahlul Bayt, inviting the inhabitants, one and all, to assemble on the following day, which was a Friday, to elect a caliph. On that day, Kufa presented a strange aspect. Large crowds of people, clothed in the sable garments of the Bani Abbas, were hastening from every quarter to the Masjid al-Jami' to hear the long-deferred announcement. In due time, Abu Salma appeared on the scene, and, strangely, dressed in the same somber black. Few, excepting the partisans of Abu Abbas, knew how he had come to sell himself to the Abbasid cause. He preferred his head to the interests of the masters. After leading the prayers, he explained to the assemblage the object of the meeting. Abu Muslim, he said, the defender of the faith and the upholder of the right of the house, had hurled the Umayyads from the height of their iniquity. It was now necessary to elect an imam and caliph. there was none so eminent for piety, ability, and all the virtues requisite for the office as Abul Abbas, and him he offered to the faithful for the election. Up to this, Abu Salma and the Abbasids were dubious of the impression on the people. They were afraid that even the Kufians might not view their treachery to the house of Ali with approbation. But the proverbial fickleness of the Iraqians was now proved. They had again and again risen in arms in support of the Fatimid cause, and as often betrayed those whom they had pledged themselves to help, or whose help they had invoked. Swayed by the passing whim of the moment, they had as often shown themselves to be traitors as the defenders of truth. After the massacre of Karbala, they had been so struck with remorse that 20,000 of them, after spending a night over the tomb of Hussein praying for forgiveness, had hurled themselves against the serried legions of Yazid. But the remorse did not last long. Fickle and turbulent, faithless and unreliable, Hajjaj ibn Yusuf, the veritable quote-unquote scourge of God, had alone kept them in order. And now no sooner had the words passed from the lips of Abu Salma proposing Abul Abbas as the caliph than they burst forth with loud acclamations of the Takbir, i.e., Allahu Akbar, God is great, signifying their approval. A messenger was sent in haste to fetch Abul Abbas from his concealment, and when he arrived at the mosque, there was a frantic rush on the part of the multitude to take his hand and swear fealty. The election was complete. He ascended the pulpit, recited the khutbah, and was henceforth the Imam and Caliph of the Muslims. Thus rose the Abbasids to power on the popularity of the children of Fatima, whom they repaid afterwards in a different coin. The greed of earthly power is the worst form of ambition. It has caused greater disasters to humanity than any other manifestation of human passion. It never hesitates as to the choice of means to attain its object. It uses indiscriminately both crime and virtue, the one to disguise its design, the other to achieve its ends. It has even pressed religion into its service. Ambition, disguised in the cloak of religion, has been productive of fearful calamities to mankind. The popes of Rome, in their incessant endeavors to maintain unimpaired their temporal power, deluged the civilized world with human blood. The pontiffs of Islam, Abbasid, Egyptian Fatimid, and Umayyad, seized with avidity upon the claim prepared by willing minions to supreme spiritual and temporal rule, and in their desire to maintain the undivided allegiance of their subjects, caused equal bloodshed and strife in the bosom of Islam. The early Abbasid caliphs were men of great ability and possessed of vast foresight and statesmanship. From the moment they were raised to the caliphate by the acclamation of the people of Kufa, they directed their whole energy towards consolidating the spiritual and temporal power in their hands and to give shape and consistency to the doctrine of divine sanction to popular election. Henceforth it became a point of vital importance to disavow the principle of apostolical succession by descent and to make the election by the people almost sacramental. During Safakh's reign, Abu Muslim enjoyed some consideration, but the kingmaker was hated and suspected for his ill-concealed Fatimid proclivities. Footnote: Abul Abbas Abdullah received the title of Safakh, bloodspiller or sanguinary, on account of his unsparing use of the sword against his enemies. One of his successors, Mu'tazid Billah, received the title of Safah al-Thani, Safah II, and the Ottoman Selim I bore the same designation. And a footnote. Under Safah's successor, he was accused of heresy, stigmatized with the opprobrious epithet of Zendik, i.e. Magian, Gebra from Zend, and killed. The pure and unsullied lives of the leading representatives of the House of Muhammad, the extreme veneration in which they were held by the people, frequently evoked the jealousy of the Abbasids and exposed the children of Fatima to periodic outbursts of persecution. Harun destroyed the Barmakites, who were the bulwarks of his empire and had made for him the fame which he so largely appropriated, solely on suspicion of conspiracy with the Fatimids. This state of affairs lasted until the reign of Abdullah al-Ma'mun, the noblest caliph of the House of Abbas, who, on his accession to the caliphate, resolved to restore to the children of Fatima their just rights. He accordingly named Ali ibn Musa, surnamed Rida, the acceptable or agreeable, the eighth Imam of the Fatimids, as his successor, and gave his sister al-Fadl in marriage to this prince. He also abandoned the black, the Abbasid color, in favor of the green, which was the recognized standard of the Fatimids. Footnote. The Fatimids had adopted green, the color of the Prophet, as the symbol of their cause, the Bani Umayya the white, and the Bani Abbas black. And a footnote. Ali ibn Musa ar-Rida was poisoned by the infuriated Abbasids, and Ma'mun was forced to resume the black as the color of his house. The tolerance shown by him to the Fatimids was continued by his two immediate successors, Mu'tasim and Wasik. Footnote. Mu'tasim billah, Muhammad, and Wasik billah, Harun. And a footnote. The accession of Mutawakkil was the signal for a new and fierce persecution, which lasted during the whole 15 years of a reign signalized by gross cruelty and debauchery. He was succeeded by his son Muntasir, whose first care was to restore the tombs of Ali and Hussein, destroyed by Mutawakkil, and to re-establish the sacredness of their memory, so wantonly outraged by his father. The sagacity of this caliph was imitated by his successors, and some degree of toleration was thenceforward extended to the Shias. In the year 334 A.H., A.C. 945, Mu'idh ad-Dawla, the Dailamite of the house of Buwai, became the mayor of the palace at Baghdad. An enthusiastic partisan of the Fatimids, he entertained at one time the design of deposing the Abbasid caliph Muti'ullah and placing in his stead some scion of the house of Ali, but was restrained by motives of policy from carrying this project into effect. Mu'idh ad-Dawla also instituted the Yawm al-Ashura, the day of mourning, in commemoration of the martyrdom of Hussein and his family on the plains of Karbala. In the year A.H. 645, A.C. 1247, under Mustasim Billah, another fierce persecution of the Shias broke out, the consequence of which proved in the end disastrous to Saracenic civilization, engulfing in one common ruin the Western Asians. Impelled by the perfidious counsels of the fanatics who surrounded him, this imbecile pontiff of the Sunni Church doomed the entire male population of the Shias to massacre. By a terrible edict, which reminds us of the fate of the Albigenses and the Huguenots, he permitted the Orthodox to plunder the goods, demolish the houses, ravage the fields, and reduce to slavery the women and children of the Shias. This atrocious conduct brought upon the ill-fated city of Baghdad the arms of the avenging Hulaku, the grandson of Chengiz. For 3 days the Tartar chief gave up the town to rapine and slaughter. On the 3rd day, the 37th caliph of the house of Abbas was put to death with every circumstance of ignominy, and so ended the Abbasid dynasty. Footnote: a scion of the house of Abbas escaped into Egypt, and the titular caliphate flourished there until the Ottoman Selim obtained a renunciation in his favor from the last of the Abbasids. End of footnote. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8, continued. Until the time of Muawiyah, the adherents of the Ahl al-Bayt had not assumed or adopted any distinctive appellation. Footnote: the Ahl al-Bayt, people of the house of Muhammad, is the designation usually given to Fatima and Ali and their children and descendants. End of footnote. They were known simply as the Bani Hashim. There was no difference between the Bani Fatima and the Bani Abbas. They were all connected with each other by the closest ties of blood. After Muawiyah's seizure of the sovereign power, the followers of the House of Muhammad began to call themselves Shias, adherents, and their enemies either the Nawasib, rebels, or Khawarij, insurgents or deserters. Footnote: the name of Khawarij was especially given to the troops who deserted Ali at Dumat ul-Jandal and formed a confederacy hostile to Islam, and was afterwards applied to those who adopted their pernicious doctrines. End of footnote. The Umayyads called themselves Amawis, children of Umayyah. As yet, the name of Ahlus Sunnat wal Jama'at was wholly unknown. Under Mansur and Harun, this designation first came into existence. In the 10th century, a member of the House of Ali wrested Egypt from the Abbasids and established a dynasty which ruled over that country and Syria until the rise of Saladin. The anathemas which the caliphs of Baghdad and Cairo hurled at each other, the multitudinous traditions which were unearthed to demolish the claims of the one and the other, and the fatwas emanating from the doctors of the two caliphates accentuated the strife and bitterness of partisans. Saladin overthrew the Fatimid dynasty in Egypt and restored the predominance of the Sunni Church in Eastern Africa. Various other branches of the Bani Fatima, however, succeeded in establishing the supremacy of their family in different parts of the two continents. Footnote: besides the Bani Fatima of Egypt, other branches of Fatimids have ruled under the different denominations of Amir, Imam, Sharif, and Caliph in different parts of the Muslim world, such as the Bani Ukhaydur, the Bani Musa, the Bani Qitada at Mecca, the Bani Tabataba in northern Yemen, the Bani Ziyad in southern Yemen, and the Bani Idris in Morocco. End of footnote. The Ithna Ashariyas alone, the followers of the saintly Imams, who reprehended the use of force, and who claimed and exercised only a spiritual dominion, maintained an attitude of complete withdrawal from temporal interests, until Shah Ismail, the great Safawi monarch, made Ithna Ashariism the state religion of Persia. Himself a philosopher and a Sufi, he perceived in the sympathy and devotion of the people to the house of Muhammad, whose descendant he was, a means of national awakening and consolidation. Since then, Ithna Ashariaism is the national church of Persia. The Bahmani and Adil Shahi dynasties of southern India, which Aurangzeb overthrew, thus paving the way for the rise of the Maratha marauders, whom the Bahmani sovereigns had kept in check with an iron hand, were attached to the doctrines of the Imams. Such has been the political fate of the Fatimids, which has left its impress on their doctrines. The title of the Bani Abbas to the spiritual and temporal headship of Islam was founded on bay'at, or nominal election. Since Safakh's accession, the Abbasid caliphs had taken the precaution of obtaining, during their lifetime, the fealty of the chiefs of their intended successors, and it became necessary to impress on the doctrine of election a sanctity derived from precedent and ancient practice. The rise of the Fatimids in Egypt, their persistent endeavor to wrest the dominion of the East from the caliphs of Baghdad, made it doubly necessary to controvert the pretensions of the children of Fatima and to give form and consistency to the orthodox doctrines, recognizing the Abbasid pontiffs as the spiritual chiefs of Islam. Footnote: Arslan al-Basasiri, a general in the service of the Abbasids, but an adherent of the Egyptian Fatimids, drove Al-Qaim bi Amrullah, the then Caliph of Baghdad, from the city, and compelled him to take refuge with the Philarch of the Arabs, the Amir ul-Arab, a title analogous to the Ilkhani of Persia, until restored by Tughril, the father of Alp Arslan and the founder of the Seljuk dynasty. During the whole of this period, the khutbah was read in Baghdad itself in the name of the Fatimid Caliph. The khutbah is the name given to the sermon pronounced on Fridays from the pulpits of the great mosques in all Muslim countries. It begins by a declaration of God's attributes and unity, and an invocation of his blessings upon the Prophet, his family, and successors. Then follows a prayer for the reigning caliph and for the prince who exercises civil power in the state. The right of being named in the khutbah and that of coining money are two of the principal privileges possessed by the temporal sovereign, and the special marks of his legitimacy. End of footnote. Every corner of Iraq and Hijaz was ransacked for traditions in support of the right of the House of Abbas. The doctors of law were required to formulate the principles of orthodoxy in explicit terms, and gradually the grand superstructure of the Sunni Church was raised on the narrow foundations of Abbasid self-interest. Much of the success of the doctors and legists who assisted in the growth and development of Sunnism was due to the Manichaeism of the Egyptian Fatimids. The nature of their doctrines, which were at variance with the teachings of both the Shia Imams and the Sunni doctors, the assassinations of the best men committed at the instance of Hassan Sabbah, the old man of the mountain, the disintegrating character of the heresies, which under the influence of the ancient Chaldeo-Magism had sprung up in various quarters, and which were subversive of all order and morality, added greatly to the strength of a system which formed, in the opinion of the masses, a bulwark against the enemies of Islam. The Shia Imams strongly condemned the impious or communistic doctrines of the antitypes of Mani and Mazdak, but they lacked the power, even if willing to use it, to suppress heresy or enforce uniformity. Sunnism, associated with the temporal power of the Abbasid caliphs, possessed the means and used it, and thereby won the sympathy and acceptance of all who cared little about the disputes on the abstract question of apostolical descent. Until the rise of the House of Abbas, there was little or no difference between the assertions of the right of the Ahlul Bayt to the pontificate and the upholders of the right of the people to elect their own spiritual and temporal chiefs. The people of Hijaz and the Medinite Ansar especially, who were so ruthlessly destroyed by the Umayyads, whilst they insisted on the principle of election, abhorred the injustice done to the children of Fatima. After the murder of Hussein, a cry of horror had gone forth from the heart of Islam, and the people of the holy cities had risen in arms against the tyrant and suffered bitterly for it. The adherents of the Ahlul Bayt and the followers of the first three caliphs together underwent fearful cruelties in the cause of the common faith. But when it became necessary for dynastic reasons to create a gulf between the two parties, the elements of divergence came ready to hand on both sides. Their doctrinal and legal differences began from this time to assume the type and proportions they retain at the present moment. During the enlightened rule of Ma'mun and of his two immediate successors, when humanitarian science and philosophy influenced the conceptions of all classes of society, there was a break in the development of the Sunni Church. With the exception of this period, the entire duration of the Abbasid Caliphate, from 750 AC to 1252 AC, was occupied in the consolidation of its dogmas. The church and state were linked together. The caliph was the imam, temporal chief as well as spiritual head. The doctors of law and religion were his servants. He presided at the convocations and guided their decisions. Hence the solidarity of the Sunni Church. Many of the sects into which it was originally split up have gradually disappeared, but it is still divided into four principal denominations, differing from each other on many questions of dogma and ritual. Footnote: according to Imam Jafar Tusi, quoted in the Dabistan, the Sunnis were originally divided into 65 sects. End of footnote. Their differences may perhaps be likened to those existing between the Roman Catholic and the Greek, Armenian, and Syrian Orthodox churches. Shiaism, on the other hand, shows how the church and the state have become disassociated from each other, and how the quote-unquote expounders of the law have assumed, at least among a section, the authority and position of the clergy in Christendom. The freedom of judgment, which in Protestantism has given birth to 180 sects, has produced an almost parallel result in Shiaism, and the immense diversity of opinion within the Church itself is due to the absence of a controlling temporal power, compelling uniformity at the point of the sword. The question of the imamate, or the spiritual headship of the Mussulman Commonwealth, is henceforth the chief battleground of the two sects. Footnote: a very good definition of the word imam is given by Dr. Percy Badger. The word imam comes from an Arabic root signifying to aim at, to follow after, most of the derivatives of which partake more or less of that idea. Thus, imam means primarily an exemplar, or one whose example ought to be imitated. It is applied in that sense katexohen to Muhammad as being the leader and head of the Muslims in civil and religious matters, and also to the Khalifas, or legitimate successors, as his representatives in both capacities. It is also given in its religious import only to the heads of the four orthodox sects, namely the Al-Hanafi, Al-Shafi'i, Al-Maliki, and Al-Hanbali, and in a more restricted sense still, to the ordinary functionary of a mosque who leads in the daily prayers of the congregation, an office usually conferred on individuals of reputed piety, who are removable by the nadhirs or wardens, and who, with their employment and salary, lose the title also. The term is used in the Quran to indicate the book or scriptures or record of a people, also to designate a teacher of religion, hence most probably its adoption by the Muslims in the latter sense. Quote, "When the Lord tried Abraham with certain words, which he fulfilled, he said, I have made thee an imam to the people." End quote. Again, referring to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, quote, "We have made them imams, that they may direct others at our command." End quote. And again, quote, "We delivered to Moses the book, therefore be not in doubt of his reception thereof, and we ordained it to be a guide unto the children of Israel. And we appointed some of them to be imams, to direct the people according to our command." End quote. Badgers, Imams, and Sayyids of Oman. The question of the imamate forms a subject of controversy, says Mas'udi, between the followers of different sects, particularly between those who adhere to the doctrine of appointment, al-qabilun bil-nas, and the followers of the doctrine of election, ashab al-ikhtiyar. The defenders of the doctrine of appointment are the Imamiyas, Ahl al-Imama, who form a section of the adherents, Shias, Ashia, of Ali bin Abi Talib and his holy children by Fatima, At-Tahirun min Welda. They believe that God does not leave mankind at any time without a man who maintains the religion of God and acts as their imam. Such men are either prophets or their legates. The doctrine of election is defended by a section of the Khawarij, al-Khawarij, the Murji'as, al-Murji'ah, by many of those who admit the traditions and the generally received opinion, Ahl Sunnah, by some of the Mu'tazilas, and by a section of the Zaydiyas, al-Zaydun. They believe that it is the will of God and His Prophet that the nation should choose a man amongst themselves and make him their imam, for there are times when God does not send a legate. The Shias consider such imams as usurpers of the dignity. End quote. Muruj uz-Zahab. End of footnote. The Shias hold that the spiritual heritage bequeathed by Muhammad devolved on Ali and his descendants. They naturally repudiate the authority of the Jama'at, the people, to elect a spiritual head who should supersede the rightful claims of the Prophet's family. According to the Shias, therefore, the imamate descends by divine appointment in the apostolical line. The imam, besides being a descendant of the Prophet, must possess certain qualities. He must be a ma'soom, or sinless, bear the purest and most unsullied character, and must be distinguished above all other men for truth and purity. It is not proper, nor could it be the intention of the Almighty, they argue, that a man whose character is not unimpeachable should have the direction of the human conscience. Human choice is fallible, as is proved by the history of mankind, and the people have often accepted the worst men for their leaders. God could never have left the religious needs of man to his unaided faculty. if an imam be needed, he must be one whom the conscience must accept. Accordingly, they declare that if the choice of an imam be left to the community, it would be subversive of all morality, and consequently the spiritual guidance of mankind has been entrusted to divinely appointed persons. Footnote: It is neither the beauty of the sovereign, says Ibn Khaldun, nor his great learning, perspicacity, or any other personal accomplishment which is useful to his subject. The sovereign exists for the good of his people. The necessity of a ruler, continues this remarkable writer, whose keenness of observation was equaled by his versatility, arises from the fact that human beings have to live together, and unless there is someone to maintain order, society would break to pieces. A temporal sovereign only enforces such orders as are promulgated by man, but the laws framed by a divinely inspired legislator have two objects in view: the moral as well as social well-being of mankind. The Caliph is the vicar and lieutenant of the Prophet. He is more than a temporal ruler. He is a spiritual chief as well. The Caliph is thus designated the Imam, his position being similar to that of the leader of the congregation at the public prayers. The establishment of an Imam, continues Ibn Khaldun, is a matter of obligation. The law which declares its necessity is founded on the general accord of the companions of the Prophet. The Imam is the spiritual head, whilst the Caliph or Sultan represents the temporal power. End of footnote. According to the Sunnis, the imamate is not restricted to the family of Muhammad. The imam need not be just, virtuous, or irreproachable, ma'sum, in his life, nor need he be the most excellent or eminent being of his time, afdal an-nas, so long as he is free, adult, sane, and possessed of the capacity to attend to the ordinary affairs of the state, he is qualified for election. Another doctrine in which they agree with the Church of Rome was full of momentous consequences to Islam. They hold that neither the vices nor the tyranny of the Imam would justify his deposition. Footnote: In spite of this doctrine, promulgated at the order of tyrants anxious to avoid the penalty of their oppression, the people have never approved of it entirely. Under the Umayyad Walid, surnamed for his vices the Fasik, the wicked, they rose in revolt and deposed him. Similarly, when the iniquities of Mutawakkil, the Abbasid, became intolerable, he was deposed by his own son, Muntasir the Good. The history of the Ottoman Turks contains many examples of the people rising in revolt against the vicious or incapable sovereign, the last being under the unhappy Abdulaziz. End of footnote. Nor can the perversity or evil conduct of the Imam or those who preside at the public divine service invalidate the prayers of the faithful. Footnote: Against this doctrine there is now a widespread revolt in the Sunni Church. The Ghair Mukhallidin, whom we shall describe later, holding that if the Imam is not chaste in his life, the prayers of the congregation are invalid. End of footnote. They also hold that the imamate is indivisible, and that it is not lawful to have two imams at one and the same time. As Christianity could yield obedience to but one pope, so the Muslim world could yield obedience to but one lawful caliph. But as three popes have often pretended to the triple crown, so have three Amir al-Muslimin laid claim to supreme rule. After the downfall of the Umayyads in Asia, a member of that house succeeded in setting up an independent state in Spain, whilst the family of Abbas exercised power on the banks of the Tigris and that of Fatima on the Nile. The fact that at various times 2 or 3 sovereigns have assumed simultaneously the headship of Islam has given rise to an opinion that the rule of indivisibility applies only to one and the same country, or to 2 countries contiguous to each other. But when the countries are so far apart that the power of one imam cannot extend to the other, it is lawful to elect a second imam. The imam is the patron and syndic of all Muslims, and the guardian of their interests during their lives as well as after their death. He is vested with the power to nominate his successors, subject to the approval of the Muslims. As the office is for the temporal and spiritual benefit of the community, the nomination is dependent on the choice of the people. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8, continued. It might have been expected that persecution would keep the Shias united among themselves, but although all were agreed on the question that the supreme pontificate of Islam is confined to the line of the Prophet, many of them fell away from the recognized heads of the family and attached themselves from design or predilection to other members of the house. Whilst the acknowledged imams and their disciples lived in holy retirement, the others found leisure amidst their foreign hostilities for domestic quarrels. They preached, they disputed, they suffered. Shahristani divides the Shias into 5 sects, viz. The Zaydiyya, the Ismailiyya, the Ithna Ashariya or Imamiyya, the Qaysaniyya, and the Ghaliyya or Ghulat. As a matter of fact, however, as we shall show hereafter, some of these sects, and especially the branches into which they bifurcated, had, excepting in a more or less exaggerated attachment to Ali, nothing in common with Shiaism proper. On the contrary, they derived their origin from sources other than Islamic. The Zaydiyas, says Shahristani, are the followers of Zayd, son of Ali II, Zainul Abidin, son of Hussein. They affirm that the imamate descended from Ali to Hassan, then to Hussein. From Hussein it devolved upon Ali II, Zainul Abidin, and from him it passed to Zayd, and not, as is held by the Ithna Ashariyas, and in fact by most Muslims, to Muhammad al-Baqir. In their doctrines they closely approach the Ahlus Sunnah. They hold that the people have the right of choosing their spiritual head from among the descendants of the Prophet, combining thus the principle of election with the principle which restricts the imamate to the family of Muhammad. They also affirm that it is lawful to elect the Mafdul, the less eminent, whilst the Afdal, the most eminent, is present. As a consequence of this principle, they accept the imamate of the first 3 caliphs, whose pontificate is generally disclaimed by the other Shias. They hold that though Ali was the most eminent of all the companions of the Prophet, and by right of descent as well as by his qualities entitled to the imamate, yet for reasons of policy and to allay the disorders which had broken out upon the death of the Prophet, to settle the minds of the people, and to compose the differences among the tribes, a man of a maturer age was required to fill the office. Besides, owing to the struggle in which Ali had been engaged in defense of the faith, the feeling of retaliation was strong in the bosom of those who had fought against Islam, and who had been only recently reduced to subjection, and these people would not willingly have bowed before the grandeur of Ali. They hold that the same reason applies to the election of Umar. Their acceptance of the imamate of the first two caliphs brought upon the Zaydiyas the name of Rawafid, or dissenters by the other Shias. Another doctrine held by them is too important to escape notice. They maintain that in addition to piety, truth, knowledge, and innocence or sinlessness, qualities required by the Shias proper for the pontifical office, the Imam should possess bravery and the capacity to assert by force of arms his right to the imamate. The Imam Muhammad al-Baqir, who had succeeded his father Ali II, maintained that the use of force was reprehensible. Zayd differed from his brother in this opinion. He rose in arms against the tyrants in the reign of Hisham ibn Abdul Malik, the Umayyad, and was killed in the neighborhood of Kufa. He was succeeded by Yahya, his son, who followed the example of his father, and against the advice of Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq, proceeded to assert his right by force of arms. He collected a large following in Khorasan, but was defeated and killed by one of the generals of Hisham. On the death of Yahya, the imamate, say the Zaydiyas, passed to another member of the family, Muhammad ibn Abdullah, surnamed An-Nafs az-Zakiyya, the pure soul. Muhammad assumed the title of Mahdi and rose in arms in Hijaz against the Abbasid Mansur. He was defeated and killed at Medina by Isa, Mansur's nephew. He was succeeded by his brother Ibrahim, who lost his life similarly in a vain struggle against the Abbasids. Isa, another brother, who also endeavored to assert his claims by force, was seized by Mansur and imprisoned for life. After mentioning these facts, Shahristani adds that whatever befell them was prognosticated by Ja'far as-Sadiq, who said that temporal dominion was not for their family, but that the imamate was to be a toy in the hands of the Abbasids. According to a branch of the Zaydiyas, the imamate passed from Ibrahim to Idris, the founder of the Idrisid dynasty in Mauritania, Maghrib al-Aqsa, and of the city of Fez. After the fall of the Idrisids, the Zaydiyas became disorganized, but members of this sect are still to be found in different parts of Asia and Africa. A branch of the Zaydiyas ruled in Tabaristan for a long time, and there is a Zaydiya imam still in northern Yemen. The Zaydiyas, according to Shahristani, were divided into 4 subsections, viz., the Jarudiyas, Sulaimaniyas, Tabariyas, and Salihiyas. They differ from each other about the devolution of the imamate from Zayd's grandson. The Jarudiyas, who upheld the claims of Muhammad Nafs az-Zakiyya in supersession of Isa, suffered bitterly under Mansur. The Sulaimaniyas were named after their founder, Sulaiman ibn Jaris, who declared that the imamate depended upon the consensus of the people, quote, that the imamate is not intended for regulating religion, or for the acquisition of a knowledge of the deity, or his unity, or the laws which he has made for the government of the world, for these are acquired through reason. The imamate is intended for the government of the earth, inflicting punishments on wrongdoers, dealing out justice, and defending the state. It is not necessary for the Imam to be Afdal. A section of the Ahlus Sunnah hold similar opinions, for they say that it is not required for the Imam to be learned or a mujtahid, so long as he is wise and has someone with him capable of expounding the law. End quote. The Sulaimaniyas and the Salihiyas agree in accepting the imamate of the first two caliphs. The latter hold that Ali, having himself abandoned his preferential claim in favor of Abu Bakr and Umar, the people have no right to question their imamate. But as regards Uthman, they are in doubt, for they say, "When we see how he travailed for the support of the Bani Umayyah, we find his character different from the other Sahaba." End quote. The Ismailiyas, also sometimes called Sabi'un, seveners, because they acknowledge only 7 Imams: Ali, Hassan, Hussein, Ali II, Muhammad al-Bakr, Jafar as-Sadiq, the True, and Ismail, derive their names from Ismail, a son of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, who predeceased his father. They hold that upon the death of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, the imamate devolved on Ismail's son Muhammad, surnamed al-Maktum, the hidden or unrevealed, and not on Jafar's son Musa al-Qadim, as believed by the Ithna Ashariyas, and generally by other Muslims. Footnote: Al-Maktum was so called, says Makrizi, because his followers kept him quote-unquote concealed to escape the persecution of the Abbasids. Ismail was the eldest son of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, and a man of sweet disposition and engaging manners, and according to Makrizi, had a considerable following in Yemen, in Ketama, and the African provinces. During the lifetime of Ismail's mother, says Shahristani, the Imam Jafar never had any other wife, quote, like the Prophet with Khadija and Ali with Fatima. End of footnote. Muhammad al-Maktum was succeeded, according to the Ismailiyas, by Jafar al-Musaddaq, whose son Muhammad al-Habib was the last of the unrevealed Imams. His son, Abu Muhammad Abdullah, was the founder of the Fatimid dynasty, which ruled northern Africa for 3 centuries. He had been thrown into prison by the Abbasid Caliph Mu'tazid Billah Safah II, but escaping from his dungeon in Segelmesse, he appeared in Barbary, where he assumed the title of Ubaydullah and Mahdi, the promised guide. Followers gathered round him from all sides, and assisted by a Sufi, he soon overthrew the Aghlabites, who were ruling the African provinces in the name of the caliphs of Baghdad, and founded an empire which extended from Mauritania to the confines of Egypt. One of his successors, Ma'ad Abu Tamim al-Mu'id lid-Dinillah, exalter of the faith of God, wrested Egypt and a portion of Syria from the Abbasids. Mu'id, to mark his victory over the enemies of his house, founded Cairo, Qahira, the victorious city, and removed his capital from Mahdiya near Kairouan, established by Ubaydullah al-Mahdi, to the new city. At this time his dominions included, besides the whole of northern Africa, the islands of Sardinia and Sicily. He founded in Cairo the Mosque of Al-Akhzar, Jami' al-Akhzar, the brilliant mosque, a vast public library, and several colleges, and endowed them richly. At these colleges, students received instruction in grammar, literature, the interpretation of the Quran, jurisprudence, medicine, mathematics, and history. The distinctive character of his reign, says the historian, was justice and moderation." Almost all the accounts we possess of the Egyptian Fatimids have come down to us from hostile sources. Since Jauhar, the general of Mu'izz, conquered Egypt and Syria from the caliphs of Baghdad, there was an incessant struggle between the two caliphates as to the legitimacy of their respective titles. The hold which the claim of the Fatimids to be descended from Muhammad enabled them to acquire over the people gave rise to an unceasing desire on the part of the Abbasids to annihilate the genuineness of their rivals' genealogy and to impress on the world the anti-Islamic character of the doctrines adopted by them. In the reign of Qadir Billah, a secret assemblage of the doctors of the law was held at Baghdad at the instance of the frightened caliph to fulminate against the Fatimids an anathema declaring that they were not the genuine descendants of Fatima. The Fatimids on their side replied by a counter-anathema signed by the leading doctors of Cairo, among them many belonging to the Maliki and Shafi'i persuasions. In spite, however, of the doubts thrown on their legitimacy by the Abbasid doctors, great historians like Makrizi, Ibn Khaldun, and Abul Fida have accepted the genuineness of the claims of the Fatimids. Makrizi is extremely outspoken on the subject and plainly charges the partisans of the Bani Abbas with misrepresentation and forgery. Dealing with the Abbasid statement that Ubaydullah al-Mahdi was not a descendant of Muhammad, he goes on to say, "A little examination of facts will show that this is a fabrication. The descendants of Ali, the son of Abu Talib, at that time were numerous, and the Shias regarded them with great veneration. What was it then that could have induced their partisans to forsake them, the descendants of Muhammad, and to recognize in their stead as Imam an offspring of the Magi, a man of Jewish origin? No man unless absolutely devoid of common sense would act thus. The report that Ubaydullah al-Mahdi was by descent a Jew or a Magian owes its origin to the artifices of the feeble Abbasid princes, who did not know how to rid themselves of the Fatimids, for their power lasted without interruption for 270 years, and there despoiled the Abbasids of the countries of Africa, Egypt, Syria, the Diyarbakir, the two sacred cities, Mecca and Medina, and of Yemen. The khutbah was even read in their names at Baghdad during 40 weeks. The Abbasid armies could not make head against them, and therefore, to inspire the people with aversion against the Fatimids, they spread calumnies about their origin. The Abbasid officers and emirs, who could not contend successfully with the Fatimids, gladly adopted these slanders as a means of revenge. The Qadis, who attested the act of convocation under Qadir Billah, acted under the orders of the Caliph, and only upon hearsay. And since then historians have heedlessly and without reflection given currency to a calumny which was invented by the Abbasids." Nothing could be more explicit than this statement by a critical historian and a distinguished jurisconsult whose reputation stands high among all Orientals. Probably the doctrines professed by the Egyptian Fatimids were subjected to the same process of misrepresentation. Still, there can be little doubt that they adopted largely the esoteric doctrines of Abdullah ibn Maymun, surnamed the Qaddah, the occultist, and made use of his degrees of initiation for the purposes of a political propaganda. The protracted struggle between Pope and Emperor for the suzerainty of Christendom, the 30 Years' War with its concomitant miseries, the persecution of the Huguenots, in which dynastic ambitions played as important a part as religious bigotry, give us some conception of the evils that have flowed from the greed of earthly power. In Islam it has been the same. The Abbasids, battling with the Umayyads and then with the Egyptian Fatimids, produced the same disastrous results. The eastern provinces of the ancient Persian Empire were at this time the home of a variety of congenial spirits. Here had gathered not only the Mago-Zoroastrians, fleeting before the Islamic wave, but also the representatives of various Indian sects with their ideas of metempsychosis, the incarnation of Vishnu, the descent of Krishna from heaven, and his free and easy intercourse with the gopis. The revolutionary opinions and heresies which under the later Sassanids had shaken the temple and palace alike, and which Kesra Anushirvan had endeavored to exterminate with fire and sword, had survived all persecutions. At least they retained sufficient vitality to reappear in Islam in various shapes and forms. The Rawendis, an Indo-Magian sect who maintained the doctrine of the transmigration of souls, and the Safid Jamagan, so called because they dressed themselves in white like the Tabarites of Europe, founded by Hakim bin Hashim, the infamous Mokanna, revolted in Khorasan, and were suppressed by the Caliph al-Mahdi. Mokanna taught that God had assumed the human form, since he had commanded the angels to adore the first man, and that since that period the divine nature had passed from prophet to prophet until it had descended to himself. Footnote: This is the impostor whom Moore has made famous as the veiled prophet of Khorasan. He was called Mokanna because either to conceal his ugliness or to impress his followers with a sense of inaccessibility, he always wore a veil. He was also called the Sazendei Mah, moonmaker, because on one occasion he had, by a piece of jugglery, caused an illumination like that of the moon at Nakhsheb. Add a footnote. About the same time, Mazdakism, which 2 centuries and a half before had involved the empire of the Khosrows in a general conflagration, and was ruthlessly trampled underfoot by the great Anushirvan, raised its head again under the caliphs. The snake had only been half killed. Babek, surnamed Khurrami, from Khurram, his place of birth, preached, like his prototype Mazdak, the same nihilistic doctrines, the community of women and goods, and the indifference of all human actions. For a space of 20 years he filled the whole circuit of the caliphate with carnage and ruin, until at length, in the reign of Mu'tasim Billah, he was overthrown, taken prisoner, and put to death in the caliph's presence. It was a repetition of the old story. Islam had to pass through the same throes as Christianity. From the beginning of the 2nd to the end of the 9th century, there was an unceasing struggle in Christianity with the ancient cults, which were appearing in diversified characters throughout the wide area in which the religion of Jesus was professed. After this struggle was over, a deadly pall settled over Christendom. Orthodoxy had succeeded in crushing not only the revolutionary Montanists, the Manichaean Paulicians, but also the rationalistic Arians. Ecclesiasticism and orthodoxy, convertible terms, held in bondage the mind of man until the Reformation. Islam had to pass through the same ordeal but its reformation is only just commencing. Islam required from its votaries a simple confession of an eternal truth and the practice of a few moral duties. In other respects, it allowed them the widest latitude of judgment. In the name of divine unity, it held forth to all creeds and sects the promise of a democratic equality. Naturally, the persecuted heretics of every faith rallied round the standard of the Prophet, who had emancipated human judgment from the bondage of priesthood, and quote-unquote Avestan scripturalists and Zoroastrian freethinkers, Manichaeans, Christians, Jews, and Magi all hailed the advent of a new dispensation which realized the dream of religious unity. The swarms of Gnostic sects which had distracted the Church of Jesus from the 2nd to the 6th century had either merged in the Church of Muhammad or lived in peace, unmolested by the Orthodox Greeks or Catholics, under the large tolerance of the caliphs. The former, whilst they adopted the faith of Muhammad, retained their primitive conceptions, and gave birth to the docetic sects of Islam, which we shall describe later on. The national characteristics of a people, the climatic conditions under which they exist, the natural features of the country in which they dwell, the influence of older cults, all give a color and a complexion to their faiths and doctrines. It is the same in Christendom and in Islam. Iran gave birth to agnosticism. From there emanated the docetic conceptions which permeated the Roman world and impressed upon the primitive belief of the Judaical Christians the conception of a divinity who discoursed familiarly with mankind on earth. Manichaeism, that wonderful mixture of fancy and philosophy, to which Christianity owes so much and acknowledges so little, was, in spite of the persecution of Zoroastrian and Christian, alive, not dead. Will it ever die, that child of a bizarre genius, the outcome of a nation's character? Theologians may try, but will never kill it. The morbidism of the fathers of the Sunni Church gave place in Iran to imaginative philosophy. Ali's personality fired the imagination of Manichaeism. It took the place of the docetic Christ among the people. The process of deification was not confined to Ali. His successors were deified with him. Shiaism, like Sunnism, presents therefore two aspects. One is the pure, simple Shiaism of Muhammad's immediate descendants, which we shall describe shortly. The other is docetic Shiaism, fantastic and transmogrified according to the primitive beliefs of the people among whom it spread. Ultra-Shiaism is again as different from docetic Shiaism as ultra-Sunnism or Nawasibism is from docetic Sunnism. Narrow-minded exclusiveness is not the peculiar characteristic of any one faith or creed, nor are the thunders of the Athanasian Creed confined to Christianity. In Islam also, be it said with certain exceptions, each sect condemns the others to perdition, not eternal, as the Orthodox Christian charitably hopes it will be, but sufficiently prolonged to make them feel the evils of a different doxy from its own. Still, notwithstanding the anathemas of hellfire and brimstone, which have been hurled by contending parties and sects against each other, the philosophical student will not fail to observe the universality of Islam. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8, continued. About the middle of the 7th century, Constantine Sylvanus founded the Manichaean sect of Paulicians, who derived their name from St. Paul, whose disciples they professed themselves to be. The Paulicians disclaimed the designation of Manichaean, but their doctrines bear the closest analogy to those taught by Mani, and all the Christian writers, with the exception of Milner, ascribe their origin to Manichaeism. The Paulicians were the real progenitors of the Reformed churches of Europe. Their abhorrence of images and relics was probably a reflex of Islamic influences. In their aversion towards Mariolatry and saint worship, and in the repudiation of all visible objects of adoration, they closely approached the Muslims. They believed, however, with Mani that Christ was a pure spirit which bore on earth only the semblance of a body, and that the crucifixion was a mere delusion. They maintained the eternity of matter, the origin of a second principle of an active being who has created this visible world and exercises his temporal reign till the final consummation of sin and death. In the interpretation of the Christian Gospels, they indulge in allegories and figures, and claimed, like Mani, an esoteric insight into the meaning of words. An outward and expedient profession of another faith, a doctrine which in modern Persia has become famous as Ketman or Taqiyya, was held to be commendable. The Paulicians were persecuted by the Greek Church and the Byzantine court with terrible fury, and for nearly 200 years they waged a not unequal contest in North Armenia and Cappadocia with the fanatics and despots of Byzantium, in which both sides perpetrated the most fearful atrocities. Footnote: 100,000 Paulicians are said to have been destroyed under the orders of the second Theodora, the mother of Manuel, by the sword, the gibbet, or the flames. End of footnote. At last they succumbed to superior force, but though their fortresses were razed and their cities ruined, the sect lived. It passed its doctrines to the Bulgarians, who have always been regarded with disfavor by the Orthodox churches. The Paulicians, after their destruction in Asia, appeared in South Provence and Savoy in the 13th century. Their fate in those countries is known to every reader of European history. They were annihilated with fire and sword. Not even women and children were spared. Such of the latter as escaped were reduced to slavery. But Paulicianism did not die. It showed itself in England, where its followers, under the name of Lollards, suffered like their predecessors in Asia, in Savoy, and in Provence. It reappeared in Bohemia under Huss, and finally it triumphed under Luther and Calvin over its Orthodox persecutors. We have traced so far the fate of this peculiar sect, as in its original home it exercised no inconsiderable influence over the religio-political movements which were proceeding about the same time in Islam. During the tempestuous epoch when Khurasair the Paulician was devastating the eastern portion of the Byzantine dominions, and had filled the cities of Asia Minor with carnage and ruin, there lived at Ahwaz in Fars a man who equaled Mani in the versatility of his genius, the variety of his information, and the profundity of his knowledge, and who was destined to play an almost equal part in the history of religion. Abdullah ibn Maimun al-Qaddah has been represented by his enemies as a Magian by birth, whilst his disciples have declared him to be a descendant of Ali. Footnote: Abdullah ibn Maimun is stated to have been at one time in the service of Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq. End of footnote. However that may be, it is clear that he was a devoted adherent of the house of Muhammad. Considering the disastrous consequences which directly or indirectly have flowed from his teachings, it was impossible for even historians like Ibn Khaldun to avoid viewing the man and his doctrines with an unfavorable bias. They think Abdullah ibn Maimun was animated by a desire to subvert the dominion of Islam by the same insidious means which were adopted by his great prototype against Christianity. Aware of the risk attendant upon an open war against constituted authority, so long as the conscience of the people and temporal power were at its back, he determined, they say, to work in secret like Mani. He accordingly enveloped his system in a veil of mystery, and in order to annihilate all positive religion and authority, he resolved to divide his followers into 7 degrees, like the Pythagoreans. The last degree inculcated the vanity of all religion, the indifference of actions, which, according to him, are neither visited with recompense nor chastisement, either now or hereafter. He appointed emissaries whom he dispatched to enlist disciples, and to initiate them according to their capacity in some or all of the degrees. The pretensions of the son of Ismail served them as a political mask. Whilst working ostensibly for him, they were secretly, but in reality, the apostles of impiety. Shahristani's account, however, of the tenets of the sect is in a more philosophical spirit, whilst Mohsen Fani's description in the Dabistan, derived from members of the fraternity, is colored with a slightly roseate hue. But, studied carefully, they render it more than probable that Abdullah ibn Maimun was a materialistic theist, that, like Mani, he was fired with the ambition of creating an eclectic naturalism which would reconcile philosophy with positive religion, and that his degrees of initiation were analogous to the mystical degrees of the Sufis. It is evident from what Merkhon states that the Egyptian Fatimids adopted most of their mystical doctrines from Abdullah ibn Maimun. Footnote: The Egyptian Fatimids differed from the general body of the Ismailiyas in one essential feature. Whilst the latter held that Ismail, their last imam, had only disappeared and would reappear in the fullness of time when, quote-unquote, the kingdom of heaven would be revealed, the Egyptians taught that he had reappeared in the person of Ubaydullah al-Mahdi and his successors. End of footnote. Abdullah proceeded from Ahwaz to Basra, and thence to Syria, where he settled at Salimiyah. In the course of his travels he came in contact with the Paulicians and imbibed many of their doctrines. The long-continued struggle of the Paulicians with the Byzantines and the success of their proselytizing endeavors undoubtedly influenced him in his project of religion. He molded his doctrines partly upon those actually taught by Mani and partly upon those of the Muslim mystics. Manichaeism itself was essentially pantheistic, founded upon a substratum of Pythagorean philosophy, Zervanism, and Christianity. Abdullah's followers have received the designation of Batinis or esotericians, on account of their claim to an esoteric insight into the precepts of positive religion, a claim similar to that advanced by the Manichaeans and Paulicians. Abdullah ibn Maimun seems to have affirmed the eternity of matter. He declared further, quote, that God is not separate from his manifestations, that it cannot be predicated of him independently, that he is existent or non-existent, omniscient or non-omniscient. For to affirm regarding him any of these things is to assume that there is some resemblance between him and his creatures, that the first cause evolved by a simple command, Amr al-Wahid, or a mere act of volition, a principle which was embosomed in eternity, and is called Aql, or reason, and this principle evolved a subordinate principle called the Nafs, or soul, whose relation to the other is that of a child to the parent, that the essential attribute of this principle is life, and that of reason is knowledge, that this second principle gave shape to pre-existent matter, the essential attribute of which is passivity, and afterwards created time and space, the elements, the planets, and the astral bodies, and all other objects in creation. That in consequence of an incessant desire on the part of the second principle, the demiurgus, to raise itself to the level of the first created principle, it manifested itself in matter in the shape of human beings. That the aim of all human souls is to struggle upwards to the creative principle or wisdom, that the prophets are embodiments or manifestations of that principle to help the human soul to struggle with matter. The prophets are therefore called Natiq, speaking apostles, that they are 7 in number like the planets, that the progress of the world is in cycles, and at the last stage will occur the resurrection, Qiyamat al-Kubra, when the sanctions of positive religion and law will be withdrawn, for the motion of the heavens and the adoption of the precepts of religion are for the purpose that the soul may attain perfection, and its perfection consists in attaining to the degrees of reason and its junction or assimilation with it in fact. And this is the great resurrection, Qiyamat al-Kubra, when all things, the heavens, the elements, the organic substances, will be dissolved, and the earth will be changed, and the heavens will be closed like a written book, and the good will be differentiated from the bad, and the obedient from the disobedient, and the good will be merged with the universal soul, and the bad will join with the principle of evil. Thus, from the commencement of motion to its cessation, according to Abdullah ibn Maymun, is the initial stage, Mabda', and from the cessation of motion or activity to amalgamation with infinity is the stage of perfection. That all the precepts of religion and law have their measures, and that each letter and word have 2 meanings, for every revelation, tanzil, has an interpretation, ta'wil, and everything visible has its counterpart in the invisible world. That knowledge of truth cannot be acquired by reason, but by instruction. End quote. Abdullah ibn Maymun's disciples developed his doctrines still further by declaring that resurrection means the advent or revelation of the Imam and of a heavenly kingdom in which all the burdens of positive religion and traditions would be removed, that deception in religion is allowable, that all the precepts of the Quran have an esoteric sense, that religion does not consist in external observances, but in an inner sense and feeling, that everything or act which is not injurious is lawful, that fasting is nothing but keeping the secret of the Imam, that the prohibition against fornication implies that the disciple must not disclose the mysteries of the faith, and that zakat means the giving of the tithes to the imam, mas'um, a peculiar and fantastical medley of many cults and philosophies, and in its tendency subversive of law and morality. Abdullah ibn Maymun settled in Syria, the home of Christian Gnosticism, where he still further developed his doctrines. Here he converted Hamadan, also called Qarmat, whose name has become infamous in the annals of Islam. The method of proselytizing adopted by the followers of Abdullah ibn Maymun was the old Manichaean one of throwing the acolyte into a sea of doubt with insidious questions and equivocal replies. Not, says Mohsin Fani's informant, with any evil object, but simply to bring the seeker after truth and wisdom to the goal of perfection." The process varied with the religious standpoint of the person whom they desired to convert. The da'i, the missionary, one who invites, would at first give a tacit recognition of the faith of the intended proselyte, and then by an insinuation of doubt and difficulties gradually unsettle his mind, and end by suggesting as the only possible solution the peculiar tenets of the Batini system. For example, if the da'i had to proselytize a Shia, he would represent himself as a devoted partisan of the house of Muhammad. He would expatiate on the cruelty and injustice with which they were treated, on the martyrdom of Hussein and the butchery of Karbala. Having thus prepared the way, he would instill in the now receptive mind the esoteric doctrines of the Batinis. If he had a Jew to deal with, he spoke disparagingly of the Christians and the Mussulmans, and while agreeing with his intended convert in still looking forward to a promised Messiah, by degrees persuaded the neophyte that his promised Messiah can be none other than the Ismailite Imam. If it was a Christian whom he hoped to win over, he enlarged on the obstinacy of the Jews and the ignorance of the Mussulmans. He conformed to all the chief articles of the Christian creed, at the same time hinting that they were all symbolic, and pointed to a deeper meaning which the Batini system alone could solve. And after the mind of the neophyte had been so far molded, he would suggest that the Christians had misinterpreted the doctrine of the Paraclete, and that the Ismailiya Imam was the real Paraclete. Footnote: Mani in fact claimed to be the Paraclete. End of footnote. Abdullah ibn Maymun also formulated in precise terms the doctrine of taqiyya, outward conformity with an alien religious belief or practice. It had been in vogue among all the Manichaean sects, not excepting the Paulicians. It was reintroduced by Abdullah ibn Maymun, partly to escape persecution, partly to facilitate the work of proselytism. Taqiyya is the natural defense of the weak and suffering against the strong. All people have not the fiber of a martyr, and the majority of them have to submit where they cannot oppose. The primitive Christians had to practice taqiyya. The Ismailiyas had special reasons for concealing their religious views in all countries within the sway of the Abbasid caliphs, and this long-enforced habit became at last a second nature with them. From them the Shias proper borrowed the practice of taqiyya. Before Persian Turkey had entered upon terms of amity, a Shia was unable to perform the Hajj unless he conformed to the Sunni rites, and taqiyya in such cases was almost a necessity with the devout Shia wishing to visit the holy shrines. But taqiyya, quote, the natural offspring of persecution and fear, end quote, has become so habitual with the Persians that they conform to it even in circumstances when there is no necessity. They practice it to avoid giving offense or wounding sensibilities, just as the modern Protestant shows a certain deference to Romish rites in Catholic countries. Hamadan, otherwise called Karmat, had broken away from his master and formed a sect of his own. Abdullah ibn Maimun had disavowed the use of force in his proselytism. Karmat advocated it as the cornerstone of his sect. Possibly like Khirasair, he was driven to it by the persecution of the Orthodox. He raised an insurrection in Al-Aqsa and Al-Bahrain. The weakness of the caliph's troops gave him the victory. Collecting a large following, he issued from Al-Bahrain, and, like the Paulician Khirasair, marked his progress by slaughter and ruin. The Karmatites, from their fastness in Al-Bahrain and Al-Aqsa, waged for nearly 100 years a sanguinary contest with the pontiffs of Baghdad. They pillaged even Mecca and carried away the sacred stone, the symbol of Abrahamic antiquity, like the Wahhabis 900 years later. In this sacrilege they imitated the example of their congeners, the Paulicians, who had pillaged Ephesus, destroyed the sepulchre of St. John, and turned his cathedral into a stable for mules and horses. They were destroyed ultimately by the Caliph Mu'tazid Billah. After the destruction of the Karmatites, Ismailism was proscribed. Its votaries were placed under the ban and hunted like vermin. Ismailism had to hide itself on all sides until Ubaydullah el-Mahdi wrested Africa from the Abbasids. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8, continued. The Fatimids of Egypt were grand supporters of learning and science. Yet in their desire to promote the diffusion of knowledge among their subjects, they did not ignore the political advantages of the propaganda established by Abdullah ibn Maimun, whose esoteric and Manichaean doctrines they partially adopted for their own purposes. They established colleges, public libraries, and scientific institutes, Dar al-Hikmah, richly furnished with books, mathematical instruments, to which were attached numerous professors and attendants. Access to and the use of these literary treasures were free to all, and writing materials were afforded gratis. The caliphs frequently held learned disputations, at which the professors at these academies appeared, divided according to the different faculties, logicians, mathematicians, jurists, and physicians, dressed in their khala, or doctoral mantles. The gowns of the English universities still retain the original form of the Arabic khala, or kaftan. 257,000 ducats, raised by a carefully regulated taxation, was the amount of the annual revenue of these institutes, for the salaries of the professors and officials, for the provision of the requisites for teaching, and other objects of public scientific instruction. In these institutes they taught every branch of human knowledge. To the central Dar al-Hikmah was attached a grand lodge, where the candidates for initiation into the esoteric doctrines of Ismailism were instructed in the articles of the faith. Twice a week, every Monday and Wednesday, the Da'i ul-Du'at, the grand prior of the lodge, convened meetings, which were frequented by both men and women, dressed in white, occupying separate seats. These assemblages were named Majalis al-Hikmah, or conferences of wisdom. Before the initiation, the Da'i ud-Du'at waited on the Caliph, who was the Grand Master, and read to him the discourse he proposed to deliver to the neophytes, and received his sign manual on the cover of the manuscript. After the lecture, the pupils kissed the hands of the Grand Prior, and touched the signature of the master reverently with their foreheads. Makrizi's account of the different degrees of initiation adopted in this lodge forms an invaluable record of Freemasonry. In fact, the lodge at Cairo became the model of all the lodges created afterwards in Christendom. Abdullah ibn Maymun had established 7 degrees of initiation. 7 was the sacred number. There were 7 planets, 7 days in the week, and 7 imams. At Cairo, where Egyptian hierophantism with the old mystic ceremonies became superimposed on the Manichaean foundation, the number was increased to 9. Footnote: a very good description of the different stages of initiation is given by de Sacy in the Journal Asiatique, Volume 4, page 298. In order to induce the neophyte to take the oath of the first degree, his mind was perplexed by the Da'i with doubts. The contradictions of positive religion and reason were dwelt upon, but it was pointed out that behind the apparent literal signification there lay a deeper meaning, which was the kernel, as the words were mere husks. The curiosity of the novice was, however, not satisfied until he had taken an unrestricted oath. On this he was admitted to the 2nd degree. This inculcated the recognition of the divinely appointed imams, who were the source of all knowledge. As soon as the faith in them was well established, the 3rd degree taught their number, which could not exceed the Holy 7. For as God had created 7 heavens, 7 earth, 7 seas, 7 planets, 7 colors, 7 musical sounds, and 7 metals, so he had appointed 7 of the most excellent of his creatures as revealed imams. These were Ali, Hassan, Hussein, Ali II, Zayn al-Abidin, Muhammad al-Baqir, Ja'far as-Sadiq, and Ismail, his son, as the last and 7th. In the 4th degree they taught that since the beginning of the world there have been 7 speaking apostles, Natiq, embodiments of the Logos, each of whom had always, by the command of heaven, altered the doctrine of his predecessor. Each of these had 7 coadjutors, who succeeded each other in the epoch from one Natiq to another, but who, as they did not manifest themselves, were called Samat, or silent. The 7 Natiqs were Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and Ismail, the son of Ja'far as-Sadiq, or Imam al-Zaman, Lord or Imam of all times. Their 7 colleagues were Seth, Shem, Ishmael, son of Abraham, Aaron, Simeon, Ali, and Muhammad, son of Ismail. The object of having a Samit attached to a Natiq was to allow a free hand to the teachers and emissaries to put forward any one they liked as the Samit apostle of the time. The 5th degree inculcated that each of the 7 Samits had 12 Naqibs, or delegates, for the extension of the true faith, for the number 12 is the most excellent after 7. Hence the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 months, the 12 tribes of Israel, etc. In the 6th degree, the principles of Manichaean philosophy were instilled into the heart of the neophyte, and only when he was fully impressed with the wisdom of these doctrines was he admitted to the 7th, where he passed from philosophy to mysticism. He then became one of the knowers, arifin. In the 8th, he shook off the trammels of positive religion, the quote-unquote veil was lifted, and henceforth, quote, everything was pure to the pure, end quote. The tendency of these doctrines can be better imagined than described. End of footnote. The first degree was the most difficult of all, and required the longest time to mold the mind of the neophyte and incline him to take that most solemn oath by which he bound himself to the secret doctrine with blind faith and unconditional obedience. After this the process was simple enough. The acolyte was led gradually to recognize all the doctrines and to become the instrument of insatiable ambition. The grand lodges of Mahdia and afterwards of Cairo became thus the centers of a vast and far-reaching political propaganda, but the knowledge of the doctrines upon which they worked was confined to a few. Like the mysteries of Eleusis or the secret principles of the Templars, the Illuminati, and the revolutionists of France, they were imparted only to the adepts, in whole or in part, wholly to those alone who were intended to be used for the purpose of undermining the power of their enemies. For the masses and the uninitiated, the state religion was Islam, and its moral precepts and religious observances were enforced in all its austerity. Most of the caliphs, especially Al-Mu'ayyid, were in their lives and practice strict religionists and observers of the duties enjoined by the moral law. The doctors of law and the officers of state were pious Muslims. Nevertheless, the fact of the existence of a secret body working on mysterious lines loosened the bonds of society. The organization of secret emissaries weakened the control of the Abbasids without permanently strengthening the hold of the Fatimids or extending their temporal power. The Fatimids of Egypt have been called the Western Ismailiyas, in contradistinction to the followers of Hassan ibn Muhammad Sabbah Himyari, commonly known as Hassan Sabbah, infamous in the history of the West as the founder of the Order of the Assassins. Footnote: Sylvestre de Sacy derives the name from the word hashish, the Indian bhang, with which Hassan Sabbah's followers drugged themselves, and this derivation is now generally accepted. End of footnote. But known to his followers as Sayyidna, our Lord. His disciples are sometimes designated as the Eastern Ismailiyas, or Alamutiyas, or the Malahida of Kohistan, the impious atheists of Kohistan. Hassan was the son of a learned Shia doctor, an Arab by descent, as his name betokens, residing in the city of Khoi in Persia. He had been carefully trained in all the learning of his time. It is said that at one time he was a fellow student of Nizam al-Mulk, afterwards the renowned minister of Alp Arslan and of Malik Shah, the two great Seljukian sovereigns of the East, and of the famous mystical poet Omar Khayyam, but the story appears now to be discredited. Balked in his ambition at the court of Malik Shah, he proceeded to the pontifical court at Cairo, and was there initiated into the mysteries of the Cairene Lodge. Persia at that time was in the most rigid bonds of Sunni orthodoxy, the Seljukian sultans having always been among the most devoted upholders of the straightest tradition of Ash'arism. Hassan returned from Egypt to Asia, and partly by force and partly by fraud possessed himself of an almost impregnable fortress called in the archaic Persian or Pahlavi Alamut, or the Eagle's Nest, seated on one of the most inaccessible mountain fastnesses of Upper Persia. And during the 35 years that he held the dominion of that place, he organized from there a system of terror throughout Asia and Africa and Eastern Europe, fighting the sword with the dagger and avenging persecution with assassination. He himself was a strict observer of all the precepts of religion, and would not allow drunkenness or dancing or music within the circuit of his rule. His esotericism appears to have been different from that of the Western Ismailiyas, and is explained in detail by Shahristani and Mohsin Fani, both of whom speak of him with some awe, which induces the conviction that they were not quite unapprehensive of the dagger of his fida'is. Footnote: that their apprehensions were not unjustified will be apparent from the following anecdote concerning Imam Fakhruddin Razi. This learned imam used to lecture on jurisprudence in his native city of Rai, Rages. Once he had occasion to denounce the Ismailiyas from his professorial chair. The news of this audacious conduct was carried to the eagle's nest, and a fida'i was promptly deputed to bring the careless professor to reason. The fida'i, on his arrival at Rai, entered himself as a student in the Imam's college. For 7 months he waited for an opportunity to carry his design into effect. At last one day he found the Imam alone in his chamber. He locked the door, and throwing the Imam on the ground, pointed the dagger at his throat. "Why kill me?" asked the frightened professor. "Because you have cursed the Ismailiyas," answered the fida'i. The Imam offered to bind himself solemnly never again to disparage the brotherhood. The fida'i refused to accept the Imam's word unless he agreed to receive a pension from the Grand Master, thus binding himself by the debt of quote-unquote bread and salt. End of footnote. Leaving the mystical portion of his doctrines aside, it may be said that he admitted only 4 degrees of initiation. Those who had obtained the first 3 degrees were named respectively Fida'i, Rafiq, and Da'i, fellows, companions, and knights, to use the terms of a system to which Hassan's institution bears the closest resemblance, viz., that of the Templars. Hassan was the first Grand Master of this institution, though he always paid a formal homage to the Egyptian caliphs. The 4th Grand Master, Hassan bin Muhammad, of the Alamutiyya Lodge, who, in order to further his ends, did not hesitate to claim descent from the Caliph Mustansir Billah of Cairo through his son Nizar, abolished all the ordinances of religion. The resurrection had arrived, the revelation of the Imam had taken place in his person, and the kingdom of heaven was ushered in with freedom and license from the ordinary trammels of the moral law. The mad revolutionist is known in the history of the Alamutiyas as ala dhikrihi as-salam, may his name be blessed, corrupted into dhikr us-salam. From this time until the destruction of Alamut, the disciples of the 2 Hassans maintained a remorseless fight with civil society, in which no quarter was shown on either side. They were, in fact, the nihilists of Islam. Under their stilettos fell both Christians and Muslims. They were attacked by Hulaku, and after the destruction of their fortresses in the mountains, they were hunted and killed like vermin. Footnote: for a full account of the Alamutiyas and their crimes against humanity, see von Hammer's History of the Assassins, translated into English by Wood. Even the Christian sovereigns frequently availed themselves of the services of the Alamutiyya assassins to get rid of their enemies. Richard of England had Conrad of Montferrat assassinated by a fida'i of Alamut, and one of the popes employed another, though unsuccessfully, to remove Frederick Barbarossa. After the destruction of Alamut, Rudbar, and the other castles of the assassins, the Alamutias were massacred without compunction by the Tartars. And a footnote. From the Ismailias, the Crusaders borrowed the conception which led to the formation of all the secret societies, religious and secular, of Europe. The institutions of Templars and Hospitallers, the Society of Jesus, founded by Ignatius Loyola, composed of a body of men whose spirit of self-sacrifice and devotion to their cause can hardly be surpassed in our times. The ferocious Dominicans, the milder Franciscans, may all be traced either to Cairo or to Alamut. The Knights Templars especially, with their system of Grand Masters, Grand Priors, and religious devotees, and their degrees of initiation, bear the strongest analogy to the Eastern Ismailiyas. Small sections of the Western Ismailiyas are still to be found in Yemen, in Egypt, and Barbary, where they cannot be distinguished from the general body of Muslims. On the western coast of India there exists, however, a large community called Khojas, who are the direct representatives of the original Eastern Ismailiyas. Hindus by origin, they were converted to Ismailism in the 11th and 12th century of the Christian era by one Pir Sadruddin, an Ismailian Da'i. His teachings fitted in with their own religious conceptions, for part of the old cult was incorporated with the Ismailiya doctrines. Footnote. Numbers of Ismailiyas are also to be found in the mountains of Gilgat and Hunza. And a footnote. The Kaisaniyas and Hashimiyas, both of them exclusively political in their character, but tinted by Magianism, are now completely extinct and hardly require any mention. The Khaliyas and the Ghulat, extravagantists, supposed by Ibn Khaldun and Shahristani to be a sect of the Shias, are in reality the descendants of the old Gnostics, whose Islam consisted merely in the substitution of Muhammad or Ali, chiefly the latter, for Christ. They are, in fact, the Dasites of Islam. The Nusayris, who believe in the divinity of Ali, the Ishaqiyas, the Numaniyas, the Hitabiyas, and others, anthropomorphists, believers in incarnations and metempsychosis, represent the notions which were prevalent among the Marcionites, the Valentinians, and the other Docetic Christians. Some of these have replaced the Christian triad by a pentad. These believe that Muhammad, Ali, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein jointly represent the divinity. A form of Docetism is in vogue also in Sunnism. In the mountains of Kurdistan, a Sunni saint, Sheikh Abdul Qadir Hilani, occupies almost a similar place in the popular faith to Jesus among the Gnostics. The Rawshaniyas, as their name implies, were the exact counterparts of the Illuminati of Christendom. This sect had its origin in Afghanistan, in the dark, turbulent, and sanguinary period which preceded the accession of Akbar to the throne of India. Their founder Bayezid, by birth an Afghan, but of Arab extraction, appears to have been a man of great natural abilities and extreme subtlety of genius. In his early youth he acquired a taint of Manichaeism from the Ismailiyas, who still flourished in considerable numbers in some of the mountainous districts of Khorasan. The doctrines which he first propagated seem not to have differed essentially from those of the Sufis, but as he proceeded he diverged wider and wider from the pale of dogmatic Islam. As his sect increased in numbers and power, It assumed a political as well as a religious aspect, and soon made such formidable progress that at last it embraced nearly the whole of Afghanistan. The doctrines taught by Bayezid, when examined critically, show a superstructure of mysticism and pantheism upon a basis of Ismailism. The observant reader, however, will not fail to perceive a strange and fantastic analogy between his teachings and the practices and theories of the Brotherhood of Fakirs. He taught that God is all-pervading and that all existing objects are only forms of the deity, that the pirs, or religious teachers, were the great manifestations of the divinity, that the sole test of right and wrong was to follow the path pointed out by the pir, who is the representative of the divinity, that the ordinances of the law have therefore a mystical meaning, and are ordained only as the means of acquiring religious perfection, and that the mystic sense of the law is only attainable by religious exercises and through the instructions of a pir. It is the source of religious perfection, and this perfection being attained, the exterior ordinances of the law cease to be binding and are virtually annulled. The Batinis, the Ismailiyas, and all the cognate sects differ from the general body of Muslims in making faith the keystone of their doctrines. In this they closely approach most of the Reformed churches of Christendom. They believe, like Luther, in justification by faith. Luther has strenuously inculcated that faith in Christ would save all sinners. The Batinis and the Ismailiyas, with their offshoots, made faith, or iman, which included a firm reliance on the divine imam, an essential factor in their creed. So long as an individual was blessed with iman, his outward acts were immaterial. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8, continued. We now come to the Shias proper, the followers of the Imams of the House of Muhammad, generally known as the Ithna Ashariyas, the Duodecimians, so named because they accept the leadership of 12 Imams. The Ithna Ashariyas hold that the imamate descended by express appointment in the following order. 1. Ali, the Caliph, usually styled Murtada Asadullah al-Ghalib, the chosen, the Lion of God, the victorious, died AH 40 AC 661. 2. Hassan, styled Mujtaba, the approved, AH 44 AC 664. 3. Hussein, Shahid al-Karbala, the martyr of Karbala, AH 60 AC 679. 4. Ali II, surnamed for his piety Zainul Abidin, the ornament of the pious, died AH 94 AC 713. 5. Muhammad al-Baqir, the explainer of mysteries, or the profound, a man of great learning and ascetic austerity, born AH 57 AC 676, died AH 113 AC 731. 6. Ja'far as-Sadiq, the true, was the eldest son of Muhammad al-Baqir. Ja'far was born in Medina in the year of the Hijrah AH 80 AC 699. As a scholar, a litterateur, and a jurisconsult, his reputation stands high among all sects of Muslims. His learning and his virtues, the transcendental purity and truth of his character, won him the veneration even of the enemies of his family. He died at an advanced age in his native town in the reign of Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, the second Abbasid Caliph, in the year of the Hijrah 148, AC 765. 7. Abul Hassan Musa al-Kadhim, the son of Ja'far as-Sadiq, was also surnamed Al-Abd as-Salih, the holy servant, on account of his piety and, quote, his efforts to please God, end quote. He was born at Medina in the year 129 AH, AC 746 or 747. He died at Baghdad on the 25th of Rajab, 183, 1st September 799 AC, in a prison where he was confined for a number of years by Harun, who was extremely jealous of the veneration in which the Imam was held in Hijaz. De Sacy says Musa was put to death secretly in his confinement by order of Harun. His sufferings and his pure and exalted character endeared him greatly to all classes of people, and gained for him the title of Kadhim, the patient. 8. Ali III, Abul Hassan Ali, surnamed Ar-Rida, the acceptable, for the purity of his character. He was a scholar, a poet, and a philosopher of the first rank. He was born in Medina in the year 153 AH, AC 770, and died at Tus in Khorasan in AH 202, AC 817. He married a sister of Ma'mun named al-Fadl. 9. Abu Ja'far Muhammad, surnamed al-Jawad, for his munificence and generosity, and Taqi for his piety. He was a nephew of Ma'mun, and was also married to his daughter, named al-Habib. He was held in the highest estimation by that caliph and his successor Mu'tasim, born AH 195, AC 811, and died in AH 220, AC 835. 10. Ali IV, surnamed Naqi, the pure, died AH 260, AC 868. 11. Abu Muhammad al-Hassan ibn Ali al-Askari, surnamed al-Hadi, the director, and called Askari from his long residence under the surveillance of Mutawakkil at Surah Manra, a place several days' journey to the northwest of Baghdad, which also went by the name of Al-Askar, the encampment. He was a man of eminent piety and great nobility of character, a distinguished poet and litterateur. He was born at Medina AH 231, AC 845 or 6, and died at Al-Askar in AH 260, AC 874. He is said to have been poisoned by Mutawakkil. 12. Muhammad al-Mahdi, AH 265, AC 878 or 9. This last Imam disappeared, according to the Shia belief, in a grotto at Surah Manra in the 5th year of his age. He is believed to be still alive, and they look forward with earnest anticipation to his reappearance to re-establish the universal caliphate and to restore the purity of the human race. He is styled the Imam Ghaib, the absent Imam, the Muntazir, the expected, and the Qa'im, the living. Footnote: compare especially the belief of the Christadelphians, according to whom Christ will reappear to bring about an earthly kingdom. End of footnote. The Ithna Ashariyas, now called Shias or Imamiyas par excellence, are divided into two subsects, Usulis and Akhbaris, i.e. the followers of principles and the followers of traditions. There is no difference between them on the question of the imamate or its descent to the last imam, but they differ on the amount of authority to be attached to the exposition of the mujtahids, who call themselves the representatives of the imam. The Usuli repudiates entirely the authority of the expounders of the law to fetter his judgment. He contends that the law is clear, and that it is his duty to construe it for himself with the light of reason and progress of human thought, and not to be guided in his judgment by the dictates of man as fallible as himself, and interested in maintaining the world in ignorance. He holds that God's revelations had not the object of hiding the divine meaning in words difficult to apprehend. They were addressed through his prophet to humanity to apprehend and to obey. Thus, God's teachings delivered through his messenger do not require the interpretation of priest or lawyer. The Akhbari, on the other hand, obeys slavishly the expositions of the mujtahids. According to the Usuli doctrines, the oral precepts of the Prophet are in their nature supplementary to the Quranic ordinances, and their binding effect depends on the degree of harmony existing between them and the teachings of the Quran. Thus, those traditions which seem to be in conflict with the spirit of the Quranic precepts are considered apocryphal. The process of elimination is conducted upon recognized principles, founded upon logical rules and definite data. These rules have acquired a distinctive type among the Mu'tazilas, who have eliminated from the Hadith Qudsi, the holy traditions, such alleged sayings of the Prophet as appeared incompatible and out of harmony with his developed teachings, as explained and illustrated by the philosophers and jurists of his family. The Usulis divide the traditions under four heads, viz. A. Sahih, authentic, B. Hasan, good, C. Muthiq, strong, and D. Da'if, weak. A Hadith Sahih, or an authentic tradition, is one the authority of which can be conclusively traced to the A'imma al-Mahsum, the sinless Imams, according to the narration of an Imam Adil, a just or trustworthy Imam, about whose integrity there is a consensus among the quote-unquote masters of tradition, Arbab al-Hadith. The narration must be through a succession of such Adils. A Hadith Hasan, or a good tradition, is one the authority of which goes back, like that of the Hadith Sahih, to the Ma'sum. But according to the narrative of a venerable Imam in this way, that although in regard to the narrator of it, the word thiqa adil, trustworthy and just, have not been used by historians, yet they have praised him in other words. A Hadith Muthaq, or a strong tradition, is one handed down by people who are acknowledged to be thiqa and adil, virtuous and just, by the historians, though some or all of the narrators might not be Imamiyas, followers of Ali. A Hadith Da'if, or a weak tradition, is one which complies with neither of these conditions. It is only the first three kinds of Hadith that are accepted or relied upon by the Usulis. Again, a tradition, before it can be accepted, must have been handed down in regular succession. A tradition is in regular succession when a large number of people in the regular course of time make the same narration until it is traced to the Ma'sum, subject to the condition that the number of narrators in each particular age is so great as to exclude the idea of their having combined in telling a falsehood. A tradition is without a regular succession when the number of narrators does not, in all or several stages, reach to such a body of witnesses, and this kind of tradition is called, quote, in the peculiar idiom of the masters of traditions, the information of one, end quote. The Usuli exercises his own judgment in the construction of the law and the reception, application, and interpretation of the traditions. He does not consider himself bound to follow the exposition of a mujtahid, if his judgment and conscience tell him that that exposition is against the revealed or natural law or justice or reason. They protest against the moderate number of traditions accepted by the Akhbaris without any criticism or any application of the rules of exegesis. The Usulis represent the broad church, if not of Islam, at least of Shiaism. According to the Dabistan, the Akhbaris derive their title from the fact that they rely entirely upon akhbar, or traditions, and repudiate ijtihad, the exercise of private judgment, as they consider it contrary to the practice of the Imams. They accept as authentic whatever tradition happens to be current, if only it is labeled with the name of an Imam or the Prophet. It is enough that it is called a hadith. It becomes ipso facto authentic in their eyes, and further inquiry is not required to test the sources from which it emanates. It need not be said that under color of this easy principle, a vast number of traditions and maxims have become incorporated with the Islamic teachings which have little in common with them. The ancient faith had never completely died out in the hearts of the masses, and it was impossible that with the growth of a national church many of the old thoughts should not find expression in new and more approved garbs. Gobineau has, somewhat harshly but not quite without reason, charged ultra-Akhbarism with having converted the great hero of Islam into an Ormuzd, and his descendants into Amshaspans. Akhbarism is the favorite creed of the uneducated, who require a leading string for their guidance, or of the half-educated mullahs. Usulism finds acceptance among the most intellectual classes of the people and the most learned of the clergy. One of the most notable advocates of the Usuli doctrines within recent times was Mullah Sadra Muhammad bin Ibrahim, a native of Shiraz, and probably the ablest scholar and dialectician of his time. Footnote: Mullah Sadra flourished in the reign of Shah Abbas II. End of footnote. He was the reviver of philosophy and humanitarian science among the Persians. From the fall of the Buwais to the rise of the Safavis, Iran had remained under a cloud. Patristic orthodoxy had proscribed philosophy and science. The very name of Avicenna had become hateful, and his works were publicly burned. During these centuries, many Mazdaistic traditions, dressed in Islamic garb, naturally had found acceptance among the uneducated classes. The true Fatimid scholars had retired into seclusion, and a body of ecclesiastics strongly imbued with natural predilections and prejudices had sprung up to maintain the people in ignorance. Mullah Sadra had thus to contend against a clergy as tenacious in their rights as those of Christendom, and as ready to take offense at the slightest approach to an attack on their preserve of orthodoxy. But Mullah Sadra was gifted with great perseverance and tact, and succeeded after considerable difficulty in reviving the study of philosophy and science. Usulism came to the front once more. Its philosophical counterpart, Mu'tazilism, is unquestionably the most rationalistic and liberal phase of Islam. In its liberalism, in its sympathy with all phases of human thought, its grand hopefulness and expansiveness, it represents the ideas of the philosophers of the House of Muhammad who reflected the thoughts of the Master. The political factions which have hitherto kept the Shias divided among themselves are disappearing, and the rest of the sects are fast merging into the Ithna Ashariyas. The Shias of Persia, Arabia, West Africa, and India belong for the most part to this sect. Ithna Asharism has thus become synonymous with Shiaism. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8, continued. Like the Akhbaris, the Sunnis base their doctrines on the entirety of the traditions, but they differ from them in accepting such only of the traditions as can stand the test of certain rules of criticism peculiar to their school. In this they approach the Usulis. They regard the concordant decisions of the successive caliphs and of the General Assemblies, Ijma' ul-Ummah, as supplementing the Quranic rules and regulations, and as almost equal in authority to them. The Sunnis are divided into several subsects, each differing from the other on various points of dogma and doctrine. These minor sectarian differences have often given rise to great bitterness and persecutions. In the main, however, they are agreed on the fundamental basis of their doctrines and laws, deriving them from 4 unvarying sources, viz. 1. The Quran, 2. The Hadith or Sunnah, traditions handed down from the Prophet, 3. The Ijma' ul-Ummah, concordance among the followers, and 4. The Qiyas, private judgment. The Hadith, plural ahadith, embraces a. all the words, counsels, and oral precepts of the Prophet, qawl, b. his actions, his works, and daily practice, fi'l, c. and his silence, takrir, implying a tacit approbation on his part of any individual act committed by his disciples. The rules deduced from these subsidiary sources vary considerably in respect of the degree of authority which is attached to them. If the rules or traditional precepts are of public and universal notoriety, hadith al-mutawatira, they are regarded as absolutely authentic and decisive. If the traditions, though known publicly by a great majority of people, do not possess the character of universal notoriety, they are designated ahadith al-mashhura, and stand next in rank to the ahadith al-mutawatira, whilst the akhbar al-wahid, which depend for their authenticity upon the authority of isolated individuals, have little or no value attached to them. Thus every tradition purporting to be handed down by the contemporaries and companions of the Prophet, regardless of their actual relationship to him, is considered to be authentic and genuine, provided certain arbitrary conditions framed with the view of testing the value of personal testimony are complied with. The expression ijma'ul ummah implies general concordance. Under this collective name are included all the apostolic laws, the explanations, glosses, and decisions of the leading disciples of the Prophet, especially of the first four caliphs, the Khulafa al-Rashidin, on theological, civil, and criminal matters. Since the 8th century of the Christian era, however, all these sources of law and doctrine have been relegated to the domain of oblivion, and each sect has followed blindly its own doctors in the interpretation of the law and the exposition of doctrines. This is called taqlid. No man is considered quote-unquote orthodox unless he conforms to the doctrines of one or the other of the principal doctors. The four most important persuasions or sects among the Sunnis, called the Madahib Arba, are designated Hanafi, Shafi'i, Maliki, and Hanbali after their respective founders. Abu Hanifa, who gave his name to the first school, was born in the year 80 of the Hijra, during the reign of Abdul Malik ibn Mirwan. He was educated in the Shia school of law and received his first instructions in jurisprudence from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, and heard traditions from Abu Abdullah ibn al-Mubarak and Hamid ibn Sulaiman. Abu Hanifa often quotes the great Shia Imam as his authority. On his return to his native city of Kufa, though he continued to remain a zealous and consistent partisan of the House of Ali, he seceded from the Shia school of law and founded a system of his own, diverging completely in many important points from the doctrines of the Shias. And yet so close is the resemblance between his exposition of the law and their views that there is no reason for doubt as to the source from which he derived his original inspiration. The latitude which he allows to private judgment in the interpretation of the law seems to be unquestionably a reflex of the opinions of the Fatimid doctors. He is called by his followers the Imam ul-Azam, the Great Imam. He died in the year AH 150. The doctrines taught by him are in force among the major portion of the Indian Muslims, among the Afghans, Turkomans, almost all Central Asian Muslims, the Turks, and the Egyptians. His school owns by far the largest number of followers. The founder of the second school was Abu Abdullah Malik ibn Anas, who died in the year AH 179 in the Caliphate of Harun al-Rashid. Shafi'i was the originator of the third school. He was born at Gaza in Syria in the same year in which Abu Hanifa died. He died in Egypt in the year AH 204, AC 819, during the Caliphate of Ma'mun. He was a contemporary of the Fatimid Imam Ali ibn Musa al-Rida. Shafi'i's doctrines are generally followed in northern Africa, partially in Egypt, in southern Arabia, and the Malayan Peninsula, and among the Muslims of Ceylon. His followers are also to be found among the Bohras of the Bombay Presidency. Footnote: these Bohras are partly Shafi'is and partly Ismailiyas of the Egyptian type. End of footnote. The fourth school was originated by Ibn Hanbal. He flourished during the reigns of Ma'mun and his successor Mu'tasim Billah. These two caliphs were Mu'tazilas. Ibn Hanbal's extreme fanaticism and the persistency with which he tried to inflame the bigotry of the masses against the sovereigns brought him into trouble with the rulers. He died in the odor of great sanctity in the year AH 241. Ibn Hanbal and his patristicism are responsible for the ill success of Ma'mun in introducing the Mu'tazila doctrines throughout the empire, and for the frequent outbursts of persecution which deluged the Mohammedan world with the blood of Muslims. I have in another place described the legal differences of the various Sunni schools. Their doctrinal divergences run into the minutiae of the ceremonials of worship, unnecessary to detail in a work intended for the general student. It may be said, however, that the Hanbalites were the most pronounced anthropomorphists. To them, God was a being in the similitude of man enthroned in heaven. Among the other sects, the conceptions varied considerably according to the age and the people. Anthropomorphism was, however, the predominating element. There is no doubt that Hanafism was originally the most liberal of these sects, whilst Shafi'ism and Malikism were both exclusive and harsh in their sympathies and ideas. With the advance of time, and as despotism fixed itself upon the habits and customs of the people, and the caliph or sovereign became the arbiter of their fate without check or hindrance from jurisconsult or legist, patristicism took hold of the mind of all classes of society. The enunciations of the fathers of the Church became law. The Hanafis, who styled themselves, and were styled by their brethren of the rival schools, Ahlul Ra'i wal Qiyas, people of judgment and analogy, in contradistinction to the others, who were called Ahl al-Hadith, traditionists par excellence, have long ceased to exercise their judgment in the domains of law or doctrine. What had been laid down by the fathers is unchangeable and beyond the range of discussion. The faith may be carried to the land of the Eskimo, but it must go with rules framed for the guidance of Iraqians. Patristicism has thus destroyed all hope of development in the Sunni fold, but its endeavors to ensure uniformity of faith and practice have led within the last 100 years to two notable revolts within the bosom of the Sunni Church. Wahhabism, which made its appearance at the beginning of the 19th century, derived its breath from the desert. Ghair Muqallidism springs from the innermost recesses of the human heart, seeking an escape from the straight-laced Pharisaism of the established church. The Ghair Muqallid is a nonconformist, though he has been wrongly and unjustly confounded with the Wahhabis. He is undoubtedly more philosophical and rationalistic than the followers of the other denominations of Sunnism. Narrow, no doubt, admittedly limited and unsympathetic in its scope, Ghair Muqallidism is nevertheless the one movement in the Sunni Church which contains great promise for the future. The dispute which ushered in the Reformation in Europe has already commenced among the Hanafis, and is sure before long to make itself felt among all sects and schools of Muslims. Does the translation of the Quran stand on the same footing as the Arabic Quran? Are prayers offered in the vulgar tongue, in the tongue of the worshipper ignorant of Arabic, as meritorious as those offered in the language of Hijaz? Such are the questions which are now agitating the Muslim world in India. The controversy has already caused much bitterness and given rise to a few anathemas on the side of the orthodox, and the reformers may well be congratulated that the movement which they have set on foot is conducted under a neutral government. To the old plea which vested interests have always urged against every innovation, the leaders of the reform answer by asking, Is Arabic the sole language which God understands? If not, what is the purpose of the prayer instituted by the Prophet? If it is to bring the worshipper nearer to God and to purify and ennoble his heart, then how can he feel the elevating effect of prayer if he only mumbles what he cannot understand? From reason they appeal to the example of the Prophet, who allowed his Persian converts to offer their prayers in their own tongue. This movement, still unknown to Europeans, contains the germ of great development. It is the beginning of the Reformation. Hitherto, the theologians of Islam, like the Christian clergy in the Middle Ages, have exercised through the knowledge of a language not known to the masses or the sovereigns a dominating influence. Once the principle for which the reformers are working is accepted, the prescriptions framed in the 9th and 10th centuries of the Christian era for people utterly apart from the culture and civilization of the present day will have to be understood and explained with the light of 1,000 years. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8, continued. Khawarijism has often been regarded as a branch of Sunnism, though in reality it came into existence long before the foundations of the Sunni Church were laid. The refractory troops who had forced the Caliph Ali to abandon the fruits of the well-earned victory at Siffin, and who afterwards rose in arms against him at Nahrawan, were the first to receive the name of Khawarij, deserters or rebels. Shahristani has given a very lucid account of this insurrection. These were the men who were the most eager in referring to arbitration the dispute of the arch-rebel Muawiyah with the Caliph. They had forced upon their chief, against his own judgment, Abu Musa as the representative of the house of Muhammad. But no sooner had the terms been settled than these soldier theologians, these covenanters of Islam, fell into a hot controversy amongst themselves about the sinfulness of submitting any cause to human judgment. In order to prevent the spectacle of Muslims slaughtering each other in the presence of the enemy, Ali retired to Kufa with the greater part of his army, leaving a small detachment at Dumat el-Jandal to await the result of the arbitration. The rebels, to the number of 12,000, deserted the Caliph at Kufa, and, retiring to Nahrawan, took up a formidable position from which they threatened the Caliphate. With the repugnance to shed blood which was ever the distinguishing trait of Ali's character, he besought them repeatedly to return to their allegiance. In reply they threatened him with death. Human patience could not bear this contumacy longer. They were attacked and defeated in 2 successive battles. A few of the rebels escaped, says Shahristani, and betaking themselves to Al-Bahrain, that harbor of refuge for all the free lances of Islam, spread their noxious doctrines among the wild inhabitants of that tract. They reappeared in the time of Abdul Malik, who drove them back into their fastness in Al-Aqsa and Al-Bahrain. They issued again under Marwan II, and spread themselves in Yemen, Hijaz, and Iraq. They were attacked and defeated and forced to take refuge in Oman, where they have remained settled ever since. Under the Abbasids they spread their doctrines among the Berbers of Africa, whom they raised repeatedly against the pontiffs of Baghdad. The Khawarij are the Calvinists of Islam. Their doctrines are gloomy and morose, hard and fanatical. They are strict predestinarians. They do not accept the imamate of any of the caliphs after Omar, their own chiefs being, according to them, the lawful imams. They differ from the other Sunnis in maintaining that it is not requisite for a person to be either a Qurayshite or a free man for election as imam of the Muslims. Slaves and non-Qurayshites were eligible for the imamate equally with Qurayshites and free men. According to Shahristani, the Khawarij are divided into 6 groups, the most important of whom are the Azarika, the followers of Abu Rashid Nafi ibn Azraq, the Ibadiyya, the followers of Abdullah ibn Ibad, who appeared in the reign of Mirwan II, the last of the Umayyads, the Nejdat Azariya, the followers of Nejdat ibn Amir, the Ajarida of Abdul Karim bin Ajrad, and the Sufarus Ziyadiyya. Of these, the Azarika are the most fanatical, exclusive, and narrow. According to them, every sect besides their own is doomed to perdition, and ought to be forcibly converted or ruthlessly destroyed. No mercy ought to be shown to any infidel or mushrik, an expansive term including Muslims, Christians, and Jews. To them every sin is of the same degree. Murder, fornication, intoxication, smoking, all are damning offenses against religion. Whilst the other Muslims, Shia as well as Sunni, hold that every child is born into the world in the faith of Islam and remains so until perverted by education, the Azraqi declares that the child of an infidel is an infidel. The Orthodox Christian maintains that every child who is not baptized is doomed to perdition. The Khariji, like the Christian, declares that every child who has not pronounced the formula of the faith is beyond the pale of salvation. The Azarika were destroyed by Hajjaj ibn Yusuf, but their sanguinary, fierce, and merciless doctrines found expression 9 centuries later in Wahhabism. The Ibadiyya were decidedly less fanatical. They were for the most part settled in Oman, and are still to be found in the Principality of Muscat. The Azarika and afterwards the Wahhabis were at deadly feud with the Ibadiyyas. According to them, the general body of Muslims are unbelievers, but not mushrik, polytheists, and that consequently they can intermarry with them. They differ from the Azarika in this and in other respects. They accept the evidence of Muslims against their people, hold that taking of the goods of the Muslims except in time of war is unlawful, and pronounce no opinion, says Shahristani, on the infidelity of the children of infidels. But they agree with their brethren, the Azarika, in denouncing and anathematizing the chief companions of the Prophet, the Ashab al-Kibar. The Ibadiyyas have held Oman till now. Sore pressed by the Wahhabis, they have succeeded in maintaining their power on the coast of eastern Arabia, but they seem to be fast merging into the general body of Sunnis. The Wahhabis have been depicted in rather favorable colors by Mr. Palgrave in his Travels in Central Arabia, but in fact they are direct descendants of the Azarika, who, after their defeat by Hajjaj ibn Yusuf, had taken refuge in the recesses of Central Arabia. Abdul Wahhab's doctrines bear the closest resemblance to those held so fiercely by the followers of Nafi ibn al-Azraq. Like them, the Wahhabis designate all other Muslims as unbelievers and permit their despoilment and enslavement. However commendable their revolt against the anthropolatrous usages in vogue among the modern Muslims, their views of religion and divine government, like those of the Ikhwan of the present day in Najd, are intensely morose and Calvinistic, and in absolute conflict with progress and development. Babism, which made its appearance in Persia in the early part of the 19th century, has been represented in widely divergent colors. According to the Muslim authorities, it is nothing but a new form of Mazdakism, an Eastern socialistic communism. Its mixed gatherings of men and women are regarded in the same light as the ancient agape of the primitive Christians were considered by the followers of the older faiths. On the other hand, a European scholar of great research and learning, who had studied the religious literature of the Babis and mixed familiarly with them, represents Babism as the latest expression of an eclectic evolution growing out of the innate pantheism of the Iranian mind. During the reign of Muhammad Shah, the third Qajar king of Persia, who ascended the throne on the death of his grandfather Fathi Ali Shah, the hypocrisy and vices of the national clergy, says this writer, had reached such a pitch that a change was inevitable. The political and social condition of the people was deplorable. In this state of affairs, a young mullah of Shiraz, Mirza Ali Muhammad, supposed to be a Fatimid by descent, who had studied much, had traveled a great deal, and made the pilgrimage to the holy cities, and had for many years resided in Arabia and Syria, began to preach a social and moral reform. He denounced the hypocrisy of the ordinary mullahs and their reception of the most doubtful traditions to justify practices condemned by Islam. His words struck a sympathetic chord in minds already prepared for the reception of his views, and evoked extraordinary enthusiasm. He obtained numerous disciples, among them a young lady of Qazwin, whose learning and eloquence supplied a powerful support to his cause. She is venerated now as Qurrat al-Ain, light of the eyes. Mirza Ali Muhammad, either carried away by the enthusiasm of his followers or unhinged by his own exaltation, in a fit of pantheistical insanity, assumed the title of Bab Hazrat-i-Ala and styled himself a part of the divinity. His followers rose in arms against the constituted authorities and failed. The fanaticism of the clergy and political expediency gave rise to persecution for which even Gobineau thinks the Babis were primarily responsible. The Bab was killed with most of his prominent disciples, but his teachings have survived. His social precepts are said by Gobineau to be much in advance of the received doctrines. He attached great importance to the marriage relations, and during the continuance of the first marriage he allowed the taking of a second wife only under certain conditions. He absolutely interdicted concubinage, forbade divorce, and allowed the appearance of women in public. The custom of seclusion, as Gobineau justly observes, creates infinite disorders and exercises a pernicious influence on the early education of children. The usage itself does not depend on any religious prescription. It is simply a convenience. The ancient kings of Persia observed it as a sign of grandeur, and the Muslim sovereigns and chiefs imitated their example and adopted the custom. Among the Arabs, the women of the tribes are perfectly free to move about as they wish. The ladies of the Prophet's family conversed with the disciples, received their visits, and often shared in the repasts of the men. Mirza Ali Muhammad, therefore, says Gobineau, made no innovation in endeavoring to free women from the bondage of a mischievous custom. His religious doctrines are essentially pantheistic, and his code of morals, far from being lax, is strict and rigid. Some Muslim writers have divided the religious sects into two comprehensive groups, viz., the Ahl al-Batin, the intuitionalists, and the Ahl al-Dahir, those who look into the meaning of precepts, and those who look only to the literal sense. The Ahl al-Batin, however, must not be confounded with the Batinis. The Ahl al-Batin include the mystical Sufis, the philosophical Mutakallimin, and the idealists in general, all those, to use the words of Zamakhshari's comment, who strive to implant in their hearts the roots of divine perception, who strive and struggle to attain the highest standard of human excellence, and who, whilst conforming to the prescriptions of the law, perceive in them the divine intent to promote concord and harmony among the races of the earth, peace and goodwill among mankind. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 9, The Literary and Scientific Spirit of Islam. تعلموا العلم فإن تعلمه لله حسنة ودراساته تسبيح وبحث عنه جهاد وطلبه عبادة وتعليمه صدقة وبذله لأهله قربة. Acquire knowledge, because he who acquires it in the way of the Lord performs an act of piety. Who speaks it praises the Lord. Who seeks it adores God. Who dispenses instruction in it bestows alms. And who imparts it to its fitting objects performs an act of devotion to God. We have already referred to the Arabian prophet's devotion to knowledge and science as distinguishing him from all other teachers and bringing him into the closest affinity with the modern world of thought. Medina, the seat of the theocratic commonwealth of Islam, had, after the fall of Mecca, become the center of attraction not to the hosts of Arabia only, but also to inquirers from abroad. Here flocked the Persian, the Greek, the Syrian, the Iraqian, and African, of diverse hues and nationalities, from the north and the west. Some, no doubt, came from curiosity, but most came to seek knowledge and to listen to the words of the Prophet of Islam. He preached of the value of knowledge. Quote, "Acquire knowledge, because he who acquires it in the way of the Lord performs an act of piety. Who speaks of it praises the Lord. Who seeks it adores God. Who dispenses instruction in it bestows alms. And who imparts it to its fitting objects performs an act of devotion to God. Knowledge enables its possessor to distinguish what is forbidden from what is not. It lights the way to heaven. It is our friend in the desert, our society in solitude, our companion when bereft of friends. It guides us to happiness. It sustains us in misery. It is our ornament in the company of friends. It serves as an armor against our enemies. With knowledge, the servant of God rises to the heights of goodness and to a noble position, associates with sovereigns in this world, and attains to the perfection of happiness in the next." End quote. He would often say, "The ink of the scholar is more holy than the blood of the martyr." and repeatedly impress on his disciples the necessity of seeking for knowledge, quote, even unto China, end quote. Quote, he who leaves his home in search of knowledge walks in the path of God. He who travels in search of knowledge, to him God shows the way to paradise, end quote. The Quran itself bears testimony to the supreme value of learning and science. Commenting on the Surat al-Alaq, Zamakhshari thus explains the meaning of the Quranic words. God taught human beings that which they did not know, and this testifieth to the greatness of his beneficence, for he has given to his servants knowledge of that which they did not know. And he has brought them out of the darkness of ignorance to the light of knowledge, and made them aware of the inestimable blessings of the knowledge of writing, for great benefits accrue therefrom, which God alone compasseth. And without the knowledge of writing, no other knowledge, ulum, could be comprehended, nor the sciences placed within bounds, nor the history of the ancients be acquired, and their sayings be recorded, nor the revealed books be written. And if that knowledge did not exist, the affairs of religion and the world, umur ad-din wa dunya, could not be regulated. End quote. Up to the time of the Islamic dispensation, the Arab world, properly so called, restricted within the peninsula of Arabia and some outlying tracts to the northwest and the northeast, had shown no signs of intellectual growth. Poetry, oratory, and judicial astrology formed the favorite objects of pursuit among the pre-Islamic Arabs. Science and literature possessed no votaries, but the words of the Prophet gave a new impulse to the awakened energies of the race. Even within his lifetime was formed the nucleus of an educational institution which, in after years, grew into universities at Baghdad and Salerno, at Cairo and Cordova. Here preached the Master himself on the cultivation of a Holy Spirit. Quote, 1 hour's meditation on the work of the Creator in a devout spirit is better than 70 years of prayer. To listen to the instructions of science and learning for 1 hour is more meritorious than attending the funerals of 1,000 martyrs, more meritorious than standing up in prayer for 1,000 nights. To the student who goes forth in quest of knowledge, God will allot a high place in the mansions of bliss. Every step he takes is blessed, and every lesson he receives has its reward. The seeker of knowledge will be greeted in heaven with a welcome from the angels. To listen to the words of the learned and to instill into the heart the lessons of science is better than religious exercises, better than emancipating 100 slaves. Him who favors learning and the learned, God will favor in the next world. He who honors the learned honors me. End quote. Ali lectured on branches of learning most suited to the wants of the infant commonwealth. Among his recorded sayings are the following. Eminence in science is the highest of honors. He dies not who gives life to learning. The greatest ornament of a man is erudition. End quote. Naturally, such sentiments on the part of the master and the chief of the disciples gave rise to a liberal policy and animated all classes with a desire for learning. The art of Kufic writing, which had just been acquired by a disciple at Hira, furthered the primitive development of the Muslims. It was, however, preeminently an age of earnestness and faith, marked by the uprise of the soul against the domination of aimless, lifeless philosophy. The practice of religion, the conservation of a devotional spirit, and the special cultivation of those branches of learning which were of practical value in the battle of everyday life were the primary objects of the Muslim's attention. The age of speculation was soon to commence. Its germs were contained in the positive precepts of the master, and even whilst he was working, the scholarly disciple was thinking. The master had himself declared that whosoever desired to realize the spirit of his teachings must listen to the words of the scholar. Who more able to grasp the meaning of the master's words than Ali, the beloved friend, the trusted disciple, the devoted cousin and son? The gentle, calm teachings instilled in early life into the young mind bore their fruit. In spite of the upheaval of the Arab race under the early caliphs, literature and arts were by no means neglected in the metropolis of primitive Islam. Ali and Ibn Abbas, his cousin, gave public lectures on poetry, grammar, history, and mathematics. Others taught the art of recitation or elocution, whilst some gave lessons in calligraphy, in ancient times an invaluable branch of knowledge. On Uthman's tragical death, the scholar was called by the voice of the people to the helm of the state. During his retirement, Ali had devoted himself to the study of the master's precepts by the light of reason. But for his assassination, to quote the language of a French historian, the Muslim world might have witnessed the realization of the Prophet's teachings in the actual amalgamation of reason with law and in the impersonation of the first principles of true philosophy in positive action." The same passionate devotion to knowledge and learning which distinguished Muhammad breathed in every word of his disciple. With a liberality of mind, far beyond that of the age in which he lived, was joined a sincere devoutness of spirit and earnestness of faith. His sermons, faithfully preserved by one of his descendants, and his litanies or psalms portray a devout uplooking toward the source of all good and an unbounded faith in humanity. The accession of the Umayyads to the rulership of Islam was a blow to the progress of knowledge and liberalism in the Muslim world. Their stormy reigns left the nation little leisure to devote to the gentler pursuits of science, and to this, among the sovereigns, was joined a characteristic idolatry of the past. Their thoughts were engrossed by war and politics. During the comparatively long rule of a century, the house of Umayyah produced only one man devoted to the cultivation of letters, and this man was Abu Hashim Khalid ibn Yazid, the philosopher of the Marwanian family, as he has been called, who was set aside from the succession on account of his learning. The jealous suspicion and the untiring animosity of the children of Abu Sufyan and Hind had obliged the descendants of the Prophet to live a life of humble retirement. "In the night of misery and unhappiness," they followed truly and faithfully the precepts of their ancestor and found consolation in intellectual pursuits. Their ardent love of knowledge, their passionate devotion to the cause of humanity, their spirit looking upwards far above the literalness of common interpretation of the law, show the spirituality and expansiveness of Islam. The definition by the Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq of sciences or knowledge gives some idea of their faith in the progress of man. "The enlightenment of the heart is its essence, truth its principal object, inspiration its guide, reason its acceptor, God its inspirer, and the words of man its utterer." Surrounded by men whom love, devotion, and sympathy with their patients had gathered round them, the early descendants of the Prophet were naturally more or less influenced by the varied ideas of their followers. Yet their philosophy never sinks to that war of words without life and without earnestness which characterized the schools of Athens and Alexandria under the Ptolemies. But though literature and philosophy were at a discount among the rulers, the example of the Imams naturally exercised no small influence on the intellectual activity of the Arabs and the subject races, whilst the Umayyads discouraged the peaceful pursuits of the mind. The children of Fatima, with remarkable liberalism, favored learning. They were not devoted to the past. The Salaf was not their guide. With the master's precepts to light their path, they kept in view the development of humanity, and devoted themselves to the cultivation of science and learning in all its branches. Like the master and the early caliphs, the quote, philosophers of the house of Muhammad, received with distinction the learned men whom the fanatical persecution of Justinian's successors drove for refuge into foreign lands. The academies of philosophy and medicine, founded by the Nestorians at Edessa and Nisibis, had been broken up. Its professors and students were refugees in Persia and Arabia. Many betook themselves, as their predecessors had done before in the time of the Prophet and the Caliph Abu Bakr, to Medina, which, after its sack by the Umayyads, had again gathered round Ja'far as-Sadiq a galaxy of talented scholars. The concourse of many and varied minds in the city of the Prophet gave an impetus to the cultivation of science and literature among the Muslims. From Medina a stream of unusual intellectual activity flowed towards Damascus. Situated on the northern confines of the Arabian desert, along the trade routes from Mecca and Medina to Syria, Damascus had been associated from ancient times with the Umayyads, and the Syrian Arabs were closely allied by interest and kinship to the family whom they had assisted to elevate to the rulership of Islam. The Umayyads had naturally fixed upon this city as the seat of their empire, and though shunned with horror by the devout Muslims, it formed the gathering place for the representatives of the many races who had come under the sway of Islam. The controversies of Greek and Saracen furnished a strong incentive to the study of dialectics and Greek philosophy, and the invention of the diacritical and vowel points furthered the cultivation of grammar and philology. At this time flourished two Christian writers of note, who, fleeing before their orthodox persecutors, had taken shelter in Damascus. These were Johannes Damascenus and Theodorus Abukara. Their polemical writings against the Muslims, their rationalistic and philosophical disputes with their own orthodox brethren, joined to the influence of the Medinite school, which flourished under Muhammad al-Bakir and Ja'far as-Sadiq, soon led to the growth of philosophical tendencies among the Saracens. For centuries Greek philosophy had been known to the Persians and the Arabs. The Nestorians had spread themselves in the dominions of the Khosrows since the beginning of Justinian's reign, but it was not until all the varied elements had been fused into an organic whole by Islam that Greek science and culture exercised any real effect on the intellectual development of Western Asia. It was towards the close of the Umayyad rule that several Muslim thinkers came into prominence, whose lectures on subjects then uppermost in the minds of the people attracted great attention, and their ideas and conceptions materially molded the thoughts of succeeding generations. It was in the 2nd century, however, that the literary and scientific activity of the Muslims commenced in earnest, and the chief impulse to this was given by the settlement of the Arabs in towns. Hitherto they had lived in camps isolated from the races they had subjugated. Uthman had laid a prohibition on their acquiring lands in the conquered countries or contracting marriages with the subject nations. The object of this policy was apparent. It has its parallel in the history of all nations, ancient and modern. In British India and in French Algeria it is still in force. During the whole period of the Umayyad rule, the Arabs had constituted the dominant element, the aristocratic military caste among their subjects. The majority of them were occupied in warlike pursuits. The gentler avocations of learning and science were left to the suspected Hashimis and the children of the Ansar, to the descendants of Ali, Abu Bakr, and Umar. The Arabs had carried with them into distant regions the system of clientage which had existed in Arabia, as it had existed among the Romans since ancient times. Clientage afforded to the subjects protection and consideration, to the conquerors the additional strength gained by numbers. Thus, both in the East and in the West, the leading families allied themselves with members of the prominent desert clans, and became the maulas, or clients, not freedmen, as had been incorrectly supposed, of their conquerors. To these clients, besides the Hashemites and the children of the Ansar and the Muhajirin, such as had survived the sack of Medina, was left scholarship and the cultivation of arts and sciences during the Umayyad rule. With the rise of the Abbasids commenced a new era. They rose to power with the assistance of the Persians, and they relied for the maintenance of their rule more upon the attachment of the general body of their subjects than the fickle affection of the military colonists of Arabia. Abul Abbas Safah held the reins of government for but 2 years. His brother and successor, Al-Mansur, though cruel in his treatment of the Fatimids, was a statesman of the first rank. He organized the state, established a standing army and a corps of police, and gave firmness and consistency to the system of administration. The Arabs had hitherto devoted themselves almost exclusively to the profession of arms. The method of government adopted by Al-Mansur gave a new bent to their genius. They settled in cities, acquired landed properties, and devoted themselves to the cultivation of letters with the same ardor they had displayed in the pursuit of war. The rich and fertile valley of Euphrates, watered by the 2 great rivers of Western Asia, has, from the most ancient times, been the seat of empire and the center of civilization. It was in this region that Babylon, Ctesiphon, and Seleucia had risen successively. Here existed at this epoch Basra and Kufa, with their unruly and volatile inhabitants. Basra and Kufa had, from the first conquest of the Muslims, formed important centers of commercial activity. The latter city was at one time the seat of government. To Basra and Kufa had come all the active spirits of the East, who either could not or would not go to the depraved capital of the Umayyads. For the Abbasids, Damascus had not only no attraction, but was a place of peril, and the uncertain and fickle temperament of the people of Basra and Kufa made those cities undesirable as the seat of government. Al-Mansur cast about for a site for his capital, and at last fixed upon the locality where Baghdad now stands, a 6 days' journey by river from Basra. Baghdad is said to have been a summer retreat of Kesra Anushirvan, the famous monarch of Persia, and derived from his reputation as a just ruler the name it bears, the Garden of Justice. With the disappearance of the Persian monarchy had disappeared the famous garden where the Lord of Asia dispensed justice to his multitudinous subjects. Tradition, however, had preserved the name. The beautiful site, central and salubrious, attracted the eyes of Mansur, and the glorious city of the caliphs arose, like the sea goddess issuing from the waves, under the magic wand of the foremost architects of the day. The Baghdad of Mansur was founded in the year 145 of the Hijra on the western bank of the Tigris. Soon, however, another city, a new Baghdad, sprang up on the eastern bank under the auspices of the heir apparent, the Prince Imperial of the Caliphate, who afterwards assumed the title of Al-Mahdi. This new city vied in the splendor of its structures with the beauty and magnificence of the Mansuriyeh. In the days of its glory, before the destroying hordes of Chengiz sweeping over Western Asia had engulfed in ruin every vestige of Saracenic civilization, Baghdad presented a beautiful and imposing appearance, a fit capital for the pontiffs of Islam. The beauty and splendor of the city, before its sack by the Mongols, have been immortalized in glowing lines by Anwari, most brilliant of panegyrists. Blessed be the site of Baghdad, seat of learning and art. None can point in the world to a city equal to her. Her suburbs vie in beauty with the blue vault of heaven. Her climate in quality equals the life-giving breezes of heaven. Her stones in their brightness rival gems and rubies. Her soil in beneficence has the fragrance of the amber. The morning breeze has imparted to the earth the freshness of Tuba, the tree of paradise, and the winds have concealed in her water the sweetness of Kausar, the spring of Eden. The banks of the Tigris with their beautiful damsels surpass the city of Khullach, a city in Cathay famous for the beauty of its women. The gardens filled with lovely nymphs equal Kashmir, and thousands of gondolas on the water dance and sparkle like sunbeams in the sky. Its designation of the City of Peace, Dar es Salaam, was derived from a prophecy made by the astronomer royal Nobacht that none of the caliphs would die within the walls of the city, and the strange fulfillment of this prognostication in the case of 37 pontiffs. The great number of holy men who have found their last resting place within or about its walls, and whose tombs are objects of veneration to all Muslims, gave to Baghdad the title of Bulwark of the Holy. Here are the mausoleums of the greatest imams and the most pious sheikhs. Here reposes the Imam Musa al-Qadim, and here lie buried Abu Hanifa, the Sheikhs Junaid, Shibli, and Abdul Qadir Ghilani, the chiefs of the Sufis. In the midst of the monuments of the imams and sheikhs stood those of the caliphs and their consorts. Of the numerous academies, colleges, and schools which filled the city, 2 institutions surpassed all others in importance by their wealth and the number of their students. These were the Nizamiyya and Mustansariyya, the first established in the first half of the 5th century of the Hijra by Nizam al-Mulk, the great vizier of Malik Shah, Sultan of the Seljuks, and the second built 2 centuries later by the Caliph Al-Mustansir Billah. It is a remarkable fact, says the historian of culture under the caliphs, that the sovereign who makes us forget some of the darker sides of his nature by his moral and mental qualities also gave the impetus to the great intellectual movement which now commenced in the Islamic world." End quote. It was by Mansur's command that literary and scientific works in foreign languages were first translated into Arabic. Himself no mean scholar and mathematician, he had the famous collection of Indian fables, the Hitopadesa, the Indian treatise on astronomy called the Siddhanta, several works of Aristotle, the Almagest by Claudius Ptolemy, the books of Euclid, as well as other ancient Greek, Byzantine, Persian, and Syrian productions translated into the language of the Arabs. Mas'udi mentions that no sooner were these translations published than they were studied with much avidity. Mansur's successors were not only warm patrons of the learned, who flocked to the metropolis from all quarters, but were themselves assiduous cultivators of every branch of knowledge. Under them the intellectual development of the Saracens, in other words, the conglomerate races of the vast empire which constituted the Caliphate, proceeded with wonderful rapidity. Each great nation of the world has had its golden age. Athens had her Periclean age, Rome her Augustan age. So too had the Islamic world its epoch of glory. We may with justice look upon the period which elapsed from the accession of Mansur to the death of Mu'tazid Billah, with only a brief intermission during the reign of Mutawakkil, as an epoch of equal, if not of superior greatness and magnificence. Under the first 6 Abbasid caliphs, but especially under Ma'mun, the Muslims formed the vanguard of civilization. The Saracenic race, by its elastic genius, as well as by its central position, with the priceless treasures of dying Greece and Rome on one side, and of Persia on the other, and India and China far away, sleeping the sleep of ages, was preeminently fitted to become the teacher of mankind. Under the inspiring influences of the great prophet, who gave them a code and a nationality, and assisted by their sovereigns, the Saracens caught up the lessons of wisdom from the East and the West, combined them with the teachings of the Master, and, quote, started from soldiers into scholars. End quote. The Arabs, says Humboldt, were admirably situated to act the part of mediators, and influenced the nations from the Euphrates to the Guadalquivir and mid-Africa. Their unexampled intellectual activity marks a distinct epoch in the history of the world. End quote. Under the Umayyads, we see the Muslims passing through a period of probation, preparing themselves for the great task they were called upon to undertake. Under the Abbasids, we find them the repositories of the knowledge of the world. Every part of the globe is ransacked by the agents of the caliphs for the hoarded wealth of antiquity. These are brought to the capital and laid before an admiring and appreciating public. Schools and academies spring up in every direction. Public libraries are established in every city, free to every comer. The great philosophers of the ancient world are studied side by side with the Quran. Galen, Dioscorides, Themistius, Aristotle, Plato, Euclid, Ptolemy, and Apollonius receive their due meed of appreciation. The sovereigns themselves assist at literary meetings and philosophical disquisitions. For the first time in the history of humanity, a religious and autocratic government is observed to ally itself with philosophy, preparing and participating in its triumphs. Every city in the empire sought to outrival the other in the cultivation of the arts and sciences, and governors and provincial chiefs tried to emulate the sovereign. Traveling in search of knowledge was, according to the precept of the master, a pious duty. From every part of the globe, students and scholars flocked to Cordova, to Baghdad, and to Cairo to listen to the words of the Saracenic sages. Even Christians from remote corners of Europe attended Muslim colleges. Men who became in afterlife the heads of the Christian Church, such as Gerbert, afterwards Pope Sylvester II, who studied at Cordova, acquired their scholarship from Islamic teachers. The rise of Cairo under Al-Mu'izz al-Din Allah added a spirit of rivalry to the patronage of learning on the part of the caliphs of the houses of Abbas and Fatima. Al-Mu'izz was the Ma'mun of the West, the Mecenas of Muslim Africa, which then embraced the whole of the continent, from the eastern confines of Egypt to the shores of the Atlantic and the borders of the Sahara. During the reign of Al-Mu'izz and his first three successors, the arts and sciences flourished under the special and loving protection of the sovereigns. The Free University of Cairo, the Dar al-Hikmah Scientific Institute, established by Al-Mu'izz, quote, anticipated Bacon's ideal with a fact, end quote. The Idrisids at Fez and the Moorish sovereigns in Spain outvied each other in the cultivation of arts and letters. From the shores of the Atlantic eastward to the Indian Ocean, far away even to the Pacific, resounded the voice of philosophy and learning, under Muslim guidance and Muslim inspiration. And when the House of Abbas lost its grasp on the empire of the East, the chiefs who held the reins of government in the tracts which at one time were under the undivided temporal sway of the caliphs extended the same protection to science and literature as the pontiffs, from whom they still derived their title to sovereignty. This glorious period lasted in spite of the triumphs of patristicism and its unconcealed jealousy towards scientific and philosophical pursuits until the fall of Baghdad before the Tartar hordes. But the wild savages who overturned the caliphate and destroyed civilization, as soon as they adopted Islam, became ardent protectors of learning. What was the condition of learning and science in Christendom at this epoch? Under Constantine and his orthodox successors, the Asclepians were closed forever. The public libraries, established by the liberality of the pagan emperors, were dispersed or destroyed. Learning was, quote, branded as magic or punished as treason, end quote, and philosophy and science were exterminated. The ecclesiastical hatred against human learning had found expression in the patristic maxim, "Ignorance is the mother of devotion," and Pope Gregory the Great, the founder of ecclesiastical supremacy, gave effect to this obscurantist dogma by expelling from Rome all scientific studies, and burning the Palatine Library founded by Augustus Caesar. He forbade the study of the ancient writers of Greece and Rome. He introduced and sanctified the mythologic Christianity, which continued for centuries the predominating creed of Europe, with its worship of relics and remains of saints. Science and literature were placed under the ban by Orthodox Christianity, and they succeeded in emancipating themselves only when free thought had broken down the barriers raised by orthodoxy against the progress of the human mind. Abdullah al-Ma'mun has been deservedly styled the Augustus of the Arabs. Quote, "He was not ignorant that they are the elect of God, his best and most useful servants, whose lives are devoted to the improvement of their rational faculties, that the teachers of wisdom are the true luminaries and legislators of the world." End quote. Ma'mun was followed by a brilliant succession of princes who continued his work. Under him and his successors, the principal distinguishing feature of the school of Baghdad was a true and strongly marked scientific spirit, which dominated over all its achievements. The deductive method, hitherto proudly regarded as the invention and sole monopoly of modern Europe, was perfectly understood by the Muslims. Quote, "Marching from the known to the unknown, the school of Baghdad rendered to itself an exact account of the phenomena for the purpose of rising from the effect to the cause, accepting only what had been demonstrated by experience. Such were the principles taught by the Muslim masters. The Arabs of the 9th century," continues the author we are quoting, "were in the possession of that fecund method which was to become long afterwards, in the hands of the moderns, the instrument of their most beautiful discoveries." Volumes would be required to enumerate the host of scientific and learned men who flourished about this epoch, all of whom have in some way or other left their mark on the history of progress. Mashallah and Ahmed ibn Muhammad al-Nihavendi, the most ancient of the Arab astronomers, lived in the reign of Mansur. The former, who has been called the Phoenix of his time by Abul Faraj, wrote several valuable treatises on the astrolabe and the armillary sphere, and the nature and movements of celestial bodies, works which still evoke the admiration of scientists. Ahmed al-Nihavendi wrote from his own observations an astronomical table, al-Mustamal, which formed a decided advance upon the notions of both the Greeks and the Hindus. Under Ma'mun, the Almagest of Ptolemy was retranslated, and the verified tables prepared by famous astronomers like Sand ibn Ali, Yahya ibn Abi Mansur, and Khalid ibn Abdul Malik. Their observations connected with the equinoxes, the eclipses, the apparitions of the comets, and other celestial phenomena were valuable in the extreme, and added greatly to human knowledge. Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi made a new translation under the orders of Ma'mun of the Siddhanta, or the Indian tables with notes and observations. Al-Kindi wrote 200 works on various subjects: arithmetic, geometry, philosophy, meteorology, optics, and medicine. Thoroughly versed in the language of the Greeks, he derived from the schools of Athens and Alexandria part of the information which he embodied in his invaluable treatises. His works, says Sediou, are full of curious and interesting facts. Abu Ma'shar, corrupted by the Europe of the Middle Ages into Al-Bumazar, made the celestial phenomena his special study, and the Zij Abi Ma'shar, or the Table of Abu Ma'shar, has always remained one of the chief sources of astronomical knowledge. The discoveries of the sons of Musa ibn Shakir, Muhammad, Ahmed, and Hassan, who flourished under Ma'mun and his two immediate successors, especially with respect to the evaluations of the mean movement of the sun and other astral bodies, are almost as exact as the latest discoveries of Europe. They ascertained with wonderful precision, considering the appliances they possessed, the obliquity of the ecliptic, and marked for the first time the variations of the lunar altitudes. They also observed and determined with remarkable accuracy the precession of the equinoxes and the movements of the solar apogee, which were utterly unknown to the Greeks. They calculated the size of the earth from the measurement of a degree on the shore of the Red Sea, This at a time when Christian Europe was asserting the flatness of the globe. Abul Hassan invented the telescope, of which he speaks as, quote, a tube to the extremities of which were attached diopters, end quote. These, quote-unquote, tubes were improved and used afterwards in the observatories of Maragha and Cairo with great success. Al-Nairezi and Muhammad ibn Isa Abu Abdullah continued the great work of Musa ibn Shakir's sons. By the time al-Battani appeared, the Muslims had evolved from the crude astronomy of the ancients a regular and harmonious science. Al-Battani, though surpassed by his successors, occupies a high position among astronomers, and a competent judge pronounces his role to be the same among the Saracens as that of Ptolemy among the Greeks. His astronomical tables, translated into Latin, furnished the groundwork of astronomy in Europe for many centuries. He is, however, best known in the history of mathematics as the introducer of the sine and cosine instead of the chord in astronomical and trigonometrical calculations. Among the numerous astronomers who lived and worked in Baghdad at the close of the 10th century, the names of two men, Ali ibn Amajur and Abul Hassan Ali ibn Amajur, generally known as Banu Amajur, stand prominently forward. They are noted for their calculation of the lunar movements. Owing to the weakness of the central power and an increasing inability to maintain the sway of the caliphate in outlying and distant parts, there arose on the confines of the empire, towards the end of the 10th century, several quasi-independent chiefs. Spain had been lost to the Abbasids at the commencement of their rule. About this period, the Bani Idris established themselves at Fez, the Bani Rustam at Tahart, and the Bani Aghlab at Kairouan in Africa. Soon, however, the whole of the northern part of that continent was brought under the domination of the Bani Fatima, and then another era of glory for arts and literature commenced. Fez, Meknasa, Segelmessa, Tahart, Tlemcen, Kairouan, but above all Cairo, became centers of culture and learning. In Khorasan, the Tahirids, in Transoxania, the Samanids, the Buids in Tabaristan, and afterwards in Persia and Baghdad, as mayors of the palace, extended a lavish patronage to scientists and scholars. Abdurrahman Sufi, one of the most brilliant physicists of the age, was an intimate friend of the Buid Amir Azud ud-Dawla, deservedly called the second Augustus of the Arabs. Abdurrahman improved the photometry of the stars. Azud ud-Dawla, himself a scholar and a mathematician, welcomed to his palace as honored guests the learned men who flocked to Baghdad from every part of the globe, and took part in their scientific controversies. Footnote: to Azud ud-Dawla, Malik Fana Khusru, Baghdad owed several hospitals for the sick and refuges for orphans. He built magnificent mausoleums over the tombs of Ali and Hussein at Najaf and Karbala. He rendered navigable the river which flows by Shiraz by erecting the famous dike called Bend Amir. End of footnote. Jafar, the son of the Caliph Muqtafi Billah, made important observations regarding the erratic movements of the comets, and wrote a treatise on them. And other princes cultivated the sciences side by side with their subjects. Under the Buids flourished a host of astronomers, physicists, and mathematicians, of whom only two need be mentioned here, Al-Kohi and Abul Wafa. Al-Kohi studied and wrote on the movements of the planets. His discoveries concerning the summer solstice and the autumnal equinox added materially to the store of human knowledge. Abul Wafa was born in 939 AC at Buzjan in Khorasan. He established himself in Iraq in 959, where he applied himself chiefly to mathematics and astronomy. His Zij al-Shamil, the Consolidated or General Table, is a monument of industry and keen and accurate observation. He introduced the use of the secant and the tangent in trigonometry and astronomical observations, but this was not all, says M. Sédiot. Struck by the imperfection of the lunar theory of Ptolemy, he verified the ancient observations and discovered, independently of the equation of the center and the eviction, a third inequality, which is no other than the variation determined 6 centuries later by Tycho Brahe." Under the Fatimids of Egypt, Cairo had become a new intellectual and scientific center. Here flourished in the reigns of Aziz Billah and Hakim bi Amrillah one of the master spirits of the age, Ibn Yunus, the inventor of the pendulum and the measurement of time by its oscillations. Footnote: Aziz Billah is one of the greatest sovereigns Egypt ever had. Quote, "He loved his people as they loved him." He was married to a Christian lady, whose brothers, Jeremiah and Arvenius, held the posts of patriarchs, one of Jerusalem and the other of Alexandria. Both of them belonged to the Orthodox or Melkite sect. End of footnote. He is, however, famous for his great work named after his patron and sovereign, Zij al-Akbar al-Hakimi, which soon displaced the work of Claudius Ptolemy. It was reproduced among the Persians by the astronomer-poet Omar Khayyam, 1079, among the Greeks in the syntax of Chrysokokka, among the Mongols by Nasiruddin Tusi in the Zij al-Khani, and among the Chinese in the astronomy of Zhou Chongqing in 1280. And thus what is attributed to the ancient civilization of China is only a borrowed light from the Muslims. Ibn Yunus died in 1009, and his discoveries were continued by Ibn Nabdi, who lived in Cairo in 1040, and Hassan ibn Haytham, commonly called in Europe Al-Hazan, and famous for the discovery of atmospheric refraction. He flourished about the end of the 11th century and was a distinguished astronomer and optician. He was born in Spain but resided chiefly in Egypt. He is best known in Europe by his works on optics, one of which has been translated into Latin by Risner. He corrected the Greek misconception as to the nature of vision, and demonstrated for the first time that the rays of light come from external objects to the eye, and do not issue forth from the eye and impinge on external things. He determined the retina as the seat of vision, and proved that the impressions made upon it were conveyed along the optic nerves to the brain. He explained the phenomena of a single vision by the formation of visual images on symmetrical portions of the two retinas. He discovered that the refraction of light varies with the density of the atmosphere, and that atmospheric density again varies with the height. He explained accurately and clearly how, in consequence of this refraction, astral bodies are seen before they have actually arisen and after they have set, and demonstrated that the beautiful phenomenon of twilight was due to the effect of atmospheric refraction combined with the reflecting action of the air upon the course of the ray of light. In his book called The Balance of Wisdom, he discusses dynamical principles generally supposed to be the monopoly of modern science. He describes minutely the connection between the weight of the atmosphere and its density, and how material objects vary in weight in a rare and in a dense atmosphere. He discusses the submergence of floating bodies and the force with which they rise to the surface when immersed in light or heavy media. He fully understands the principle of gravitation and recognizes gravity as a force. He knows correctly the relation between the velocities, spaces, and times of falling bodies, and has very distinct ideas of capillary attraction. Footnote: the analyst Aini says that at this period the public library of Cairo contained over 2 million books, of which 6,000 treated exclusively of mathematics and astronomy. I have only mentioned a few of the names among the thousands of mathematicians and physicists who flourished during this epoch, when the scientific spirit of Islam was at its zenith. End of footnote. In Spain, the same activity of mind was at work from the Pyrenees to the Straits. Seville, Cordova, Granada, Murcia, Toledo, and other places possessed their public libraries and colleges, where they gave free instruction in science and letters. Of Cordova, an English writer speaks thus: "Beautiful as were the palaces and gardens of Cordova, her claims to admiration in higher matters were no less strong. The mind was as lovely as the body. Her professors and teachers made her the center of European culture. Students would come from all parts of Europe to study under her famous doctors, and even the nun Hroswitha, far away in her Saxon convent of Gaudersheim, when she told of the martyrdom of Eulogius, could not refrain from singing the praises of Cordova, the brightest splendor of the world. Every branch of science was seriously studied there, and medicine received more and greater additions by the discoveries of the doctors and surgeons of Andalusia than it had gained during all the centuries that had elapsed since the days of Galen. Astronomy, geography, chemistry, natural history, all were studied with ardor at Cordova. And as for the graces of literature, there never was a time in Europe when poetry became so much the speech of everybody, when people of all ranks composed those Arabic verses which perhaps suggested models for the ballads and canzonets of the Spanish minstrels and the troubadours of Provence and Italy. No speech or address was complete without some scrap of verse, improvised on the spur of the moment by the speaker, or quoted by memory from some famous poet." End quote. To these we may add the words of Renan. The taste for science and literature had, by the 10th century, established in this privileged corner of the world a toleration of which modern times hardly offer us an example. Christians, Jews, and Mussulmans spoke the same tongue, sang the same songs, participated in the same literary and scientific studies. All the barriers which separated the various peoples were effaced. All worked with one accord in the work of a common civilization. The mosques of Cordova, where the students could be counted by thousands, became the active centers of philosophical and scientific studies. End quote. Footnote: the golden age of literature and science in Spain was under Hakam el-Mustansir Billah, who died in 976 A.C. The catalogue of his library consists of 44 quartos. He employed agents in every quarter of the globe to procure for him, at any price, scientific works, ancient and modern. He paid to Abul Faraj al-Isfahani 1,000 dinars of gold for the first copy of his celebrated anthology Kitab-ul-Aghani, and a footnote. The first observatory in Europe was built by the Arabs. The Giralda, or Tower of Seville, was erected under the superintendence of the great mathematician Jabir ibn Afiya in 1190 AC for the observation of the heavens. Its fate was not a little characteristic. After the expulsion of the Moors, it was turned into a belfry, the Spaniards not knowing what else to do with it. Omar ibn Khaldun, Yaqub ibn Tariq, Muslima al-Maghribi, and the famous Averroes, Abul Walid Muhammad ibn Rushd, are some of the physicists whom we may mention here. Nor was Western Africa inactive during this period. Ceuta and Tangier, Fez and Morocco rivaled Cordova, Seville, and Granada. Their colleges sent out able professors, and numerous learned works testified to the indefatigable ardor of the Muslim mind in all departments of learning. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 9, The Literary and Scientific Spirit of Islam, continued. The beginning of the 11th century saw a great change in the political condition of Central Asia. The rise of Mahmud, the great Ghaznavid conqueror, AC 996 to 1030, Yamin-ud-Dawla and Amin-ul-Millah, right hand of the empire and custodian of the faith, brought Transoxania, Afghanistan, and Persia under the sovereignty of Ghazni. He collected round him a body of scholars and litterateurs who shed a glorious luster on his brilliant reign. Attached to the renovated, quote-unquote, orthodoxy of Al-Ash'ari, and consequently piously inimical to the rationalistic school of thinkers, chary in his munificence to the poets who made his name famous in the annals of the world, he yet had the genius to perceive the merits of men like Abu Rayhan Muhammad ibn Ahmed al-Bayruni, philosopher, mathematician, and geographer; Ferdowsi, the prince of poets; Daqiqi, and Unsuri. Al-Bayruni's mind was encyclopedic. His work on astronomy, entitled after his patron Sultan Masud, Al-Qanun al-Masudi, Canon Masudicus, is a monument of learning and research. He traveled into India and studied the language of the Hindus, their sciences, their philosophy and literature, and embodied his observations in a work which has recently been furnished to us in an English garb. The philosophical and scientific, not to say sympathetic, spirit which animates Al-Biruni in the treatment of his subject is in marked contrast to the mode still in vogue among Western nations, and serves as an index to the intellectual character of Islam. The Indica of Al-Biruni shows the extent to which the Muslims had utilized the treasures of Greek learning and turned them to fruitful purposes. Besides these two great works, he wrote on mathematics, chronology, mathematical geography, physics, and chemistry. Al-Biruni communicated to the Hindus the knowledge of the Baghdadian school in return for their notions and traditions. He found among them the remains of Greek science, which had been transported to India in the early centuries of the Christian era, or perhaps earlier, during the existence of the Greco-Bactrian dynasties. The Hindus do not seem to have possessed any advanced astronomical science of their own, for had it been otherwise, we doubtless would have heard about it, as Sedillo rightly observes, from the Greek writers of the times of Alexander and the Seleucidae. They, like the Chinese, borrowed most of their scientific ideas from foreign sources and modified them according to their national characteristics. Under the successors of Mahmud, learning and arts flourished abundantly. The rise of the Seljukids and their grand munificence towards scholarship and science rivaled that of the golden days of the Abbasid rule. Tugril, Alp Arslan, Malik Shah, and Sanjar were not only remarkable for the greatness of their power, the clear comprehension of what constituted the welfare of their subjects, but were equally distinguished for their intellectual gifts and ardent enthusiasm in the cause of learning. Jalaluddin Malik Shah, 1073 to 1092 A.C., and his vizier, Khwaja Hassan Nizamul Mulk, i.e., the administrator of the empire, collected round them a galaxy of astronomers, poets, scholars, and historians. The astronomical observations conducted in his reign by a body of savants, with Amar Khayyam and Abdurrahman al-Hazini at their head, led to the reform of the calendar, which preceded the Gregorian by 600 years, and is said by a competent authority to be even more exact. The era which was introduced upon these observations was named after Malik Shah, the Jalalian. The destructive inroads of the Christian marauders, who called themselves Crusaders, was disastrous to the cause of learning and science in Western Asia and Northern Africa. Barbarous savages, hounded to rapine and slaughter by crazy priests, they knew neither mercy for the weakness of sex or age, nor the value of letters or arts. They destroyed the splendid library of Tripoli without compunction. They reduced to ashes many of the glorious centers of Saracenic culture and arts. Christian Europe has held up to obloquy the apocryphal destruction of the Alexandrian library, which had already been burned in the time of Julius Caesar, but it has no word of blame for the crimes of her crusaders 5 centuries later. The calamities inflicted by the crusaders were lasting in their effect, and in spite of the endeavors of Saladin and his sons to restore the intellectual life of Syria, it has remained dead from that day to this. In the interval which elapsed between the rise of Mahmud and the fall of Baghdad, there flourished a number of philosophers and scientists, among whom shine the great Avicenna, Abu Ali Hussein ibn Sina, Fath ibn Nabigha Haqqani, Mubashir ibn Ahmed, and his son Muhammad. The eruption of the Mongols upon the Saracenic world was not like the invasion of the Roman Empire by the northern barbarians. These had proceeded slowly, and in their comparatively gradual progress towards the heart of the empire, they had become partially softened, and had to some extent cast off their pristine ferocity. The case was otherwise with the hordes of the devastator Chinggis. They swept like overwhelming torrents over Western Asia. Wherever they went, they left misery and desolation. Their barbarous campaigns and their savage slaughters put an end for the time to the intellectual development of Asia, but the moment the wild savages adopted the religion of the Prophet of Arabia, a change came over them. From the destroyers of the seats of learning and arts, they became the founders of academies and the protectors of the learned. Sultan Khodabenda Uljaitu Khan, sixth in descent from Chinggis, was distinguished for his attainments and his patronage of the sciences. But the fearful massacres which the barbarians had committed among the settled and cultured population of the towns destroyed most of the gifted classes, with the result that, though the great cities like Bukhara and Samarkand rose again into splendor, they became nevertheless the seats of a narrower culture, more casuistical and theological than before. And yet the Mongols protected philosophers like Nasir-ud-Din Tusi, Muwayyad-ud-Din al-Orazi of Damascus, Fakhruddin al-Maraghi, Muhyiddin al-Maghribi, Ali Shah al-Bukhari, and many others. The successors of Hulaku tried thus to restore to Islam what their ancestor had destroyed. Whilst the Mongols in Persia were employed in making some amends to civilization, Kublai Khan transported to China the learning of the Arabs. Ko Cho King received in 1280 from Jamaluddin the tables of Ibn Yunus and appropriated them for Chinese purposes. Ibn Shathir, who lived in the reign of Muhammad ibn Kalawun, the Mamluk sovereign of Egypt, developed still further the mathematical and astronomical sciences. And now arose on the eastern horizon the comet-like personality of Timur. Quote, "From his throne in Samarkand, this titan of the 14th century called into being the greatest empire ever seen in Asia, and seemed to extinguish in his one resistless will the immemorial antagonism of Iran and Turan." He was a patron of science and poetry, himself fond of the society of the scholars and artists of his day, an author as well as a legislator of no mean order. Footnote: the Malfuzat-e Timuri, the Institutes of Timur, are couched in the style of the old Assyrian and Kianian monarchs. End of footnote. Magnificent colleges, splendid mosques, vast libraries testified to the taste for letters of this remarkable man. His vast system of colonization filled the great cities of Eastern Asia, especially Samarkand, with the splendor of all the arts and sciences known to the West. Timur established, quote, "the most brilliant empire known to the history of Islam, except that of the Umayyads in Spain and that of the first Abbasids in Arabistan." Jami, master of sciences, Suhaili, translator of Pilpay, Ali Syed Ameer, were some of the men who shed luster on the reigns of his successors. The college founded by his consort, Bibi Khanum, and known by her name, still strikes the observer as one of the most imposing and most beautiful products of Saracenic architecture. Timur's son, Shah Rukh Mirza, imitated his father in the cultivation and patronage of arts and letters. His peaceful reign of nearly half a century was remarkable for high intellectual culture and scientific study. When he transported his government from Samarkand to Herat, the former city lost none of its splendor. Ulugh Beg, his son, charged with the government of Transoxania, maintained the literary and scientific glories of Samarkand. Himself an astronomer of a high rank, he presided at the observations which have immortalized his name. The tables in which those observations were embodied complete the cycle of Arabian thought. Ulugh Beg is separated by only a century and a half from Kepler, the founder of modern astronomy. It was, however, not astronomy only which the Muslims cultivated and improved. Every branch of higher mathematics bears traces of their genius. The Greeks are said to have invented algebra, but among them, as Oelsner has justly remarked, it was confined to furnishing amusement, quote, for the plays of the goblet, end quote. The Muslims applied it to higher purposes and thus gave it a value hitherto unknown. Under Ma'mun they had discovered the equations of the second degree, and very soon after they developed the theory of quadratic equations and the binomial theorem. Not only algebra, geometry, and arithmetics, but optics and mechanics made remarkable progress in the hands of the Muslims. They invented spherical trigonometry. They were the first to apply algebra to geometry, to introduce the tangent, and to substitute the sine for the arc in trigonometrical calculations. Their progress in mathematical geography was no less remarkable. The works of Ibn Hawkal, of Makrizi, al-Istakhri, Masoudi, al-Bayruni, al-Kumi, and al-Idrisi, Kazwini, Ibn al-Wardi, and Abul Fida show what the Saracens attained in this department of science, called by them the Rasm ul-Ard. At a time when Europe firmly believed in the flatness of the earth and was ready to burn any foolhardy person who thought otherwise, the Arabs taught geography by globes. The physical sciences were as diligently cultivated. The method of experimentation was substituted for theorizing, and the crude ideas of the ancients were developed into positive sciences. Footnote: Humboldt calls the Arabs the real founders of the physical sciences, end quote. Chemistry, botany, geology, natural history, among others, occupied the attention and exercised the energies of the ablest men. Chemistry as a science is unquestionably the invention of the Muslims. Abu Musa Jabir, the Jabir of Christian writers, is the true father of modern chemistry. Footnote: Abu Musa Jabir ibn Hayyan was a native of Tarsus. Ibn Khalikan says, Jabir compiled a work of 2,000 pages in which he inserted the problems of his master, the Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, which formed 500 treatises. End of footnote. Quote, his name is memorable in chemistry, since it marks an epoch in that science of equal importance to that of Priestley and Lavoisier. End quote. He was followed by others whose originality and industry, profoundness of knowledge, and keenness of observation evoke the astonishment of students and make them look with regret upon the inertness of the latter-day Muslim. The science of medicine and the art of surgery, the best index to a nation's genius and a severe test to the intellectual spirit of a faith, were developed to the highest degree. Medicine had undoubtedly attained a high degree of excellence among the Greeks, but the Arabs carried it far beyond the stage in which their predecessors in the work of civilization had left it, and brought it close to the modern standard. We can give here but a small conception of the work done by the Saracens for several centuries in this department of human study and in the development of the natural sciences. The study of medical substances, the idea of which struck Dioscorides in the Alexandrian school, is in its scientific form a creation of the Arabs. They invented chemical pharmacy and were the first founders of those institutions which are now called dispensaries. Footnote: the persons in charge of the dispensaries were under the control of government. The price and quality of medicine were strictly regulated. Many dispensaries were maintained by the state. There were regular examinations for physicians and pharmacists, at which licenses were given to past candidates. The license holders were alone entitled to practice. End of footnote. They established in every city public hospitals called Dar ush-Shifa, the House of Cure, or Maristan, an abbreviation of Bimaristan, the patient's house, and maintained them at the expense of the state. The names of the Arab physicians in the biographical dictionary of Abi Usaybiyah fill a volume. Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi, known to medieval Europe as Rhazes, who flourished in the beginning of the 10th century, Ali ibn Abbas, Avicenna, Abu Ali Hussein ibn Sina, Al-Bukaysis, Abu al-Qasim Khalaf ibn Abbas, Avenzoar, Abu Marwan ibn Abdul Malik ibn Zukhr, Averroes, Abu al-Walid Muhammad ibn Rushd, and Ibn Bethar, Abdullah ibn Ahmed ibn Ali al-Baythar, the veterinary, are some of the most brilliant and most distinguished physicians who have left an enduring impression on the world of thought. Footnote: this great physician, surnamed Razi from the place of his birth, Rai, ancient Rages, filled successively the office of principal of the public hospitals at Rai, Jund Shapur, and Baghdad. He wrote the Hawi, which Sédillot calls un corpus médical fort estimé. His treatises on smallpox and measles have been consulted by the physicians of all nations. He introduced the use of minoratives, invented the seton, and discovered the nerve of the larynx. He wrote 200 medical works, some of which were published in Venice in 1510. Al-Razi died in AH 311, AC 923 or 4. Ali ibn Abbas flourished 50 years later than Rhazes. He published a medical work on the theory and practice of medicine, which he dedicated to the Buyid Amir Azud-ud-Dawla. His work was translated into Latin in 1227 and printed at Lyon in 1523 by Michel Capella. Ali ibn Abbas corrected many of the errors of Hippocrates and Galen. Ibn Zukhr, or Avenzoar, was one of the most distinguished physicians of his age. Born at Penaflor, he entered, after finishing his medical and scientific studies, the service of Yusuf bin Tashfin, the great Almoravid monarch of Africa, who covered the rising physician with honors and riches. Ibn Zukhr joined, like Albucasis, the practice of medicine with surgery. He was the first to conceive the idea of bronchotomy, with exact indications of the luxations and fractures, and discovered several important maladies with their treatment. His son followed in his father's steps and was the chief surgeon and physician of Yusuf bin Tashfin's army. Averroes was the Avicenna of the West. His life and writings have been given to the world by Renan. He was a contemporary of Ibn Zukhr, Ibn Bajjah, and Ibn Tufail. Of Averroes and his contemporaries we shall have to speak in the next chapter. Besides these may be mentioned Abul Hasan ibn Talmidh, author of Al-Malihi, Abu Ja'far Ahmed ibn Muhammad at-Talib, who wrote on pleurisy, etc., and Hibatullah. Al-Baythar traveled all over the East to find medicinal herbs, on which he wrote an exhaustive treatise. The Arab physicians introduced the use of the rhubarb, cassia, senna, camphor, the pulp of the tamarind, tamr hindi, Indian date, etc. End of footnote. Al-Bukaysis was not only a physician but a surgeon of the first rank. He performed the most difficult surgical operations in his own and the obstetrical department. In Operations on Women, we are informed by him in which considerations of delicacy intervened, the services of properly instructed women were secured. The ample description he has left of the surgical instruments employed in his time gives an idea of the development of surgery among the Arabs. Footnote: in lithotomy he was equal to the foremost surgeons of modern times. End of footnote. Avicenna was unquestionably the most gifted man of his age, a universalist in genius and encyclopedic in his writings. A philosopher, mathematician, astronomer, poet, and physician, he has left his influence impressed on 2 continents, and well deserves the title of Aristotle of the East. In spite of patristic jealousy, his philosophic ideas exercised an undisputed sway for several centuries in the schools of the East as well as of Europe. Avicenna is commonly known in Asia as the Sheikh par excellence. He was born in the year 980 AC at a village called Afshana in Transoxania, of which place his father was the governor. He finished his medical studies in Bukhara at the age of 18, when commenced an extraordinary political and philosophical career. His tenacity in refusing the liberal offers of Mahmud the Conqueror to join his service led to his expulsion from the Ghaznavid dominions. He soon became the vizier of Shams-ud-Dawla, Amir of Hamadan, and afterwards Ala-ud-Dawla, Amir of Isfahan, where he pursued his scientific and philosophical studies and wrote his great works, the Kanun and the Arjuza, afterwards the foundation of all medical knowledge. The Greeks possessed crude notions of anatomy, and their knowledge of pharmacy was restricted within a very narrow compass. The Muslims developed both anatomy and pharmacy into positive sciences. The wide extent of the empire enabled researches and investigations in every quarter of the globe, with the result that they enriched the existing pharmacopoeia by innumerable and invaluable additions. Botany they advanced far beyond the state in which it had been left by Dioscorides, and augmented the herbology of the Greeks by the addition of 2,000 plants. Regular gardens existed both in Cordova and Baghdad, at Cairo and Fez for the education of pupils, where discourses were delivered by the most learned in the sciences. Ad-Damiri, Al-Damri, is famous in the Muslim world for his History of Animals, a work which forestalled Buffon by 700 years. Geology was cultivated under the name of Ilm Tashrihul Ard, the science of the anatomy of the earth. The superiority of the Muslims in architecture requires no comment, for the glorious remains of Saracenic arts in the East and in the West still evoke the admiration of the modern world. Their religion has been charged with their backwardness in painting and sculpture, but it must be borne in mind that the prohibition contained in the Quran is similar to the Levitical commandment. It was but a continuation of the Mosaic law, which had so effectually suppressed the making of quote-unquote graven images among the Jews, and its signification rests upon the inveterate idolatry of the pre-Islamite Arabs. To the early Muslims, therefore, painting and statuary were odious and unlawful, as emblematic of heathenism, and this deeply implanted iconoclasm undoubtedly saved them from relapsing, as other nations had done, into idolatry. But with the gradual development of the primitive commonwealth into a civilized and cultured empire, and with the ascendancy of learning and science, the Muslims grasped the spirit of the prohibition and cast off the fetters of narrow literalism. No doubt the spirit of rationalism, which so deeply influenced the early Abbasid and Spanish caliphs, was the actual cause of the impetus given by them to art. Hence, throughout the Muslim world, a taste for painting and sculpture arose simultaneously with the progress of literature and science. The palaces of the caliphs, the mansions of the sovereigns who followed in their footsteps, and the houses of the grandees were decorated with pictures and sculptures. To the Prophet's prohibition of graven images or paintings in mosques, the world is indebted for the art of the arabesque, which possesses such peculiar charm in the decoration of Oriental buildings, and which has been widely adopted by Western art. With the gradual enlightenment of the Muslims by contact with the arts of other nations, animals and flowers, birds and fruits were introduced into arabesque, but the figures of animated beings were throughout absolutely interdicted in the decoration of places of worship. In purity of form and simplicity of outline, in the gracefulness of design and perfection of symmetry, in the harmony of every detail, in the exquisiteness of finish and sublimity of conception, Muslim architecture is equal to any in the world, and the chaste and graceful ornamentation with which so many of the grandest monuments are adorned indicates a refinement of taste and culture surpassing any of the great monumental relics of ancient Greece or modern Europe. Another branch of Muslim decorative art is that of ornamental writing, which is so often utilized with remarkable effect in the adornment of mosques, mausolea, and palaces, where whole chapters of the Koran are carved or inlaid round domes and minarets, doors and arches, testifying to the same religious earnestness, yet in a purely monotheistic spirit, as the pictures of saints and martyrs which decorate Christian churches. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 9, The Literary and Scientific Spirit of Islam, continued. Before the promulgation of Islam, the profession of music among the Arabs was confined to the slaves of both sexes imported from Syria and Persia, or to the class of Hittite called Qiyan. The Prophet had discountenanced for obvious moral reasons the songs and dances of these degraded women. But under the Abbasids and the Spanish Arab kings, when music was elevated to the rank of a science and its cultivation was recognized as an art, a love for music spread among all the classes of society. A large literature grew up on the subject. Songs were collected and classified according to their melodies and keys, and the musical instruments of the ancients were improved and new ones invented. The sharp conflict between rationalism and patristicism, between idealism and literalism, which marked the middle of the 12th century, drove this sweetest of arts back into the arms of the servile classes, or forced it to seek a refuge in the chapels of the dervishes. A large general literature existed on the subject of commerce, agriculture, handicraft, and manufacture, the latter including every conceivable subject, from porcelain to weapons of war. In historical research, the Muslims have not been behind any other nation, ancient or modern. At first, attention was devoted chiefly to the history of the Prophet, but soon the primitive idea widened into a broad conception, Archaeology, geography, and ethnology were included in history, and the greatest minds applied themselves to the pursuit of this captivating branch of study. Between the simple work of Ibn Ishaq and the universal history of Ibn Khaldun, there is a great difference, but the intervening space is occupied by a host of writers, the product of whose labors supplies some index to the intellectual activity of the Saracenic nations under the inspiration of Islam. Baladuri, who died in 279 AH, AC 892, was born at Baghdad, where he lived and worked. His Conquest of the Countries, Futuh al-Buldan, is written in admirable style and marks a distinct advance of the historical spirit. Hamadani, who flourished towards the end of the 3rd and the beginning of the 4th century of the Hijra, gave to the world a comprehensive history of southern Arabia, with an account of its tribes, its numerous remains of interest, with explanations of their inscriptions, as well as the ethnography and geography of Yemen. It is, however, in the monumental works of Mas'udi, of al-Bayruni, of Ibn al-Athir, of Tabari, of Ibn Khaldun, called by Moll the Montesquieu of Islam, of Makrizi, Makkari, Abul Fida, Nuwairi, and Mirhond, that the mental vigor of the Muslim races in this department of knowledge is found in full play. These men were not specialists only, they were encyclopedists, philosophers, mathematicians, geographers, as well as historians. Mas'udi was a native of Baghdad, but by descent a northern Arab, who in his early youth traveled and saw the greater part of the Mohammedan world. He first went to India, visited Multan and Mansura, then traveled over Persia and Kerman, again went to India, remained for some time at Cambay, Cambaja, and the Deccan, went to Ceylon, sailed from there to Cambalu, Madagascar, and went from there to Oman, and perhaps even reached the Indo-Chinese peninsula and China. He had traveled far in Central Asia and reached the Caspian Sea. After finishing his travels, he lived for some time in Tiberias and Antioch, and afterwards took up his abode in Basra, where he first published his great work called the Muruj uz-Zahab. Afterwards he removed to Fustat, Old Cairo, where he published the Kitab ut-Tanbih, and later the Mirat uz-Zaman, or the Mirror of the Times, a voluminous work which is only partially preserved. Footnote: I am told that the library in Vienna contains a historical work by the same author consisting of some 30 volumes, which bears the name of the Akhbar uz-Zaman. Perhaps this is the same work as Mirat uz-Zaman. End of footnote. In the Muruj uz-Zahab, the Golden Meadows, quote, he tells the rich experiences of his life in the amiable and cheerful manner of a man who had seen various lands, experienced life in all its phases, and who takes pleasure not only in instructing but in amusing his reader. Without burdening us with the names of the authorities, without losing himself in long explanations, he delights in giving prominence to that which strikes him as wonderful, rare, and interesting, and to portray people and manners with conciseness and anecdotic skill. Tabari, Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Jarir, surnamed the Livy of the Arabs, who died in Baghdad in 922 AC, brought his work down to the year 302 of the Hijra, 914 AC. It was continued to the end of the 12th century by Al-Makin or Al-Masin. Ibn Ulathir, surnamed Izzuddin, glory of religion, was a native of Jazir Bani Oman in Iraq, but resided chiefly at Mosul, where his house was the resort of the most distinguished scholars and savants of the time. His universal history, known as the El-Kamil, which ends with the year 1231 AC, may be compared with the best works of modern Europe. Makrizi, Taqiyuddin Ahmed, died in 1442 AC, was a contemporary of Ibn Khaldun. His works on Egypt furnish a vivid picture of the political, religious, social, commercial, archaeological, and administrative condition of the country. Abul Fida, whom we have already mentioned as a geographer, was the Prince of Hama at the commencement of the 14th century. Distinguished alike in the pursuit of arms as in letters, gifted with eminent qualities, he occupies a prominent place among the scholars and scientists of the East. The portion of his great work which deals with the political and literary history of Islam and its relations to the Byzantines from the 8th to the 12th century is extremely valuable. Ibn Khaldun flourished in the 14th century of the Christian era. Born in Tunis in 1332, he was in the midst of all the revolutions of which Africa was the theater in the 14th century. His magnificent history is preceded by a prolegomena, in itself a storehouse of information and philosophical dissertation. In the prolegomena he traces the origin of society, the development of civilization, the causes which led to the rise and fall of kingdoms and dynasties, and discusses, among other questions, the influence of climate on the formation of a nation's character. He died in the year 1406 AC. The Arabs invented the mariner's compass and voyaged to all parts of the world in quest of knowledge or in the pursuit of commerce. They established colonies in Africa, far to the south of the Indian archipelago, on the coast of India, and on the Malayan peninsula. Even China opened her barred gates to Muslim colonists and mercenaries. They discovered the Azores, and it is even surmised penetrated as far as America. Within the confines of the ancient continents, they gave an unprecedented and almost unparalleled impulse in every direction to human industry. The Prophet had inculcated labor as a duty. He had given the impress of piety to industrial pursuits. He had recommended commerce and agriculture as meritorious in the sight of the Lord. These precepts had their natural result. The merchants, the traders, the industrial classes in general were treated with respect, and governors, generals, and savants disdained not to call themselves by the title of their professions. The peace and security with which caravans traveled the empire, the perfect safety of the roads, the cisterns and tanks and reservoirs and rest houses which existed everywhere along the routes, all aided in the rapid development of commerce and trade, and arts and manufactures. The Arabs covered the countries where they settled with networks of canals. To Spain they gave the system of irrigation by floodgates, wheels, and pumps. Whole tracts of land that now lie waste and barren were covered with olive groves, and the environs of Seville alone, under Muslim rule, contained several thousand oil factories. They introduced the staple products, rice, sugar, cotton, and nearly all the fine garden and orchard fruits, together with many less important plants, such as ginger, saffron, myrrh, etc. They opened up the mines of copper, sulfur, mercury, and iron. They established the culture of silk, the manufacture of paper and other textile fabrics, of porcelain, earthenware, iron, steel, and leather. The tapestries of Cordova, the woolen stuffs of Murcia, the silks of Granada, Almeria, and Seville, the steel and gold work of Toledo, the paper of Saliba were sought all over the world. The ports of Malaga, Cartagena, Barcelona, and Cadiz were vast commercial emporiums for export and import. In the days of their prosperity, the Spanish Arabs maintained a merchant navy of more than 1,000 ships. They had factories and representatives on the Danube. With Constantinople they possessed a great trade, which ramified from the Black Sea and the eastern shores of the Mediterranean into the interior of Asia, and reached the ports of India and China, and extended along the African coast as far as Madagascar. Quote, "In the midst of the 10th century, when Europe was about in the same condition that Caffraria is now, enlightened Moors like Abul Qasim were writing treatises on the principles of trade and commerce." End quote. In order to supply an incentive to commercial enterprise and to further the impulse to travel, geographical registers, gazetteers, and itineraries were published under the authority of government, containing minute description of the places to which they related, with particulars of the routes and other necessary matters. Travelers like Ibn Battuta visited foreign lands in quest of information, and wrote voluminous works on the peoples of those countries, on their fauna and flora, their mineral products, their climatic and physical features, with astonishing perspicacity and keenness of observation. The love of learning and arts was by no means confined to one sex. The culture and education of the women proceeded on parallel lines with that of the men, and women were as keen in the pursuit of literature and as devoted to science as men. They had their own colleges. Footnote. One well-known institution of this kind was established in Cairo in 684 A.H. by the daughter of the Mamluk Sultan Malik Tahir. End of footnote. They studied medicine and jurisprudence, lectured on rhetoric, ethics, and the belles lettres, and participated with the stronger sex in the glories of a splendid civilization. The wives and daughters of magnates and sovereigns spent their substance on founding colleges and endowing universities, in establishing hospitals for the sick, refuges for the homeless, the orphan, and the widow. Footnote. Zubaydah, the wife of Harun, founded several such refuges, and the hospital built by the wife of Azud-ud-Dawla rivaled her husband's. The daughter of Malik Ashraf, known as the Khatun, erected a splendid college at Damascus. Another college was founded by Zamurud Khatun, wife of Nasr-ud-Dawla of Homs. Many Muslim ladies were distinguished in poetry. Fatima, the Prophet's daughter, holds a high rank among poets. So does the daughter of Aurangzeb, Zeb-un-Nisa, surnamed Mahfi. When Urquhart traveled in Turkey, 3 of the most celebrated living poets were ladies, and one of them, Perişek Hanum, acted as private secretary to Sultan Mustafa. End of footnote. The division and jealousy of the Arab tribes, which had prevented the assimilation and fusion of their several dialects, had nevertheless conduced to the enrichment of the national language as spoken in Hijaz, and the annual conflux of people at Okaz, with the periodical contest of the poets, had imparted to it a regularity and polish. but it was the Koran, quote, a book by the aid of which the Arabs conquered a world greater than that of Alexander the Great, greater than that of Rome, and in as many tens of years as the latter had wanted hundreds to accomplish her conquests, by the aid of which they alone of all the Shemites came to Europe as kings, whither the Phoenicians had come as tradesmen, and the Jews as fugitives or captives, came to Europe to hold up, together with these fugitives, the light to humanity. They alone, while darkness lay around, to raise up the wisdom and knowledge of Hellas from the dead, to teach philosophy, medicine, astronomy, and the golden art of song to the west as to the east, to stand at the cradle of modern science, and to cause us late Epigony forever to weep over the day when Granada fell." It was this book which fixed and preserved forever the Arabic tongue in all its purity. The simple grandeur of its diction, the chaste elegance of its style, the variety of its imageries, the rapid transitions like flashes of lightning, which show the moralist teaching, the philosopher theosophizing, the injured patriot denouncing in fervent expressions the immorality and degradation of his people, and withal the Heavenly Father calling back through his servant his erring children, all mark its unique character among religious records. And the awe and veneration with which the greatest poets of the day listened to its teachings show how deeply it must have moved the people. Delivered at different times, in moments of persecution and anguish, or of energetic action, or enunciated for purposes of practical guidance, there is yet a vitality, an earnestness and energy in every word which differentiates it from all other scriptures. Lest it be thought we are biased in our opinion, we give the words of the great Orientalist whom we have already quoted. Those grand accents of joy and sorrow, of love and valor and passion, of which but faint echoes strike on our ears now, were full-toned at the time of Mohammed, and he had not merely to rival the illustrious of the illustrious, but excel them, to appeal to the superiority of what he said and sang as a very sign and proof of his mission. The poets before him had sung of love. Antara, himself the hero of the most famous novel, sings of the ruin around which ever hover lovers' thoughts, of the dwelling of Abla, who is gone, and her dwelling place knows her not. Mohammed sang none of these. No love minstrelsy his, not the joys of this world, nor sword, nor camel, not jealousy or human vengeance, not the glories of tribe or ancestors, not the unmeaning, swiftly and forever extinguished existence of man were his themes. He preached Islam, and he preached it by rending the skies above and tearing open the ground below, by adjuring heaven and hell, the living and the dead." Another great writer speaks of the Koran in the following terms: "If it is not poetry, and it is hard to say whether it be or not, it is more than poetry. It is not history, nor biography. It is not anthology, like the Sermon on the Mount, nor metaphysical dialectics, like the Buddhist sutras, nor sublime homiletics, like Plato's conferences of the wise and foolish teachers. It is a prophet's cry, Semitic to the core, yet of a meaning so universal and so timely that all the voices of the age take it up, willing or unwilling, and it echoes over palaces and deserts, over cities and empires, first kindling its chosen hearts to world conquest, then gathering itself up unto a reconstructive force that all the creative light of Greece and Asia might penetrate the heavy gloom of Christian Europe, when Christianity was but the queen of night." In general literature, embracing every phase of the human intellect, ethics, metaphysics, logic, rhetoric, the Muslim writers may be counted by hundreds. In poetry, the fertility of the Muslim mind has not been yet surpassed. From Mutanabbi the Arab, not to go back to the poets who flourished in the time of the Prophet, to Ali the Indian, there is an endless succession of poets. Mutanabbi flourished in the 9th century and enjoyed the patronage of Amir Saifuddawla, Abul Hasan Ali bin Hamdan. He was followed by Ibn Durayd, died in AC 933, Abu Ula, died in AC 1057, Ibn Farid, died in AC 1255, Tantarani, died in AC 1092, and others. The Spanish Arabs were nature's poets. They invented the different kinds of poetry which afterwards were adopted as models by the Christian nations of southern Europe. Among the great poets who flourished in Spain, the name of Ahmed ibn Muhammad, Abu Umar, AC 1175, AH 569, is the most famous. We have already mentioned the poets who lived under Mahmud. Ferdowsi, who brought back to life the dead heroes of Iran, rivals the fame of the sovereign, whom first he praised and afterwards satirized. Under the later Ghaznavids and Seljukids flourished the lyric poets Suzeni, AC 1177, AH 573, the creator of the Persian metrical system, and Watwat. The panegyrists Anwari, Hakani, and Zahir Faryabi, the great mystics Sanai, AC 1180, AH 576, whose Hadika is valued wherever the Persian language is known and appreciated, and Fariduddin Attar, AC 1190, AH 586, and the romancist Nizami, the immortal bard of Khusru and Shirin and of Alexander. Under the Atabegs, who rose in power on the decline of the Seljukids, flourished the moralist Sa'di and the mystic Jalaluddin Rumi. Under Timur lived the sweet singer Hafiz, Shamsuddin, called the Anacreon of Persia. These are but a very few of the names famous in the realm of poetry. The pages of Ibn Khallikan and of Lutf Ali Azar speak more eloquently of the poetical genius of the Muslims. Such were the glorious achievements of the Muslims in the field of intellect, and all was due to the teachings of one man, called by his voice from the abyss of barbarism and ignorance in which they had hitherto dwelt, with little hope of the present, with none of the future. The Arab went into the world to elevate and civilize. Afflicted humanity awoke into new life, whilst the barbarians of Europe, who had overturned an effete empire, were groping in the darkness of ignorance and brutality. The Muslims were building up a great civilization. During centuries of moral and intellectual desolation of Europe, Islam led the vanguard of progress. Christianity had established itself on the throne of the Caesars, but it had failed to regenerate the nations of the earth. From the 4th century of the Christian era to the 12th, the gloom that overshadowed Europe grew deeper and deeper. During these ages of ferocious bigotry, ecclesiasticism barred every access through which the light of knowledge, humanity, or civilization could enter. But though jealously shut out from this land of fanaticism, the benignant influences of Islamic culture in time made themselves felt in every part of Christendom. From the schools of Salerno, of Baghdad, of Damascus, of Cordova, of Granada, of Malaga, the Muslims taught the world the gentle lessons of philosophy and the practical teachings of stern science. Footnote: the impetus which Islam gave to the intellectual development of mankind is evidenced by the fact that the Arabs were joined in the race for progress by members of nationalities which had hitherto lain absolutely dormant. Islam quickened the pulse of humanity and awakened new life in communities which were either dead or dying. End of footnote. The first manifestation of rationalism in the West occurred in the province most amenable to the power of Muslim civilization. Ecclesiasticism crushed this fair flower with fire and with sword, and threw back the progress of the world for centuries. But the principles of free thought, so strongly impressed on Islam, had communicated their vitality to Christian Europe. Abelard had felt the power of Averroes's genius, which was shedding its light over the whole of the Western world. Abelard struck a blow for free thought, which led to the eventual emancipation of Christendom from the bondage of ecclesiasticism. Pace and Averroes were the precursors of Descartes, Hobbes, and Locke. The influence of Abelard and of his school soon penetrated into England. Wycliffe's originality of thought and freedom of spirit took their rise from the bold conceptions of the former thinkers. The later German reformers, deriving their notions on one side from the iconoclasts of Constantinople and on the other from the movements of the Albigenses and the Wycliffites, completed the work which had been commenced by others under foreign rationalistic influence. While Christian Europe had placed learning under the ban of persecution, while the Vicar of Christ set the example of stifling the infant lispings of free thought, while the priests led the way in consigning to the flames thousands of inoffensive beings for mere aberration of reason, while Christian Europe was exorcising demons and worshipping rags and bones, learning flourished under the Muslim sovereigns, and was held in honor and veneration as never before. The vicegerents of Mohammed allied themselves to the cause of civilization, and assisted in the growth of free thought and free inquiry, originated and consecrated by the Prophet himself. Persecution for the sake of the faith was unknown, and whatever the political conduct of the sovereigns, the world has never had superior examples in their impartiality and absolute toleration of all creeds and religions. The cultivation of the physical sciences, the great index to the intellectual liberty of a nation, formed a popular pursuit among the Muslims. The two failures of the Arabs, the one before Constantinople and the other in France, retarded the progress of the world for ages, and put back the hour hand of time for centuries. Had the Arabs been less keen for the safety of their spoils, less divided among themselves, had they succeeded in driving before them the barbarian hosts of Charles Martel, the history of the darkest period in the annals of the world would never have been written. The Renaissance, civilization, the growth of intellectual liberty would have been accelerated by 700 years. We should not have had to shudder over the massacre of the Albigenses or the Huguenots, or the ghastly slaughters of the Irish Catholics by the English Protestants under the Tudors and the Protectorate. We should not have had to mourn over the fate of a Bruno or a Servetus murdered by the hands of those who had revolted from their mother church, the history of the auto da fe, of the murders of the Inquisition, of the massacres of the Aztecs and the Incas, the tale of the 30 Years' War with its manifold miseries, all this would have remained untold. Above all, Spain, at one time the favorite haunt of learning and the arts, would not have become the intellectual desert it now is, bereft of the glories of centuries. Who has not mourned over the fate of that noble race, exiled by the mad bigotry of a Christian sovereign from the country of its adoption, which it had made famous among nations? Justly has it been said, in an ill-omened hour the cross supplanted the crescent on the towers of Granada. The shades of the glorious dead, of Averroes and Abenpace, of Valade and Aisha, sit weeping by the ruined haunts of their people, haunts silent now to the voice of minstrelsy, of chivalry, of learning, and of art, only echoing at times the mad outcries of religious combatants, at times the fierce sounds of political animosities. Christianity drove the descendants of these Muslim Andalusians into the desert, sucked out every element of vitality from beautiful Spain, and made the land a synonym for intellectual and moral desolation. If Maslama had succeeded in capturing Constantinople, the capital of Irene, the warm advocate of orthodoxy and cruel murderess of her own son, the dark deeds which sully the annals of the Isaurians, the Comneni, the Paleologi, the terrible results which attended the seizure of Byzantium by the Latins, above all, the frightful outburst of the unholy wars in which Christian Europe tried to strangle the nations of Asia, would probably never have come to pass. One thing at all events is certain, that if Constantinople had fallen into the hands of the Muslims, the iconoclastic movement would not have proved altogether abortive, and the reformation of the Christian Church would have been accomplished centuries earlier. Providence willed otherwise. The wave of free thought which had reached the Isaurian emperors from the Islamic regions broke upon the rocks of ignorance, superstition, and bigotry. Its power was not felt until the combined actions of the schools of Salerno and Cordova, the influence of Averroes, and perhaps of some Greeks who had imbibed learning at the Saracenic fountain, had battered down the rampart of ecclesiasticism. Islam inaugurated the reign of intellectual liberty. It has been truly remarked that so long as Islam retained its pristine character, it proved itself the warm protector and promoter of knowledge and civilization, the zealous ally of intellectual freedom. The moment extraneous elements attached themselves to it, it lagged behind in the race of progress. But to explain the stagnation of the Muslims in the present day, it is necessary to glance back for a moment at the events that transpired in Spain, in Africa, and in Asia between the 12th and the 17th centuries. In the former country, Christianity destroyed the intellectual life of the people. The Muslims had turned Spain into a garden. The Christians converted it into a desert. The Muslims had covered the land with colleges and schools. The Christians transformed them into churches for the worship of saints and images. The literary and scientific treasures amassed by the Muslim sovereigns were consigned to the flames. The Muslim men, women, and children were ruthlessly butchered or burnt at the stake. The few who were spared were reduced to slavery. Those who fled were thrown on the shores of Africa helpless beggars. it would take the combined charity of Jesus and Muhammad to make Islam forget or forgive the terrible wrongs inflicted by the Christians of Spain upon the Andalusian Muslims. But the punishment was not long in coming. Before the world was a century old, Spain's fire had sunk into a heap of ashes. In Western Africa, the triumph of patristicism under the third Almohade sovereign and the uprise of Berber fanaticism turned back the tide of progress, arrested the civilization of centuries, and converted the seats of learning and arts into centers of bigotry and ignorance. Footnote: on the decadence of the Fatimid power in Western Africa, there arose a dynasty descended from a marabout or saint of the country, hence called Almoravid or Almorabitiya. To this family belonged Yusuf ibn Tashfin, the patron of Ibn Zuhr. His son and successor was defeated and killed by Abdul Mu'min, the founder of the dynasty of Almohads, Al-Muwahidin, the Unitarians, who sacked and destroyed Morocco and Fez. They were akin to the Wahhabis and the Ikhwan of Central Arabia, and probably not very different from the Mahdists of Libya. The first two sovereigns of this dynasty, Abdul Mu'min and Yusuf, encouraged learning and arts. In the reign of Yaqub al-Mansur, the third Almohad king, fanaticism became rampant. End of footnote. The settlement of the corsairs of the Barbary coast and the anarchy which prevailed in Egypt under the later Mamluks discouraged the cultivation of peaceful knowledge. In Asia, the decadence of the Timurid dynasty, the eruption of the wild and fanatical Uzbeks, and the establishment of their power in the capital of Timur destroyed the intellectual vitality of the people. In Persia, under the Safavis, literature and science had begun to breathe once more, but this renaissance was only temporary, and with the eruption of the barbarous Gizais, the renovated life of Iran came to an end. A death-like gloom settled upon Central Asia, which still hangs heavy over these unhappy countries, and is slowly lifting in Afghanistan. Under Selim I, Suleiman, and the Murads, learning received support in the Ottoman dominions, but the Osmanlis were on the whole a military race. At first from ambition, afterwards from sheer necessity and for self-preservation, they had been at war with a relentless foe whose designs knew no slackening, whose purpose was inscrutable. That enemy has disappeared, but the nation has still to fight for its existence. Letters and arts under such conditions can make but little progress. Dealing with the charge of obscurantism often leveled against Islam, M. Gobineau makes the following pregnant observation. Imagine in any European country the absolute predominance of military and administrative despotism during a period of 250 years, as is the case in Turkey. Conceive something approaching the warlike anarchy of Egypt under the domination of foreign slaves, Circassians, Georgians, Turks, and Albanians. Picture to yourself an Afghan invasion, as in Persia after 1730, the tyranny of Nadir Shah, the cruelties and ravages that have marked the accession of the dynasty of the Qajars. Unite all these circumstances with their naturally concomitant causes, and you will then understand what would have become of any European country, although European, and it will not be necessary to look further for any explanation of the ruin of Oriental countries, nor to charge Islam with any unjust responsibility." From the time of its birth in the 7th century up to the end of the 17th, not to descend later, Islam was animated by a scientific and literary spirit equal in force and energy to that which animates Europe of our own day. It carried the Muslims forward on a wave of progress, and enabled them to achieve a high degree of material and mental development. Since the eruption of the Goths and the Vandals, the progress of Europe has been on a continuous scale. No such calamity as has afflicted Asia in the persons of the Tartars or the Uzbeks has befallen Christendom since Attila's retreat from France. Her wars, cruel and bitter, fierce and inhuman, have been waged on equal terms of humanity or inhumanity. Catholics and Protestants have burnt each other, but Europe has never witnessed since the whole-scale butcheries of the poor Spanish Moors, the terrible massacres committed by the Tartars in all the centers of civilization and culture, in which fell the gifted classes who formed the backbone of the nation. Footnote: the sack of Baghdad by the Mongols exemplifies what happened in other cities, but in order to give a true conception of the fearful atrocities perpetrated by the savages, it requires to be painted by another Gibbon. For 3 days the streets ran with blood, and the water of the Tigris was dyed red for miles along its course. The horrors of rapine, slaughter, and outraged humanity lasted for 6 weeks. The palaces, mosques, and mausoleums were destroyed by fire or leveled to the earth for their golden domes. The patients in the hospitals and the students and professors in the colleges were put to the sword. In the mausoleums the mortal remains of the sheikhs and pious imams, and in the academies the immortal works of great and learned men were consumed to ashes. Books were thrown into the fire, or, where that was distant and the Tigris near, were buried in the waters of the latter. The accumulated treasures of 5 centuries were thus lost forever to humanity. The flower of the nation was completely destroyed. It was the custom of Hulaku, from policy and as a precaution, to carry along with his horde the princes and chiefs of the countries through which they swept. One of the princes was Sa'di bin Zangi, the Atabek of Fars. The poet Sa'di had, it appears, accompanied his friend and patron. He was thus an eye-witness to the terrible state of Baghdad and its doomed inhabitants. In 2 pathetic couplets he has given expression to its magnitude and horrors. End of footnote. And now, پرده داری میکند در کسر کیسر عنکبوت، بوم نوبت میزند بر گنبد افراسیاب. The spider holds watch in the palace of Caesar, the owlet beats the drum on the tower of Afrasiab. End of section 40. Section 41 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 10, The Rationalistic and Philosophical Spirit of Islam. إن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. God changes not as to what concerns any people until they change in respect to what depends upon themselves. Like all the other nations of antiquity, the pre-Islamite Arabs were stern fatalists. The remains of their ancient poetry, sole record of old Arab thought and manners, show that before the promulgation of Islam, the people of the peninsula had absolutely abandoned themselves to the idea of an irresistible and blind fatality. Man was but a sport in the hands of fate. This idea bred a reckless contempt of death and an utter disregard for human life. The teachings of Islam created a revolution in the Arab mind. With the recognition of a supreme intelligence governing the universe, they received the conception of self-dependence and of moral responsibility founded on the liberty of human volition. One of the remarkable characteristics of the Quran is the curious and at first sight inconsistent manner in which it combines the existence of a divine will, which not only orders all things, but which acts directly upon man and addresses itself to the springs of thought in them, with the assertion of a free agency in man and of the liberty of intellect. Not that this feature is peculiar to the Muslim scripture. The same characteristic is to be found in the biblical records. But in the Quran, the conception of human responsibility is so strongly developed that the question naturally occurs to the mind: how can these two ideas be reconciled with each other? It seems inconsistent at first sight that man should be judged by his works, a doctrine which forms the foundation of Islamic morality, if all his actions are ruled by an all-powerful will. The earnest faith of Muhammad in an active, ever-living principle, joined to his trust in the progress of man, supplies a key to this mystery. I propose to illustrate my meaning by a reference to a few of the passages which give expression to the absolutism of the divine will and those which assert the liberty of human volition. Quote, "And God's ordering is in accordance with a determined decree, and the sun proceeding to its place of rest, that is an ordinance, taqdir, of the Almighty, the All-Wise. And among his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and of the animals which he hath distributed therein, which he has sovereign power to gather when he will. And do they not see that God who created the heavens and the earth, and faltered not in creating these, has power to vivify the dead, nay, he has sovereign control over all things. And other things which are not at your command, but which are truly within his grasp, inasmuch as God is sovereign disposer of all things, ala kulli shay'in qadira. Nor is there anything not provided beforehand by us, or which we send down otherwise than according to a foreknown decree. The secrets of the heavens and the earth are God's. God has all things at command. And propound to them a similitude of this present life, which is like water sent down by us from heaven, so that the plants of the earth are fattened by it, and on the morrow become stubble, scattered by winds. God disposes of all things. And it pertains to God's sovereignty to defend them. God creates what he will. And who created all things, and determined respecting the same with absolute determination. And thy Lord is a supreme sovereign. Behold thou the imprints of the mercy of God, how he vivifies the earth after it has died. In very deed a restorer of life to the dead is there, and all things are at his bidding. To God belongs whatsoever is in the heavens and whatsoever is on the earth. And whether ye disclose that which is within you or conceal it, God will reckon with you for it. And he pardons whom he will, and punishes whom he will, inasmuch as God is a supreme sovereign. Say thou, O God, sovereign disposer of dominion, thou givest rule to whom thou wilt, and takest away power from whom thou wilt. Thou exaltest whom thou wilt, and humblest whom thou wilt. All good is at thy disposal. Verily, thou art a supreme sovereign. God punishes whom he will, and pardons whom he will. To God belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and whatsoever they contain is his, and he is sovereign over all things. Verily, God accomplishes what he ordains. He hath established for everything a fixed decree. But God has the measuring out, yuqaddir, of the night and the day. Extol the name of thy Lord, the Most High, who made the world and fashioned it to completeness, who foreordained and guides accordingly. As for the unbelievers, it matters nothing to them whether thou warnest them or dost not warn them. They will not believe. God hath sealed up their hearts and their ears, and the darkness of night is over their eyes. And God guides into the right path whomsoever he will. God is pleased to make your burthens light, inasmuch as man is by nature infirm. God changes not as to what concerns any people, until they change in respect to what depends upon themselves. Say thou, Verily, God leads astray whomsoever he will, and directs to himself those who are penitent. It will be noticed that in many of these passages by the decree of God is clearly meant the law of nature. The stars and planets have each their appointed course. So has every other object in creation. The movements of the heavenly bodies, the phenomena of nature, life and death, are all governed by law. Other passages unquestionably indicate the idea of divine agency upon human will, but they are again explained by others, in which that agency is quote-unquote conditioned upon human will. It is to the seeker for divine help that God renders his help. It is on the searcher of his own heart, who purifies his soul from impure longings, that God bestows grace. To the Arabian teacher, as to his predecessors, the existence of an almighty power, the fashioner of the universe, the ruler of his creatures, was an intense and vivid reality. The feeling of, quote, an assured trust, quote, in an all-pervading, ever-conscious personality has been the motive power in the world of every age. To the weary mariner, quote, sailing on life's solemn main, quote, there is nothing more assuring, nothing that more satisfies the intense longing for a better and purer world than the consciousness of a power above humanity to redress wrongs, to fulfill hopes, to help the forlorn. Our belief in God springs from the very essence of divine ordinances. They are as much laws in the strictest sense of the word as the laws which regulate the movements of the celestial bodies. But the will of God is not an arbitrary will. It is an educating will, to be obeyed by the scholar in his walks of learning, as by the devotee in his cell. The passages, however, in which human responsibility and the freedom of human will are laid down in emphatic terms define and limit the conception of absolutism. Quote, and whosoever gets to himself a sin gets it solely on his own responsibility, and let alone those who make a sport and a mockery of their religion, and whom this present world has deluded, and thereby bring to remembrance that any soul perishes for what it has got to itself. And when they commit a deed of shame, they say, "We have found that our fathers did so, and God obliges us to do it." Say thou, "Surely God requireth not shameful doing. They did injustice to themselves." Yonder will every soul experience that which it hath bargained for. So then, whosoever goes astray, he himself bears the whole responsibility of wandering. Man, within the limited sphere of his existence, is absolute master of his conduct. He is responsible for his actions and for the use or misuse of the powers with which he has been endowed. He may fall or rise according to his own "inclination." There was supreme assistance for him who sought divine help and guidance. Is not the soul purer and better in calling to its Lord for that help which he has promised? Are not the weak strengthened, the stricken comforted, by their own appeal to the Heavenly Father for solace and strength? Such were the ideas of the teacher of Islam with regard to divine sovereignty and the liberty of human volition. His recorded sayings, handed down from sources which may be regarded as unquestionably authentic, help in explaining the conception he entertained about freedom and predestination, qada wa qadar, or jabr wa ikhtiyar. Not only his own words, but those of his son-in-law, "the legitimate heir to his inspiration," and his immediate descendants, who derived their ideas from him, may well furnish us with a key to the true Islamic notion on the question of the free agency of man, a subject which has for ages, both in Islam and Christianity, been the battleground of sectarian disputes. In discussing this subject, we must not, however, lose sight of the fact that most of the traditions which have supplied to patristicism its armory of weapons against the sovereignty of reason bear evident traces of being, "made to order." They tell their own story of how and the circumstances under which they came into existence. Some of the traditions which purport to be handed down by men who came casually in contact with the teacher show palpable signs of changes and transformations in the minds and in the memories of the mediaries. The authentic sayings, however, are many, and I shall refer only to a few to explain what I have already indicated, that in Muhammad's mind an earnest belief in the liberty of human will was joined to a vivid trust in the personality of the Heavenly Father. Hereditary depravity and natural sinfulness were emphatically denied. Every child of man was born pure and true. Every departure in afterlife from the path of truth and rectitude is due to education. "Every man is born religiously constituted. It is his parents who make him afterwards a Jew, Christian, or a Sabaean. Like as ye take up the beast at its birth, do ye find upon it any mutilation, until ye yourselves mutilate it." Infants have no positive moral character, for about those who die in early life, "God best knows what would have been their conduct," had they lived to maturity. "Every human being has two inclinations, one prompting him to good and impelling him thereto, and the other prompting him to evil and thereto impelling him. But the godly assistance is nigh, and he who asks the help of God in contending with the evil promptings of his own heart obtains it. It is your own conduct which will lead you to paradise or hell, as if you had been destined therefor." End quote. No man's conduct is the outcome of fatality, nor is he borne along by an irresistible decree to heaven or hell. On the contrary, the ultimate result is the creation of his own actions, for each individual is primarily answerable for his future destiny. Quote, "Every moral agent is furthered to his own conduct," end quote. Or, as it is put in another tradition, "Every one is divinely furthered in accordance with his own character." End quote. Human conduct is by no means fortuitous. One act is the result of another, and life, destiny, and character mean the connected series of incidents and actions which are related to each other as cause and effect by an ordained law, quote-unquote, the assignment of God. In the sermons of the disciple we find the doctrine more fully developed. Quote, "Weigh your own soul before the time for the weighing of your actions arrives. Take count with yourself before you are called upon to account for your conduct in this existence. Apply yourself to good and pure actions. Adhere to the path of truth and rectitude before the soul is pressed to leave its earthly abode. Verily, if you will not guide and warn yourself, none other can direct you. I adjure you to worship the Lord in purity and holiness. He has pointed out to you the path of salvation and the temptations of this world. Abstain from foulness, though it may be fair-seeming to your sight. Avoid evil, however pleasant. For ye knoweth how far it takes you away from him. Listen and take warning by the words of the merciful guardian." End quote. And again, quote, "O ye servants of my Lord, fulfill the duties that are imposed on you, for in their neglect is abasement. Your good works alone will render easy the road to death. Remember, each sin increases the debt, and makes the chain which binds you heavier. The message of mercy has come. The path of truth is clear. Obey the command that has been laid on you. Live in purity and work in piety, and ask God to help you in your endeavors and to forgive your past transgressions. Cultivate humility and forbearance. Comport yourself with piety and truth. Take count of your actions with your own conscience, nafs, for he who takes such count reaps a great reward, and he who neglects it incurs great loss. He who acts with piety gives rest to his soul. He who takes warning understands the truth. He who understands it attains the perfect knowledge." End quote. These utterances convey no impression of predestinarianism. On the contrary, they portray a soul animated with a living faith in God, and yet full of trust in human development, founded upon individual exertion springing from human volition. Muhammad's definition of reason and knowledge, of the cognition of the finite and infinite, reminds us of Aristotelian phraseology and thought, and Ali's address to his son may be read with advantage by the admirer of Aristotelian ethics. The Ihtijaj ut-Tabrasi, Evidences of Tabrasi, a collection of traditions by the Sheikh ut-Tabrasi, supplies further materials to form a correct opinion on the question of predestinarianism in Islam. The Caliph Ali was one day asked the meaning of qada and qadr. He replied, "The first means obedience to the commandments of God and avoidance of sin. The latter, the ability to live a holy life, and to do that which brings one nearer to God, and to shun that which throws him away from his perfection. Say not that man is compelled, for that is attribution of tyranny to God, nor say that man has absolute discretion, footnote, i.e. to decide what is right and what is wrong, end of footnote. Rather that we are furthered by his help and grace in our endeavors to act righteously, and we transgress because of our neglect of his commands. End quote. One of his interlocutors, Utbah ibn Rabi'a Asadi, asked him once as to the meaning of the words, "There is no power nor help but from God, la hawla wa la quwwa illa billah." It means, said the Caliph, that I am not afraid of God's anger, but I am afraid of his purity, nor have I the power to observe his commandments, but my strength is in his assistance. End quote. God has placed us on earth to try each according to his endowments. Referring to the following and other passages of the Quran, the Caliph went on to say, God says, "We will try you to see who are the strivers, al-mujahideen, after truth and purity, and who are the forbearing and patient, and we will test your actions, and we will help you by degrees to attain what you know not." These verses prove the liberty of human volition. End quote. Explaining the verse of the Quran, God directs him whom he chooses and leads astray him whom he chooses, the Caliph said that this does not mean that he compels man to evil or good, that he either gives direction or refuses it according to his caprice, for this would do away with all responsibility for human action. It means, on the contrary, that God points out the road to truth and lets men choose as they will. Arabian philosophy, nurtured afterwards in other cradles, drew its first breath in the school of Medina. The freedom of human will, based on the doctrine that man would be judged by the use he had made of his reason, was inculcated in the teachings of the Master, along with an earnest belief in a supreme power ruling the universe. The idea assumed a more definite shape in the words of the disciple, and grew into a philosophy. From Medina it was carried to Damascus, Kufa, Basra, and Baghdad, where it gave birth to the eclectic schools, which shed such luster on the reigns of the early Abbasids. The butchery of Karbala and the sack of Medina had led to the closing of the lecture room of the Imams. With the appearance of Ja'far as-Sadiq as the head of Muhammad's descendants, it acquired a new life. Extremely liberal and rationalistic in his views, a scholar, a poet, and a philosopher, apparently well read in some of the foreign languages, in constant contact with cultured Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, with whom metaphysical disputations were frequent, he impressed a distinct philosophical character on the Medinite school. Some of his views respecting predestination deserve to be mentioned. Speaking of the doctrine of Jabr, compulsion or predestinarianism, which had about this period made its appearance in Damascus, he expressed the following opinion. Those who uphold Jabr make out God to be a participator in every sin they commit, and a tyrant for punishing those sins which they are impelled to commit by the compulsion of their being. This is infidelity. End quote. Then, giving the analogy of a servant sent by his master to the market to purchase something which he, the master, knows well that he cannot bring, nor possessing the wherewithal to buy it, and nevertheless the master punishes him, the Imam adds, the doctrine of Jabr converts God into an unjust master. End quote. As regards the opposite doctrine of absolute liberty, tafwid, delegation of authority, meaning not the freedom of human will, but unqualified discretion in the choice of wrong and right, he declared that to affirm such a principle would destroy all the foundations of morality, and give to all human beings absolute license in the indulgence of their animal propensities. For if each individual is vested with the discretion to choose what is right or wrong, no sanction, no law can have any force. Ikhtiyar is therefore different from tafwid. Quote, God has endowed each human being with the capacity to understand his commands and to obey them. They who exert themselves to live purely and truly, them he helps. They are those who please him, whilst they who disobey him are sinners. End quote. These views are repeated with greater emphasis by the eighth Imam, Ali al-Rida, who denounced Jabr, predestinarianism, and Tashbih, anthropomorphism, as absolute infidelity, and declared the upholders of those doctrines to be, quote, the enemies of the faith. End quote. He openly charged the advocates of Jabr and Tashbih with the fabrication of traditions. At the same time, he warned his followers against the doctrine of discretion or tafwid. He laid down in broad terms, quote, God has pointed out to you the two paths, one of which leads you to him, and the other takes you away from his perfection. You are at liberty to take the one or the other. Pain or joy, reward or punishment depend upon your own conduct. But man has not the capacity of turning evil into good or sin into virtue. End quote. The Umayyads, many of whom remained pagans at heart even after the profession of Islam, were, like their forefathers, fatalists. Under them arose a school which purported to derive its doctrines from the quote-unquote ancients, the Salaf, a body of primitive Muslims. All of them were dead. It was consequently easy to fabricate any tradition and pass it as handed down by one or other of them. Jahm bin Safwan was the founder of this school, which was called Jabriya. The Jabriyas rivaled Calvin in the absolute denial of free will to man. They maintained, quote, that man is not responsible for any of his actions which proceed entirely from God, that he has no determining power to do any act, nor does he possess the capacity of free volition, that he is the subject of absolute divine sovereignty in his actions, without ability on his part, or will, or power of choice, and that God absolutely creates actions within him just as he produces activity in all inanimate things, and that reward and punishment are subject to absolute divine sovereignty in human actions. End quote. The Jabriyas maintain certain views regarding divine attributes which have no particular significance. According to Shahristani, the Jabriyas were divided into three sects, viz., the Jahmiya, the Najariya, and the Dhirariya, differing from each other on minor points. But so far as the doctrine of predestination was concerned, all of them were agreed in denying free agency. The Najariyas, who, after undergoing several transformations, developed 2 centuries later into the Ash'ariyas, maintained that God creates the conduct of his creatures, good and bad, virtuous and vicious, while man appropriates the same. The Jabriya doctrines found favor with the Umayyad rulers, and soon spread among the people. The uncompromising fatalism of the Jabriyas occasioned among the thinking classes a revolt, which was headed by Ma'bad al-Juhani, Yunus al-Aswari, and Ghalian Dimishki, i.e. of Damascus, who had evidently derived many of their ideas from the Fatimids. They boldly asserted in the capital of the Umayyads, in the very stronghold of predestinarianism, the free agency of man. But in the assertion of human liberty, they sometimes verged on the doctrine of Tafwid. From Damascus the dispute was carried to Basra, and there the differences of the two parties waxed high. The Jabriyas merged into a new sect called the Sifatiyas, who with predestinarianism combined the affirmation of certain attributes in the deity as distinct from his essence, which the Jabriyas denied. The Sifatiyas claimed to be the direct representatives of the Salaf. According to Shahristani, these followers of the Salaf, quote, maintained that certain eternal attributes pertain to God, namely knowledge, power, life, will, hearing, sight, speech, majesty, magnanimity, bounty, beneficence, glory, and greatness, making no distinction between attributes of essence and attributes of action. They also assert certain descriptive attributes, sifat khabariya, as for example hands and face, without any other explanation than to say that these attributes enter into the revealed representation of the deity, and that accordingly they had given them the name of descriptive attributes. Like the Jabriyas, they adhered to the doctrine of predestination in all its gloominess and intensity. From the Sifatiyas sprang the Mushabbihas, quote, who likened the divine attributes to the attributes of created things, quote, and turned God into a similitude of their own selves. Footnote. Shahristani draws a distinction between the Sifatiya anthropomorphists and those who came into existence later. Quote, at a later period, certain persons went beyond what had been professed by any who held to the primitive faith, and said that undoubtedly those expressions denoting the attributes are used in the literal sense, and are to be interpreted just as they stand, without resort to figurative interpretation, and at the same time without insisting upon the literal sense alone, whereby they fell into pure anthropomorphism, at tashbih as-sirf, in violation of the primitive Muslim faith. End of footnote. At this period, one of the most noted professors belonging to the anti-predestinarian party was Imam Hassan, surnamed al-Basri, from his place of residence. He was a Medinite by birth, and had actually sat at the feet of, quote, the philosophers of the family of Muhammad, He had imbibed their liberal and rationalistic ideas, and on settling at Basra, had started a lecture room which was soon thronged by the students of Iraq. Here he discoursed on the metaphysical questions of the day in the spirit of his masters. One of his most prominent pupils was Abu Hufayza Wasil bin Atta al-Ghazal. Footnote. He lived in the days of Abdul Malik, Walid, and Hisham. He was born in 83 AH 699 or 700 AC and died in 131 AH 748 or 9 AC. End of footnote. A man of great mental powers, thoroughly versed in the sciences and traditions, who had also studied in the lecture room of Medina. He differed from the Imam on a question of religious dogma, and was made to withdraw from the lecture room. He thereupon founded a school of his own. His followers have from this fact been called Mu'tazilas, or Ahl ul-I'tizal, dissenters. He soon rivaled the fame of his master, whose school before long practically merged in that of the pupil. In his antagonism against intellectual tyranny, he often overstepped the bounds of moderation, and gave utterance to views, especially on the controversy raised by Muawiyah, which were in conflict with those entertained at Medina. Yet the general rationalism of his school rallied the strongest and most liberal minds round his standard. Proceeding upon the lines of the Fatimid philosophers, and appropriating the principles which they had laid down and the ideas to which they had often given forcible expression, he formulated into theses the doctrines which constitute the basis of his difference from the predestinarian schools and from patristicism generally. For several centuries his school dominated over the intellects of men, and with the support of the enlightened rulers who during this period held the reins of government, it gave an impetus to the development of national and intellectual life among the Saracens such as has never been witnessed before. Distinguished scholars, prominent physicists, mathematicians, historians, all the world of intellect in fact, including the caliphs, belonged to the Mu'tazilite school. Footnote: we may mention here 2 or 3 prominent Mu'tazilas whose names are still famous, e.g. Imam Zamakhshari, the author of the Kashaf, admittedly the best and most erudite commentary on the Quran; Mas'udi, quote, Imam, historian, and philosopher, the famous Al-Hazin, Abul Wafa, and Mirkund, and a footnote. Men like Abul Huzail Hamdan, Ibrahim ibn Sayyar al-Nazam, Ahmed ibn Hayt, Fadl al-Hadasi, and Abu Ali Muhammad al-Jubba'i, well read in Greek philosophy and logic, amalgamated many ideas borrowed from these sources with the Medinite conceptions, and impressed a new feature on the philosophical notions of the Muslims. The study of Aristotle, Porphyry, and other Greek and Alexandrian writers gave birth to a new science among the Mu'tazilas, which was called Ilm ul-Kalam, the science of reason, Kalam, Logos, with which they fought both against the external as well as the internal enemies of the faith, the non-Muslims who assailed the teachings of Islam from outside, and the patristic Muslims who aimed at its degradation from within. The extreme views of Wasil on the political questions which had agitated the caliphate of Ali were before long abandoned, with the result that moderate Mu'tazilism became substantially amalgamated with the rationalism of the Fatimid school, whence it had sprung. It is a well-known fact that the chief doctors of the Mu'tazilite school were educated under the Fatimids, and there can hardly be any doubt that moderate Mu'tazilism represented the views of the Caliph Ali and the most liberal of his early descendants, and probably of Muhammad himself. A careful comparison of the Mu'tazilite doctrines will show that they were either word for word the same as were taught by the early Fatimids, or were modifications of those doctrines induced by the requirements of a progressive society, and partly perhaps by the study of Greek and Alexandrian philosophy. The Caliph Ali had condemned in emphatic language all anthropomorphic and anthropopathic conceptions of the deity. Quote, God was not like any object that the human mind can conceive. No attribute can be ascribed to him which bore the least resemblance to any quality of which human beings have perception from their knowledge of material objects. The perfection of piety consists in knowing God. The perfection of knowledge is the affirmation of his verity, and the perfection of verity is to acknowledge his unity in all sincerity, and the perfection of sincerity is to deny all attributes to the deity. Kamal al-ikhlas lah, nafi as-sifat anh. He who refers an attribute to God believes the attribute to be God, and he who so believes an attribute to be God regards God as two, or part of one. He who asks where God is assimilates him to some object. God is the Creator, not because he himself is created. God is existent, not because he was non-existent. He is with every object, not from resemblance or nearness. He is outside of everything, not from separation. He is the primary cause, fa'il, not in the meaning of motion or action. He is the seer, but no sight can see him. He has no relation to place, time, or measure. God is omniscient, because knowledge is his essence. Mighty, because power is his essence. Loving, because love is his essence, not because these are attributes apart from his essence. The conditions of time or space were wholly inapplicable to him." Taqdir, construed by the followers of the Salaf to mean predestination, meant weighing, probation, trial. End of section 41. Section 42 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 10, The Rationalistic and Philosophical Spirit of Islam, continued. Let us see now what Mu'tazilism is. Footnote. The Mu'tazilas called themselves, says Shahristani, Ashab al-Adl wa Tawheed, people of justice and unity, and sometimes Qadariyas. End quote. As a matter of fact, however, the designation of Qadariya was never applied by the Mu'tazilas to themselves. It was applied by their enemies to the extreme Mu'tazilas, who maintained the doctrine of Tawhid, and which was condemned by the Fatimid Imams. They always repudiated that designation and applied it to the predestinarians, who asserted that God is the creator of every human action. Shahristani admits this and says, وَقَالُوا لَفْظ الْقَادِرِيَّةِ يُطْلَقْ عَلَى مَنْ يَقُولُ بِالْقَدْرِ خَيْرَ وَالشَّرَّ مِنَ اللَّهِ تَعَالَى. But he tries to refute the applicability of the word Qadariyya to the predestinarians. Quote, how can it apply to those who trust in God? And a footnote. On many minor and subsidiary points, the prominent Mu'tazilite doctors differed among themselves, but I shall give here a sketch of the doctrines on which they were in accord. According to Shahristani, the Mu'tazilas declare that, quote, eternity is the distinguishing attribute of the divine being, that God is eternal, for eternity is the peculiar property of his essence. They unanimously deny the existence of eternal, divine qualities, as-sifat al-qadima, as distinct from his being, and maintain that he is omniscient as to his being, living as to his being, almighty as to his being, but not through any knowledge, power, or life existing in him as eternal attributes. For knowledge, power, and life are part of his essence. Otherwise, if they are to be looked upon as eternal attributes of the deity separate from his essence, it would tend to the affirmation of a multiplicity of eternal entities. They also maintain that the Word of God is created, and when created, is expressed in letters and sounds. In like manner, they unanimously denied that willing, hearing, and seeing are ideas subsistent in the divine being, though differing as to the modes of their existence and their metaphysical grounds. They deny unanimously that God can be beheld in the Dar al-Qarar, in the abode of rest, with the corporeal sight. They forbid the describing of God by any quality belonging to material objects, either by way of direction, or location, or appearance, or body, or change, or cessation of action, or dissolution. And they have explained the passages of the Quran in which expressions implying these qualities have been used, by asserting that the expressions are used figuratively and not literally. And this doctrine they called Tawheed, assertion of divine unity. They also agree in believing that man is the creative efficient of his actions, good and bad. أَلَفْعَالُهُ خَيْرُهَا وَشَرُّهَا مِنَ الْعَبْدِ قَادِرْ خَالِقٍ, and gets reward and punishment in the future world by merit of what he does, and that no moral evil or iniquity of action or unbelief or disobedience can be referred to God, because if he had caused unrighteousness to be, he would be himself unrighteous. لأنه لو خلق الظلم كان ظالما. They also unanimously maintain that the All-Wise does only that which is beneficial and good, لا يفعل إلا الصلاح والخير, and that a regard in the light of wisdom, من حيث الحكمة, for the good of humanity, مصالح العباد, is incumbent upon him, though they differed as to his being obligated to secure the highest good and to bestow grace. وإما الأصلح والأطلف وفي وجودها خلاف منداهم. And this doctrine they call the doctrine of adl, or justice. End quote. They further hold that there is no eternal law as regards human actions, that the divine ordinances which regulate the conduct of men are the result of growth and development, that God has commanded and forbidden by a law which grew gradually. At the same time, they say that he who works righteousness merits rewards, and he who works evil deserves punishment. And this, they say, is consonant with reason. The Mu'tazilas also say that all knowledge is attained through reason, and must necessarily be so obtained. They hold that the cognition of good and evil is also within the province of reason, that nothing is known to be wrong or right until reason has enlightened us as to the distinction, and that thankfulness for the blessings of the benefactor is made obligatory by reason, even before the promulgation of any law on the subject. They maintain that the knowledge of God is within the province of reason, and, with the exception of himself, everything else is liable to change or to suffer extinction. Quote, they also maintain that the Almighty has sent his prophets to explain to mankind his commandments. They differ among themselves as to the question of the imamate, some maintaining that it descended by appointment, others holding to the right of the people to elect. End quote. The Mu'tazilas are therefore the direct antitheses of the Sifatiyas, for, quote, These and all other Ahl Sunnah hold that God does whatever He pleases, for He is the sovereign Lord of His dominions, and whatever He wishes He orders, and this is Adl, justice, according to them. According to the Ahlul I'tizal, what accords with reason and wisdom only is justice, Adl, and the doing of acts for, or according to, the good and well-being of mankind, ala wajh al-sawab wal-maslaha. The Ahlul Adl say that God has commanded and forbidden by created words. According to the Ahl Sunnah, the Sifatiyas, all that is obligatory is known from hearsay, sama. Secular knowledge only is attained by reason. Reason cannot tell us what is good and what is bad, or what is obligatory. The Ahlul Adl say, on the contrary, that all knowledge comes through reason. They referred that term of tradition, predestination, to trial and deliverance, adversity and prosperity, sickness and health, death and life, and other doings of God, exclusive of moral good and evil, virtue and vice, regarding man as responsible for the latter. دون الخير والشر والحسن والقبيح الصادرين من أكساب العباد. And it is in the same sense that the whole community of the Mu'tazila employ that term. Thus far we have given the views of the school as a body, but there are certain opinions held by the prominent doctors individually, which, though not accepted beyond the immediate circle of their particular disciples, are yet deserving of notice. For example, Abu Khuzai al-Hamdan maintained that the Creator is knowing by virtue of knowledge, but that His knowledge is His essence, powerful by virtue of power, but that His power is His essence, living by virtue of life, but that His life is His essence. A view, says Shahristani, adopted from the philosophers, but really taken from the Medinite school. He also affirmed that free will, as-salama, is an accident, fard, additional to perfection of development and soundness, as-siha. Ibrahim ibn Sayyar al-Nazam, a diligent student of the books of philosophers, maintained, that without a revelation, man is capable, by reflection, of recognizing the Creator, and of distinguishing between virtue and vice, and that the doer of righteousness possessed not the capacity to do wrong. Muammar ibn Abbad as-Sulami advanced the Platonic theory of archetypes. He maintained that accidents are permanent in the several species of things to which they belong, al-intihai fi kull naw', and that every accident subsists in a subject, though its subsistence therein is only by virtue of some idea in the human mind. Muammar and his followers were, in consequence of this doctrine, called idealists, ashab al-ma'ani. Abu Ali Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, known as Abu Ali al-Jubai, maintained that action pertains to man in the way of origination and first production, and ascribed to man moral good and evil, obedience and disobedience, in the way of sovereignty and prerogative, and that free will, al-istita'a, is a prerequisite to action, and a power additional to bodily completeness and soundness of the members. Abu al-Ma'ali al-Juwayni died 1085, Imam al-Haramain, i.e. of the two sacred cities, who, however, did not call himself a Mu'tazila, and is generally claimed by the upholders of the opposite doctrine as belonging to their body, held that the denial of ability and free will is something which reason and consciousness disavow, that to affirm an ability without any sort of efficacy is equivalent to denying ability altogether, and that to affirm some unintelligible influence of ability which constitutes a motive cause amounts to the denial of any special influence, and that inasmuch as conditions and states, on the principle of those who maintain them, are not to be characterized as existing or non-existing, but must be explained by reference to their origin, action on the part of man, regarded as an existing state, is to be attributed really to his own ability, though not in the way of origination and creation, for by creation is meant the causing of something to come into being by supreme power which was not previously in existence, and that action depends for its existence upon ability in man, which itself depends for its existence upon some other cause, in relation to that cause being the same as the relation of human action to man's ability, and so one cause depends upon another until the causa causans, sabab al-asbab, the creator of causes and of their operations, the absolute self-sufficing, is reached. This view at Shahristani was borrowed by Abul Ma'ali from the philosophers of the theistic school, but he presented it in the garb of the Kalam, scholastic theology. This is the general outline of the philosophical notions of the Mu'tazilas respecting some of the most burning questions which have agitated the mind of men in every age and country, and have so frequently led to sanguinary strifes and fratricidal wars, both in the East and in the West. As the assertors of divine unity, shorn of all anthropomorphic conceptions, and the advocates of moral responsibility, they naturally called themselves Ashabul Adl wa Tawheed, upholders of the unity and justice of God, and designated their opponents Mushabbihas, assimilators or anthropomorphists. They reasoned thus: if sin emanated from or was created by God, and man was preordained to commit it, the imposition of any penalty for its commission would make the Creator an unrighteous God, which is infidelity. Thus, reason and revelation both tell us that piety and sin, virtue and vice, evil and good, are the product of human volition. Man has absolute control over his actions, though he has been told what is right and what is wrong. Evil and good depend upon what is just, for God's creation is ruled by justice. Reason and justice are thus guiding principles of human actions, and general usefulness and the promotion of the happiness of mankind at large the chief criterion of right and wrong. Has not God himself declared that the two paths were shown to mankind for their own good? Has he not himself called upon them to exercise their understanding? Rationalists and utilitarians, they base the foundations of moral law on the concordance of reason with positive revelation. They walked in the footsteps of the Master and his immediate descendants. They upheld the doctrine of evolution in regarding every law that regulates the mutual relations of man to man as the result and outcome of a process of continuous development. In their ideas of the long antiquity of man on earth, they occupy a vantage ground in relation to the natural philosophers of the modern world. Mu'tazilism spread rapidly among all the thinking and cultured classes in every part of the empire, and finding its way into Spain, took possession of the Andalusian colleges and academies. Mansur and his immediate successors encouraged rationalism, but made no open profession of the Mu'tazilite doctrines. Ma'mun, who deserves more justly than any other Asiatic sovereign the title of Great, acknowledged his adhesion to the Mu'tazilite school, and he and his brother Mu'tasim and nephew Wasik endeavored to infuse the rationalistic spirit into the whole Muslim world. Under them, rationalism acquired a predominance such as it has not gained perhaps even in modern times in European countries. The rationalists preached in the mosques and lectured in the colleges. They had the molding of the character of the nation's youth in their hands. They were the chief counselors of the caliphs, and it cannot be gainsaid that they used their influence wisely. As professors, preachers, scientists, physicians, viziers, or provincial governors, they helped in the growth and development of the Saracenic nation. The rise of the Bani Idris in Western Africa and the establishment of the Fatimid power imparted a new life to Mu'tazilism after its glory had come to an end in Asia. The question now naturally occurs to the mind: how is it that predestinarianism and the subjection of reason to blind authority, though discountenanced by the Prophet and the philosophers of his family, became finally predominant in the speculations and practice of the Muslim world? Before we furnish an answer to this inquiry, let us trace the development of another phase of the Muslim intellect. Mu'tazilism has been, with considerable plausibility, compared to the scholastic philosophy of the Middle Ages in Europe. Scholasticism is said to have been the movement of the intellect to justify by reason several of the dogmas of the faith." Mu'tazilism also directed its endeavors to establish a concordance between reason and positive revelation. But there the parallel ends. In the Christian Church, the dogmas requiring explanation and justification were many. The doctrine of the Trinity in unity, of the three quote-unquote natures in one, of original sin, of transubstantiation, all gave rise to a certain intellectual tension. The dogmas of the Church, accordingly, required some such quote-unquote solvent as scholasticism before science and free thought could find their way into Christendom. In Islam the case was otherwise. With the exception of the unity of God, the doctrine of Tawheed, which was the foundation of Muhammad's church, there was no dogma upon which insistence was placed in any such form as to compel reason to hold back its acceptance. The doctrine of origin and return, Mabda and Ma'ad, coming from God and returning to Him, and of the moral responsibility of man, was founded on the conception of a primal cause, the originator of all things. That the ego will not be entirely lost after it has been set apart from its earthly habiliments, that it will exist as a self-conscious entity after the dissolution of the body, is a notion which has been shared alike by the wise and the ignorant. Some few have denied a future existence, but the generality have believed in it, though all have differed as to the nature of that existence. So also as regards moral responsibility, there is great divergence of opinion on the mode in which man shall discharge the obligation, but there is little difference on the question that he is responsible for the use or misuse of his powers. On both these questions, the words of the teacher allow the greatest latitude of judgment. So long as the original conceptions were retained and accepted, Muhammad's church permitted the broadest and most rationalistic view. Hence it was that Islam passed at once from the age of receptivity into the age of activity, from the age of faith into the age of reason, without any such intermediate stage as was required in Christianity. In the Prophet's time, as well as under the Rashidun caliphs, no doubt free independent inquiry was naturally and perhaps rightly discouraged. But no questioning was avoided, no doubt was silenced by the terror of authority, and if the teacher was unable to answer the question, the inability was avowed in all humility. The answer was, God knows best. Mu'tazilism holds, therefore, a distinctive place in the development of the human intellect. It bears an analogy to European scholasticism, but in reality it is akin in genius to modern rationalism. Scholasticism worked under the shadow of the Church. Mu'tazilism worked in conjunction with the heads of the Church. The real scholasticism of Islam came later. The cultivation of the physical sciences gave a new direction to Saracenic genius. A body of thinkers sprang up who received the generic name of Hukama, plural of Hakim, a scientist or philosopher, whose method of reasoning was analogous to that of modern science. They were mostly Mu'tazilas, but the conceptions of a few were tinged by the philosophical notions of Aristotle and the Neoplatonic school of Alexandria. Though bigotry and ignorance stigmatized them with the opprobrious epithets of infidel and heretic, historical verity must admit that they did not exclude themselves from Islam, nor advance any theory for which they were unable to find a warrant in the sayings of the founder of the faith or his immediate descendants. The doctrine of evolution and progressive development, to which these philosophers adhered most strongly, has been propounded in clear terms by one of their prominent representatives, the famous Al-Hazen. The philosophical notions on this subject may be summarized thus. In the region of existing matter, the mineral kingdom comes lowest, then comes the vegetable kingdom, then the animal, and finally the human being. By his body he belongs to the material world, but by his soul he appertains to the spiritual or immaterial. Above him are only the purely spiritual beings, the angels, above whom only is God. Footnote: the author of the Gawhar-e-Murad, to which I shall refer later in some detail, explains that what are called, in quote-unquote, the language of theology, angels, are the forces of nature in the language of hikmat. End of footnote. Thus the lowest is combined by a chain of progress to the highest. But the human soul perpetually strives to cast off the bonds of matter, and becoming free, it soars upwards again to God, from whom it emanated. End quote. And these notions found expression later in the Masnavi of Maulana Jalaluddin, whose quote-unquote orthodoxy can hardly be questioned. Az jamadi murdam nami shadam, vaz nama murdam be hayvan barzadam. مردم از حیوانی و آدم شدم، پس چه ترسم که ز مردن کم شدم. حمله دیگر بمیرم از بشر، تو برآرم از ملایک بال و پر، بار دیگر از ملک قربان شوم، آنچه اندر وهم ناید آن شوم. پس عدم گردم، عدم چون ارکنون، گویدم که انا الیه راجعون. Dying from the inorganic, we developed into the vegetable kingdom. Dying from the vegetable, we rose to the animal. And leaving the animal, we became men. Then, what fear that death will lower us? The next transition will make us angels. From angels we shall rise and become what no mind can conceive. We shall merge in infinity as in the beginning. Have we not been told, all of us will return unto him? End quote. The greatest of the philosophers were Al-Kindi, Al-Farabi, Ibn Sina, Ibn Bajjah, Ibn Tufail, and Ibn Rushd. Al-Kindi, Abu Yusuf Yaqub ibn Ishaq, surnamed the philosopher par excellence, was a descendant of the illustrious family of Kinda, and counted among his ancestors several of the princes of Arabia. His father, Ishaq bin as-Sabah, was the governor of Kufa under al-Mahdi, al-Hadi, and Harun. Al-Kindi, who prosecuted his studies at Basra and Baghdad, rendered himself famous under the caliphs Ma'mun and Mu'tasim by the versatility of his genius and the profoundness of his knowledge. He wrote on philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, politics, music, etc. Versed in the languages of the Greeks, the Persians, and the Indians, thoroughly acquainted with their sciences and philosophy, he was selected by Ma'mun for the work of translating Aristotle and other Greek writers into Arabic. Cardan, says Munk, places him among the 12 geniuses of the first order who had appeared in the world up to the 16th century. Abu Nasr Farabi, Abu Nasr Muhammad bin Muhammad Turkhan al-Farabi, so called from his native city of Farab in Transoxania, was a distinguished physician, mathematician, and philosopher. He is regarded as the most learned and subtle of the commentators of Aristotle. He enjoyed the patronage of Saif-ud-Dawla Ali bin Hamdan, Prince of Aleppo, and died at Damascus in the month of Rajab 339 AH, December 950 AC. Among his various works, some may be mentioned here to show the tendency of the Arab mind in that prolific age. In the Encyclopedia of Science, Ihsa ul-Ulum, he gives a general review of all the sciences. A Latin epitome of this work gives an idea of the range over which it extends, being divided into 5 parts dealing with the different branches of science, viz., language, logic, mathematics, natural sciences, and political and social economy. Another celebrated work of Farabi, largely utilized by Roger Bacon and Albertus Magnus, was his commentary on Aristotle's Organon. His Tendency of the Philosophies of Plato and Aristotle, his treatise on ethics, entitled As-Sirat al-Fudala, and another on politics called As-Siyasat ul-Madaniyya, which forms part of a larger and more comprehensive work bearing the name of Mabadi ul-Mawjudat, shows the versatile character of his intellect. Besides philosophy and medicine, Farabi cultivated music, which he elevated into a science. He wrote several treatises both on the theory and the art of music, as well as the manufacture of musical instruments. In one he compared the systems of music among the ancients with that in vogue in his own time. Abu Qasim Kindersky, no mean judge, places Farabi on a level with his great successor, Ibn Sina. Footnote. See also Uyun al-Masail, where he establishes by deductive reasoning that creation is the work of a supreme intelligence, and that nothing in the universe is fortuitous or accidental. End of footnote. Of Ibn Sina I have already spoken as a physician. As a philosopher he occupies a position hardly inferior to that of the great Stagirite. He was unquestionably the master spirit of his age, and in spite of the opposition raised against him by fanaticism and self-interest, he left his impress in undying characters on the thoughts of succeeding ages. His voluminous works testify to the extraordinary activity of his mind. Footnote. His two greatest works on philosophy and science, the Shifa and the Najat, still exist intact. End of footnote. He systematized Aristotelian philosophy and filled, quote, the void between God and man, end quote, in Aristotle's fragmentary psychology by the doctrine of the intelligence of the spheres conceived after a scientific method. The great object of the Arabian philosophers was to furnish the world with a complete theory of the unity of the cosmos, which would satisfy not the mind only, but also the religious sense. And accordingly they endeavored to reconcile the ethical and spiritual with the philosophical side of science. Hence the development of the theory of the two intellects, the passive reason or abstract soul in contact with material forms and subject through them to change and death, and the active reason, aql al-fa'al, conversant with the immutable, and so remaining unchanged in itself. By patient discipline of the heart and soul, man can elevate himself to conjunction with this higher reason. But the discipline needed was as much moral and spiritual as intellectual. Ibn Sina represented these ideas in the highest degree. He was the truest and most faithful exponent of the philosophical aspirations of his time. Quote, for ethical earnestness, it would be hard to find anything more impressive than the teaching of Avicenna. End quote. A severely logical treatment of his subjects is the distinctive character of his writings. His main endeavor was directed towards the demonstration of the theory that there existed an intimate connection between the human soul and the primary absolute cause, a conception which is traced in every line of Jalaluddin Rumi. Shahristani gives a brief but exhaustive sketch of Ibn Sina's views, culled, as he says, from his various books. After describing Ibn Sina's treatment of the sciences, logic, and other cognate subjects, Shahristani states that the philosopher discussed metaphysics under 10 theses. Under the first 5, he deals with the origin of knowledge, experimentation, induction and deduction, matter and force, the relation of cause and effect, the primary and accidental, universals and particulars. Under the 6th and 7th, he demonstrates that the primal cause, the being whose existence is necessary by virtue of his essence, is one and absolute. Under the 8th and 9th, he deals with the unity of the cosmos, the relation of human souls to the primal cause and the active intellect, the first created. And lastly, he discusses the conception of future existence, the doctrine of return, ma'ad. He proclaims the individual permanence of the human soul, and argues that it will retain its individuality after its separation from the corporeal body, but that the pleasure and pain of the future existence will be purely spiritual, depending on the use or misuse by man of his mental, moral, and physical powers to attain the perfection He argues under the last head the necessity for mankind of prophetism. The prophet expounds to men the divine laws, explains to them the ethical demands of God and humanity in parables comprehensible to common folk, which appeal to and settle their hearts. The prophet dissuades from jealousy, rancor, and misdeeds, lays the foundation of social and moral development, and is God's veritable messenger on earth. Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Yahya, surnamed Ibn ul-Sayyih, popularly called Ibn Bajjah, corrupted by the European scholiasts into Aventace, is one of the most celebrated philosophers among the Arabs of Spain. He was not only a distinguished physician, mathematician, and astronomer, but also a musician of the first rank. He was born at Saragossa towards the end of the 11th century of the Christian era, and in 1118 AC we find him mentioned as residing in Seville. He afterwards proceeded to Africa, where he occupied a high position under the Almoravids. He died at Fez in 1138 AC. Several of his works have come down to us in their entirety and show the free range of the Muslim intellect in those days. Ibn Tufayl, Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Abdul Malik ibn Tufayl al-Qaisi, was born in the beginning of the 12th century at Gaudix, Wadi Ash, a small city of Andalusia, in the province of Granada. He was celebrated as a physician, mathematician, philosopher, and poet, and was held in great esteem at the court of the first two sovereigns of the Almohad dynasty. From 1163 to 1184, he filled the office of vizier and physician to Abu Yaqub Yusuf, the second Almohad king. Abu Tufayl died in Morocco in 1185 AC. He belonged to the contemplative school of Arab philosophy, which was designated Ishraqi, an offshoot of ancient Neoplatonism, and akin in its aspirations to modern mysticism. His contemplative philosophy is not founded on mystical exaltation, but on a method in which intuition is combined with reasoning. His famous work, called Hayy ibn Yaqdan, represents the gradual and successive development of intelligence and the power of perception in a person wholly unassisted by outside instruction. Ibn Rushd, or Averroes, Abul Walid Muhammad ibn Ahmed, was born in 520 AH, 1126 AC at Cordova, where his family had for a long time occupied a prominent position. His grandfather was Qadi ul-Qudat of all Andalusia under the Almoravids. Ibn Rushd was a jurisconsult of the first rank, but he applied himself mainly to medicine, mathematics, and philosophy. Introduced to Abu Yaqub Yusuf by Ibn Tufayl, he was received with great favor by that sovereign. In 1169 to 1170, we find him holding the office of Qadi of Seville, and in 1182 of Cordova. For a few years after the accession of Yaqub al-Mansur to the throne of the Almohads, Ibn Rushd enjoyed the consideration and esteem of that monarch. But when the pent-up Berber fanaticism burst forth, he was the first to fall a victim to the fury of the lawyers and mullahs whom he had offended by his philosophical writings, and who were jealous of his genius and his learning. Ibn Rushd was without question one of the greatest scholars and philosophers the Arab world has produced, and, quote, one of the profoundest commentators, says Munk, of Aristotle's works, end quote. Ibn Rushd held that the highest effort of man ought to be directed towards the attainment of perfection, that is, a complete identification with the active universal intellect. That this perfection can only be attained by study and speculation, and abandoning all the desires which belong to the inferior faculties of the soul, and especially to the senses, but not by mere sterile meditation. He also held that prophetic revelations were necessary for spreading among mankind the eternal verities proclaimed equally by religion and philosophy, that religion itself directs their search by means of science, that it teaches truths in a popular manner comprehensible to all people, that philosophy alone is capable of seizing the true religious doctrines by means of interpretation, but the ignorant apprehend only the literal meaning. On the question of predestination, he held that man was neither the absolute master of his actions nor bound by fixed immutable decrees. But the truth, says Ibn Rushd, lies in the middle, al-amr bayn al-amrayn, words used by the Fatimid Imams, and explained by them somewhat similarly. Our actions depend partly on our own free will and partly on causes outside us. We are free to wish and to act in a particular manner, but our will is always restrained and determined by exterior causes. These causes spring from the general laws of nature. God alone knows their sequence. It is this which, in the language of theology, is called qada and qadr. Ibn Rushd's political theories were directed against human tyranny in every shape. He regarded the Arab Republic under the Rashidun caliphs as the model government in which was realized the dream of Plato. Muawiyah, he says, in establishing the Umayyad autocracy, overthrew this ideal and opened the door to all disasters. Ibn Rushd considered women to be equal in every respect to men, and claimed for them equal capacity in war, in philosophy, in science. He cites the example of the female warriors of Arabia, Africa, and Greece, and refers to their superiority in music in support of his contention that if women were placed in the same position as men and received the same education, they would become the equals of their husbands and brothers in all the sciences and arts, and he ascribes their inferiority to the narrow lives they lead. End of section 42. Section 43 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 10. The Rationalistic and Philosophical Spirit of Islam, continued. In Ibn Rushd, Arabian philosophy reached its apogee. 6 centuries divide him from the Prophet. Within these centuries, the Arab intellect had broadened in every direction. Men like Ibn Sina and Ibn Rushd thought with the accumulated wealth of ages on all the most important questions which occupy human attention in modern times, and formulated their ideas little different from those held by the most advanced scientists of the present day, with logical precision. All these thinkers claimed to be Muslims, and were recognized as such by the best minds of their times. Ibn Sina repudiated with indignation and contempt the charge of infidelity leveled against him by fanatics or enemies jealous of his fame. And one of the greatest mystical poets of Islam, Sana'i, whose orthodoxy, though doubted by his personal foes, is no longer questioned, has embodied his veneration for Bu Ali Sina in an immortal poem. Ibn Rushd wrote on the concord of religion with philosophy, and one of his intimate friends, Abdul Kabir, a highly religious person, described him as one anxious to establish a harmony between religion and philosophy. Al-Ansari and Abdul Walid speak of Ibn Rushd as sincerely attached to Islam, and his latest biographer says, "There is nothing to prevent our supposing that Ibn Rushd was a sincere believer in Islamism, especially when we consider how little irrational and supernatural element in the essential dogmas of this religion is, and how closely this religion approaches the purest deism." End quote. The close of the 10th century was full of the darkest omens for rationalism and science. The star of the sun of Sina had not yet risen on the horizon, but masters like Kindi and Farabi had appeared and departed after shedding an abiding luster on the Saracenic race. Patristicism was triumphant in every quarter which owned the temporal or spiritual sway of the Abbasids. The College of Jurists had placed under the ban of heresy the rationalists and philosophers who had made the name of Muslims glorious in the annals of the world. A heartless, illiberal, and persecuting formalism dominated the spirit of the theologians. A pharisaical Epicureanism had taken possession of the rich, and an ignorant fanaticism of the poor. The gloom of night was fast thickening, and Islam was drifting into the condition into which ecclesiasticism had led Christianity. It was at this epoch of travail and sorrow for all lovers of truth that a small body of thinkers formed themselves into a brotherhood to keep alive the lamp of knowledge among the Muslims, to introduce a more healthy tone among the people, to arrest the downward course of the Muslims towards ignorance and fanaticism, in fact, to save the social fabric from utter ruin. They called themselves the Brothers of Purity, Ikhwanus Safa. The Society of the Pure Brethren was established in Basra, which still held rank in the fast-dwindling caliphate as the second city of the empire, the home of rationalism and intellectual activity. To this quote-unquote brotherhood, none but men of unsullied character and the purest morals were admitted. The passport for admission into the select circle was devotion to the cause of knowledge and humanity. There was nothing exclusive or esoteric in their spirit, though from necessities of their situation, and working under a rigid theological and political despotism, their movements were enshrouded in some degree of mystery. They met together quietly and unobtrusively in the residence of the head of the society, who bore the name of Zayd, the son of Rifa'a, and discussed philosophical and ethical subjects with a catholicity of spirit and breadth of views difficult to rival even in modern times. They formed branches in every city of the caliphate, wherever in fact they could find a body of thoughtful men, willing and qualified to work according to their scientific method. This philanthropic and scientific movement was led by 5 men who, with Zayd, were the life and soul of the brotherhood. Their system was eclectic in the highest and truest sense of the word. They contemned no field of thought. They, quote, culled flowers from every meadow, end quote. In spite of the mysticism which slightly tinged their philosophical conceptions, their views on social and political problems were highly practical and intensely humane. As the result of their labors, they gave the world a general resume of the knowledge of the time in separate treatises, which were collectively known as the Rasail al-Ikhwan al-Safa wa Khullan al-Wafa, Tracts of the Brothers of Purity and Friends of Sincerity, or shortly, Rasail al-Ikhwan al-Safa. These risalas range over every subject of human study: mathematics, including astronomy, physical geography, music, and mechanics; physics, including chemistry, meteorology, and geology; biology, physiology, zoology, botany, logic, grammar, metaphysics, ethics, the doctrine of a future life. They form, in fact, a popular encyclopedia of all the sciences and philosophy then extant. The theory of these evolutionists of the 10th century as to the development of animal organism may be compared with advantage with that entertained at present times. But I am not concerned so much with the scientific and intellectual side of their writings as with the ethical and moral. The ethics of the pure brethren are founded on self-study and the purification or abstraction of human thought from all impurity. Moral endowments are prized above intellectual gifts, and the strength of soul founded upon patient self-discipline and self-control is regarded as the highest of virtues. Quote, "Faith without work, knowing without doing, were vain." Patience and forbearance, mildness and loving gentleness, justice, mercy, and truth, the sublimity of virtue, the sacrifice of self for others are taught in every line. Cant, hypocrisy and deceit, envy and pride, tyranny and falsehood are reprobated in every page, and the whole is pervaded by a purity of sentiment, a fervent love of humanity, an earnest faith in the progress of man, a universal charity embracing even the brute creation in its fold. What can be more beautiful, more truly humane, than the disputation between the quote, "animals and mankind"? Their ethics form the foundation of all later works. Their religious idea was identical with that of Farabi and Ibn Sina. The universe was an emanation from God, but not directly. The primal absolute cause created reason, or the active intelligence, and from this proceeded the nafsun nufus, the abstract soul, from which sprang primary matter, the protoplasm of all material entities. The active intelligence molded this primary matter and made it capable of taking shapes and forms, and set it in motion, whence were formed the spheres and the planets. Their morality is founded on this very conception of the primal absolute cause being connected by an unbroken chain with the lowest of his creation. For the abstract soul, individualized in humanity, is always struggling to attain by purity of life, self-discipline, intellectual study, the goal of perfection, to get back to the source from which it emanated. This is ma'ad. This is the quote-unquote return which the Prophet taught. This is the rest and peace inculcated in the Scripture. It was thus that the pure brethren taught. Whatever we may think of their psychology, there is no denying that their morality was of the purest, their ethics of the highest that can be conceived. standing on a different plane from those of the theologians who induced the bigot Mustanjid to burn their encyclopedia in Baghdad, before Baghdad itself was burnt by the Mongols. Aristotelian philosophy, which was founded on, quote, observation and experience, end quote, was, however, more akin to the Saracenic genius and the positive bent of the Arab mind. Aristotelian logic and metaphysics naturally exercised a great influence on the conceptions of Arab scientists and scholars. Neoplatonism, based on intuition and a certain vague and mystical contemplation, did not take root among the Arabs until it was made popular by the writings of the unfortunate Shihabuddin Suhrawardi. The Aristotelian conception of the first cause pervades accordingly many of the philosophical and metaphysical writings of this period, and it was in consequence of the influence exercised by the Stagirite that a section of Arab thinkers tended towards a belief in the eternity of matter. These men received the name of Dahris, from Dahr, or nature. The fundamental idea of these philosophers, says Kramer, was the same as has gained ground in modern times owing to the extension of natural science, end quote. But they were not, as their enemies called them, atheists. Atheism is the negation of a power or cause beyond and outside the visible and material world. These philosophers affirmed no such thing. They only held that it was impossible to predicate of the causa causans any attribute whatsoever, or to explain the mode in which he works on the universe. They were, in fact, the exponents of the doctrine of ta'lil, or agnosticism. It appears clear, therefore, that the Islam of Muhammad contains nothing which in itself bars progress or the intellectual development of humanity. How is it, then, that since the 12th century of the Christian era, philosophy has almost died out among the followers of Islam, and an anti-rationalistic patristicism has taken possession of the bulk of the people? How is it that predestinarianism, though only one phase of the Quranic teachings, has become the predominant creed of a large number of Muslims? As regards the supposed extinction among them of philosophy, I should like to call attention to the revival of Avicennism under the Safawi sovereigns of Persia, to show that rationalism and free thought are not yet dead in Islam. But the questions which I have formulated apply to the general body of Muslims, and I propose to explain the causes which have led to this result. Before the Abbasid Mutawakkil's accession to the throne, Islam presented a spectacle similar to that of Christendom in the 17th and 18th centuries. It was divided into two camps, one of authority, the other of reason. The one advocated the guidance of humanity in matters, natural as well as supernatural, by precedent, pure and simple. The other by human judgment, tempered so far as practicable by precedent. Between these two parties the difference was irreconcilable. The first was composed chiefly of the lawyers, a class of people who have been regarded in every age and country, and not always without reason, as narrow-minded, self-opinionated, and extremely jealous of their interests as a body. To them were joined the ignorant populace, quote, "The creed of the bishop is the creed of the grocer, but the philosophy of that grocer is in no sense the philosophy of a professor. Therefore it is that the bishop will be revered where the professor will be stoned. Intellect is that which man claims as specially his own. It is the one limiting distinction, and thus the multitude, so tolerant of the claims of an aristocracy of birth or of wealth, is uneasy under the claims of an aristocracy of intelligence." End quote. As I have had occasion to mention in a previous chapter, most of the legal decisions pronounced by the Prophet were called forth by the passing necessities of a primitive and archaic society. After him, the Caliph Ali was the expositor of the new faith. In the Quran, these legal doctrines were extremely few and adaptable to any circumstance or time, and during the reigns of the Rashidun caliphs were expounded chiefly by Ali and his disciple Ibn Abbas. Upon their death, the men who had attended their lectures or listened to their judgments opened classes of jurisprudence on their own account. Faqirs, or lawyers, multiplied. They discussed religio-legal questions, gave opinions on points of casuistry, the rights of religion, as well as on ordinary relations of life. Gradually they became the keepers of the conscience of the people. Naturally, there was a keen desire to discover how the Prophet had acted in any particular case. Traditions multiplied. The supply was in proportion to the demand, but excepting in the school of Medina, there was no uniformity of system or method. The immediate descendants of Muhammad followed one definite rule. If they found any precedent of the time of the Prophet or of the Caliph Ali authenticated by their own ancestors, which was applicable to the circumstances of the case, they based their decision upon it. If not, they relied on their own judgment. Law was with them inductive and experimental, and they decided according to the exigencies and requirements of each particular case. Under the early Umayyads there was no fixed rule. The governors ruled sharply by the sword according to their own judgment, leaving matters of conscience to the faqirs. Under the later Umayyads, however, the lawyers assumed great preponderance, chiefly on account of their influence with the fickle populace. When the Abbasids rose to power, the lecture room of Imam Jafar as-Sadiq was attended by two men who afterwards became the bulwarks of the Sunni church. One was Abu Hanifa, the other Malik son of Anas. Abu Hanifa was a native of Iraq, Malik of Medina. Both were men of severe morals and great kindliness of nature, and anxious to broaden the foundations of the church. They were devoted to the family of the Prophet, and suffered in consequence of their attachment. Abu Hanifa, on his return to Kufa, opened a class which became the nucleus of the now famous Hanafi school. He rejected most of the traditions as untrue and relied solely on the Quran, and by quote-unquote analogical deductions endeavored to make the simple Quranic utterances applicable to every variety of circumstance. Abu Hanifa knew nothing of humankind, nor had he ever been to any city except Medina and Baghdad. He was a speculative legist, and his two disciples, Abu Yusuf, who became chief Qadi of Baghdad under Harun, and Muhammad al-Shaybani, fixed Abu Hanifa's conceptions on a regular basis. Malik proceeded on different lines. He excluded from his system all inferences and quote-unquote deductions. He applied himself to discover in Medina, so full of the Prophet's memories, every real or supposititious incident in the Master's life, and based his doctrines thereupon. He was, quote-unquote, the beaten path. Footnote: the Muwatta, i.e., the beaten path, is the name of his work on jurisprudence. End of footnote. And to the simple Arabs and the cognate races of Africa, Malik's enunciations were more acceptable, being suited to their archaic forms of society, than the rationalized views of the Fatimid Imams or the speculative theories of Abu Hanifa. Soon after came Shafi'i, a man of strong and vigorous mind, better acquainted with the world than Abu Hanifa and Malik, and less casuistical than Abu Yusuf and Muhammad al-Shaybani. He formed from the materials furnished by Ja'far as-Sadiq, Malik, and Abu Hanifa an eclectic school, which found acceptance chiefly among the middle classes. Less adaptable than original Hanafism to the varying necessities of a growing and mixed population, it contained sufficient germs of improvement which, had they not been killed by the rigid formalism of later times, would have been productive of substantial good. Footnote: Shafi'ism is spreading rapidly among the educated Hanafis of India. End of footnote. 4 different systems of law and doctrine, more or less distinct from each other, thus established themselves in the Islamic world. The Fatimid system was chiefly in force among the Shias, who were dispersed all over the empire, Malikism among a large part of the Arabs of the peninsula, among the Berbers, and most of the Spanish Muslims, Shafi'ism among the fairly well-to-do classes, and Hanafism among the more respectable sections of society in Mesopotamia, Syria, and Egypt. The position of Hanafism in the Caliphate was similar to that of Pharisaism among the Jews. It received the countenance of the court as the only school with sufficient expansiveness to meet the requirements of a mixed population. To have acknowledged the Fatimid system would have been to give too great a preponderance to the descendants of the Prophet. To have adopted Malikism and Shafi'ism for the administration of a liberal state would have jeopardized the interests of the empire. Hence, whilst rationalism ruled in the colleges and madrasas, footnote: madrasa is a place where lectures are given, hence a college, school, etc. End of footnote. Hanafism held possession of the pulpits and mahkamas, courts of justice. In its theological views, Hanafism inclined towards Sifatism, but it varied its opinions according to those of the rulers. At this period, Hanafism was remarkable for its flexibility. Ahmed ibn Hanbal, commonly known as Imam Hanbal, made his appearance at this juncture, a red-hot Puritan, breathing eternal perdition to all who differed from him. He was shocked with the Pharisaical liberalism of Hanafism, and disgusted both with the narrowness of Malikism and the commonplace character of Shafi'ism. He applied himself to frame a new system based on traditions for the whole empire. Abu Hanifa had rejected the majority of the current traditions. Ibn Hanbal's system included a mass of incongruous, irrational, and bewildering stories, the bulk of which were wholly inconsistent with each other, and bearing upon their face the marks of fabrication. And now commenced a serious struggle between the parties of progress and retrogression. Ibn Hanbal adopted the extreme Sifatiya views. He inculcated that the deity was visible to the human sight, that his attributes were separate from his essence, that the statements about his being seated on the throne were to be accepted in their literal sense, that man was in no sense a free agent, that every human action was the direct act of the deity, and so forth. He denounced learning and science, and proclaimed a holy war against rationalism. The populace, carried away by his eloquence or his vehemence, took up the cry. The Hanafi jurists, whose power materially depended on their influence over the ignorant masses, and who were jealous of the prominence of the scientists and philosophers in the court of Harun and Ma'mun, made common cause with the new reformer. The pulpits began to fulminate brimstone and fire against the upholders of reason and the advocates of philosophy and science. The streets of Baghdad became the scenes of frequent rioting and bloodshed. Motasim and Wasik repressed the fanatical violence of the fiery Puritans with some severity. The prime mover of the disturbances was put in prison, where he died in the odor of great sanctity. His bier was followed to the grave by a crowd consisting of 140,000 men and women. His system never took root among any large body of people, but, mixing with Hanafism, it gave a new character to the doctrines of Abu Hanifa. Henceforth, Hanafism represents a mixture of the teachings of Abu Hanifa and of Ibn Hanbal. When Mutawakkil was raised to the throne, the position of the various parties stood thus. The rationalists were the directing power of the state. They held the chief offices of trust. They were professors in colleges, superintendents in hospitals, directors of observatories. They were merchants. In fact, they represented the wisdom and the wealth of the empire. Rationalism was the dominating creed among the educated, the intellectual, the influential classes of the community. Sifatism was in force among the lower strata of society, and most of the qadis, the preachers, the lawyers of various degrees were attached to it. A cruel, drunken sot, almost crazy at times, Mutawakkil had the wit to perceive the advantage of an alliance with the latter party. It would make him at once the idol of the populace and the model caliph of the bigots. The fiat accordingly went forth for the expulsion of the party of progress from their offices under government. The colleges and universities were closed, literature, science, and philosophy were interdicted, and the rationalists were hunted from Baghdad. Mutawakkil at the same time demolished the mausoleum of the Caliph Ali and his sons. The fanatical lawyers, who were now the priests and rabbis of Islam, became the ruling power of the state. Mutawakkil's death and Muntasir's accession gave the victory once more to the progressists, but their success was short-lived. Under the pitiless and sanguinary Mu'tazid Billah, the triumph of patristicism was complete. He mercilessly persecuted the rationalists. They inculcated that, quote-unquote, justice was the animating principle of human actions, that God himself governed the universe by justice, which was his essence, that the test of right and wrong was not any individual will, but the good of humanity. These doctrines were terribly revolutionary. They were aimed at the divine right of the caliph to do wrong. Tom Paine could scarcely preach worse. On the other hand, the clerical party taught very properly, quote, God is the sovereign. As the sovereign does no wrong, so God can do no wrong. End quote. There could be no question which of these two doctrines was true. The days of rationalism were now over under the Abbasids. Expelled from Baghdad, it took refuge in Cairo, which was worse, for if there was one place which the Abbasid caliphs hated with the hatred of death, that was Cairo. The very name of rationalism became one of dire import to the pontiffs of Baghdad. A college of jurists was established to ferret out quote-unquote heresy in the writings of the philosophers and scientists, whose misfortune was still to live within the reach of the patristic influences. The works in which the smallest taint was observed were committed to the flames. Their authors were subjected to tortures and to death. Islam now presented the spectacle of orthodox Christendom. There was a time when, in spite of the fact that the temporal power was arrayed against it, rationalism would have regained its hold on the masses. In their constant disputations, the clerical party always found themselves worsted, and though on these occasions they not infrequently invoked the more forcible reasoning of the sword and bricks and stones, their defeats in argument perceptibly told on the ranks of their followers. It was at this period that the retrogressive party received the assistance of an unexpected ally. Hitherto they had fought against reason with their usual repertory of traditions. Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, a descendant of the famous Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, who had been tricked by Amr ibn al-As into abandoning the rights of the Caliph Ali, was educated among the Mu'tazilas. Footnote: Al-Ash'ari was born at Basra in 260 AH, 874 AC, but passed the greatest part of his life in Baghdad. Up to the 40th year of his age, he was a devoted adherent of the Mu'tazilas. He ascribed his theatrical abjuration of his old beliefs to an admonition he received from the Prophet in a dream during the fasting month of Ramadan. End of footnote. He had learned their logic, their philosophy, their science of reasoning. Actuated by vanity, and partly perhaps by ambition, he one day in the Jami Mosque of Basra, in the presence of a large congregation, made a public disavowal of the Mu'tazilite doctrines and declared his adherence to Sifatism. His theatrical manner and his eloquent words impressed the people, and the waverers at once went over to him. Ash'ari was now the greatest man in the caliphate. He was petted by the legists, idolized by the populace, respected by the caliph. He gave to the clerical party what they had long been wanting, a logical system, or what may be called by that name, for the defense of patristic theology against the rationalistic conceptions of the Mu'tazilas, the philosophers, and the Fatimid Imams. Abu al-Hasan maintained the Sifatiya doctrines with very slight modifications. A short summary of his views taken from Shahristani will explain the present mental lethargy of so many Muslims. He maintained, says our author, that the attributes of the deity are eternal and subsistent in his essence, but they are not simply his essence, rather they are additional to his essence, that God speaks by an eternal word, and wills by an eternal will, for it is evident that God is a sovereign, and as a sovereign is one to whom it belongs to command and prohibit, so God commands and prohibits, that his ordering is eternal, subsistent in him, a quality pertaining to him, that the will of God is indivisible, eternal, embracing all things subject to volition, whether determinate actions of his own or actions of his creatures, the latter so far as created by him, not as they are their own actions by appropriation. Footnote: Shahristani explains this word later, end of footnote. That God wills all things morally, good and evil, beneficial and injurious, and as he both knows and wills, that he wills on the part of his creatures what he knows, and has caused to be registered in the memorial book, which foreknowledge constitutes his decree, his decisions, and his determination. Therein there is no varying or change. That an appropriated action means an action which is predestined to be done by created ability, and which takes place under the condition of created ability." In plainer language, he taught that every human action emanates from God, or is predestined by his decree to be performed by a particular person, and this person, having the capacity of appropriation or acquisitiveness, does the act. The act is primarily God's act, secondarily the man's. For example, if a man applies himself to write a letter, his desire to write is the outcome of an eternal decree that he should write. Then he takes up the pen. It is the will of God that he should do so, and so on. When the writing is finished, it is due to his acquisitiveness. Shahristani very appropriately observes that, according to Abul Hasan, no influence in respect to origination of action pertains to created ability. This worthy divine further maintained that, quote, God rules as a sovereign over his creatures, doing what he wills and determining as he pleases, so that were he to cause all men to enter paradise, there would be no injustice, and if he were to send them all to hell, there would be no wrongdoing, because injustice is the ordering in respect to things which do not come within the sphere of control of the orderer, or the inversion of established relations of things, and God is the absolute sovereign, on whose part no injustice is imaginable, and to whom no wrong can be attributed, and that nothing whatever is obligatory upon God by virtue of reason, neither that which is beneficial, nor that which is most advantageous, nor gracious assistance, and that the ground of human obligation is nothing which constitutes a necessity binding upon God. After mentioning the doctrines of Abul Hasan, Shahristani proceeds to state the views of Abul Hasan's principal disciple, whose teachings were adopted by a large body of people. Abu Abdullah Muhammad bin Karam, quote, whom we count as one of the Sifatiyas, end quote. This man maintained that the divine attributes were distinct from his essence, that God can be perceived by eyesight, and that he creates human actions from time to time as he wills. No account of al-Ash'ari's teachings would be complete without a reference to Ibn Asakir's work. Shahristani, in his resume of the Ash'ari doctrines, maintains a philosophical and judicial attitude. Ibn Asakir, on the other hand, makes no pretense of holding an even balance between contending schools. To him, as to Ash'ari, the doctrines of the rationalists are rank heresy, and he denounces their teachings with uncompromising violence. His exposition, however, of al-Ash'ari's emphatic rule that the dogmas of the faith must be accepted by the orthodox without questioning helps us to understand the tendencies which were set in motion at an early stage of Muslim development, and which eventually succeeded in arresting the progress of Muslim nations and paralyzing in the course of centuries their intellectual energy. All questioning was declared to be an impiety and an unforgivable sin, whilst the spirit of inquiry was held to be a manifestation of the devil. God, says the Quran, sees all things, end quote. Therefore it was assumed he must have eyes, and the believer must accept it bila kayfa, without why or wherefore. Thus reasoned al-Ash'ari, and thus has reasoned his school through the ages. 250 years separate al-Ash'ari from his distinguished exponent and apologist. Within this period of time, Islam had undergone a great change. Until al-Ash'ari started his new school of dogmatic theology, the struggle for ascendancy was confined between rationalism on one side and patristicism on the other. Al-Ash'ari supplied the latter with a weapon it had never possessed before. As Ibn Asakir remarks, quote, Al-Ash'ari was the first orthodox dialectician mutakallim bil-lisan, who reasoned with the rationalists and other heretics according to their own principles of logic, end quote. As an attempted compromise between rationalism and patristicism, between quote-unquote orthodoxy and heterodoxy, his doctrines found a ready acceptance among the extreme theologians and divines, who saw in his system the means for overthrowing rationalism from the pinnacle of power and influence which it had attained in the enlightened reigns of Al-Ma'mun and his two immediate successors. Rationalism was also favored by the earlier Buyids, and under their auspices and encouragement, its influence had become paramount in mid-Asia. The power of the Mu'tazila, says Ibn Asakir, was very great in Iraq until the time of Fena Khusru, Azud ud-Dawla. Footnote: Al-Malik Fena Khusru reigned as the mayor of the palace from 367 to 372 AH. Ibn Asakir tells the story of how Fena Khusru, after attending one of the quote, assemblies of the learned, end quote, which were held in the house of the chief Qadi, who was a Mu'tazili, found that there was not a single Ash'arite in their midst. On being told that there was no learned Ash'arite in Baghdad, he pressed the judge to invite some from outside. It was at his instance, it is stated, that Ibn al-Bakillani, one of the principal disciples of al-Ash'ari, was summoned to Baghdad. To him Fena Khusru confided the education of his sons. Whether this story be true or not, the period of Azud ud-Dawla's reign fixes the date of the rise of the star of Ash'arism. End of footnote. In his reign, Ash'arism first found favor at court and gradually spread among all classes. Up to the middle of the 5th century of the Hijra, it was often confounded with Mu'tazilism, which al-Ash'ari had professed until his dramatic secession. His disciples appear even to have been subjected to some persecution at the hands of the sects who claimed the special privilege of orthodoxy. End of section 43. Section 44 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 10, The Rationalistic and Philosophical Spirit of Islam, continued. Under Sultan Tughril, the founder of the Seljuqid dynasty, the followers of al-Ash'ari were suspected of unorthodoxy and had to undergo proscription and exile. The Sultan himself was a follower of Imam Abu Hanifa and professed Hanafite orthodoxy. He had given orders for public imprecation on heretics from the pulpits of the mosques. According to Ibn Asakir, his vizier, who was a Mu'tazili, included the Ash'arites in the imprecation and started a persecution of the most prominent imams and doctors among the disciples of al-Ash'ari. The cloud under which Ash'arism labored in the reign of Tughril Beg lifted on his death, and with the accession of Alp-Arslan and the rise of Nizam al-Mulk, quote, who favored the adherence of the Sunnah, end quote, Ash'arism became the dominant sect. Quote, he recalled the exiles, covered them with honors, opened colleges and schools in their names, end quote. Thus, one of the most generous patrons of learning among the Muslims unconsciously allied himself to a tendency to which, more largely than in any other case, the sterilization of the intellectual energies of the Muslims is due. Ibn Asakir's account of the progress of Ash'arism is enthusiastic. From Iraq it spread into Syria and Egypt under the Ayyubids, Saladin and his successors, and Mamelukes. From Iraq also it was carried into Western Africa by Ibn Tumart, the founder of the Almohad dynasty in northwest Africa, and it took firm root in the Maghrib, Morocco. Quote, there remained no other sect in Islam, excepting some followers of Ibn Hanbal and some partisans of Abu Hanifa, to compete with the adherents of al-Ash'ari. End quote. Ahmed bin Hanbal and al-Ash'ari were in perfect harmony, says Ibn Asakir, in their religious opinions, and did not differ in any particulars in the fundamental doctrines and in the acceptance of the authority of the traditions. This is the reason, he continues, why the Hanbalites relied from always and at all times on the Ash'arites against the heterodox, as they were the only dialecticians among the orthodox. End quote. To throw into relief the cardinal principles of al-Ash'ari's teachings, Ibn Asakir places in juxtaposition the opinions held by different sects. After mentioning various other sects, he gives an account, in the words of al-Ash'ari, of the Mu'tazilite doctrines, quote, in which they have strayed from the right path, end quote. He tells us that the Mu'tazilas repudiate the notion that God can be seen by the corporeal sight, or that the Almighty has any similitude to human beings, or that there will be a corporeal resurrection on the day of account. They repudiate also, he says, the doctrine of pains and penalties, adhab, in the grave, end quote. Nor do they believe in the intercession, shafa'ah, of the Prophet. They hold that human sins can only be forgiven or remitted by divine mercy, and that neither his mercy nor justice can be influenced or deflected by human intercession. They believe that the Quran is created and revealed to the Prophet, and that the, quote, law has been announced according to human needs, end quote. After stating the Mu'tazilite doctrines, Ibn Asakir proceeds to give in detail the creed of al-Ash'ari. They are 24 in number, but to show the theological attitude of al-Ash'ari and his sharp difference with rationalistic Islam, it is sufficient to refer only to a few. After the confession of faith regarding the unity of God and the messengership of the Prophet, in which all Islam is agreed, the Ash'arite creed proceeds thus: "We declare that paradise and hell are true, that the arrival of the hour of judgment is certain, and that without doubt God will raise the dead from their graves, that God will appear to human sight on the day of judgment." Footnote: It is believed that on the third day after burial, the grave is visited by two angels named Munkir and Nakir, who raise the dead to life by blows from their batons, and interrogate him as to his or her past life, and record the answers in a register. They act as a sort of juge d'instruction. This belief, evidently an offshoot from the Egyptian conceptions, was embedded in the folklore of the country before the promulgation of Islam. End of footnote. We declare that the Word of God, i.e., the Quran, and every part thereof is uncreated, that there is nothing on earth, neither good nor bad, which does not come into existence but by the will of God, that nothing, in fact, comes into being unless He wishes. We believe that God the Almighty knows the acts of His servants and their ends and consequences, as well as those which do not come to pass. We believe that human actions owe their origin to His will and are determined in advance by Him, that man has no power to originate or create anything by himself, i.e., without God's help, that man is incapable of obtaining by himself that which is good for his soul, or avoiding that which is harmful, except by the will of God." End quote. The Ash'arite Creed then goes on thus: "We believe in the intercession of the Prophet, and that God will redeem from the punishment of fire believers who have sinned. We believe in the day of resurrection. We believe in the appearance of the Antichrist, in the interrogation of the dead by the two angels, Munkir and Nakir. We believe in the ascension of the Prophet." Footnote: The belief in the ascension of the Prophet is general in Islam. Whilst the Ash'ari and the patristic sects believe that the Prophet was bodily carried up from earth to heaven, the rationalists hold that it was a spiritual exaltation, that it represented the uplifting of the soul by stages until it was brought into absolute communion with the universal soul. End of footnote. We believe that all evil thoughts are inspired by Satan. We believe that it is sinful to rise in arms against the lawful imam. End quote. Footnote: The Orthodox Sunni belief that once the sacramental oath of allegiance is sworn to the caliph, any rising against him is a religious crime, led all Muslim sovereigns to beg for investiture from the caliph, however impotent, as it made insurrection against them or their authority on the part of their subjects unlawful. End of footnote. This summary shows more clearly than Shahristani's philosophical analysis the attitude of al-Ash'ari towards Muslim development. In order to meet the Mu'tazilas on their own ground, Abul Hasan invented a rival science of reason, the real scholastic theology of the Muslims, which, though supposed to be an offshoot of the Ilm al-Kalam founded by the Mu'tazilas, is in many essential features different from it. For example, most of the Mu'tazilas were conceptualists, whilst the Ash'ari Mutakallimin were either realists or modified nominalists. The Ash'aris maintained that a negative quality like ignorance is an actual entity, whilst the Mu'tazilas declared that it was the mere negation of a quality. For example, ignorance was the absence of knowledge. The Ash'ari Mutakallim maintained that the Quran was uncreated and eternal. The Mu'tazilite declared that it represented the words of God revealed to the Prophet from time to time as occasion arose. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in nasikh and mansukh, for admittedly some of the later verses repealed others which had been uttered before. Ash'arism thus became the dominant school in the East. When the enlightened Buyids became the mayors of the palace, rationalism again raised its head in Baghdad. But Ash'arism never lost its hold over the conscience of the masses, nor did Mu'tazilism ever regain its old position of preponderance. The Buyids were rationalists, but the Seljukids, in spite of their patronage of learning and science, belonged to the Ash'ari school. Renan has observed that Islamism, having become, by the accident of history, the property of races given over to fanaticism, such as the Spaniards, the Berbers, the Persians, the Turks, acquired in their hands the garb of a rigid and exclusive dogmatism. Quote, "What has happened to Catholicism in Spain has happened to Islam. What would have happened in all Europe if the religious revival which took place in Christendom at the end of the 16th and the beginning of the 17th century had stopped all national development?" End quote. This observation is absolutely true. The Persian always associated an idea of divinity with the person of his sovereign. The Turk, the Mongol, the Berber looked upon their chiefs as the direct descendants of God. Conversion to Islam did not detract from their veneration of their kings or princes. For centuries the Arabs had tried to exorcise the demon of fanaticism which had been introduced into the hearts of the Spaniards by the Christian clergy. They failed, and the moment the Chancellor Al-Mansur, in order to enlist popular support in furtherance of his ambitious designs, raised in Spain a cry against rationalism, the same crowd which afterwards assisted with willing hands and gleeful faces at the auto-da-fés of heretics, helped in the burning of philosophical works in the market-place of Cordova. The victorious arm of Saladin carried Ash'arism into Egypt. Whilst rationalism was thus fighting a losing battle with its old enemy, the writings of Imam al-Ghazali, which were directed chiefly against the study of philosophy, strengthened the hands of patristicism. Abu Hamid Muhammad ibn Muhammad al-Ghazali was a man of undoubted talents and purity of character. Footnote, was born at Tus in Khorasan, the birthplace of Firdusi, in the year 1058 AC, 450 AH, died in 1111 AC, 505 of the Hijra. His most celebrated works are the Ihya al-Ulum, the revival of the sciences of religion, the Munqidh min ad-Dalal, deliverance from errors, Maqasid al-Falasifa, the tendencies of philosophers, and Tahafut al-Falasifa, destruction of philosophers, to which Ibn Rushd wrote a refutation called the Tahafut al-Falasifa, the destruction of destruction, etc. End of footnote. He had studied philosophy and dived into the mysteries of the sciences. He had even indulged in free thought. Suddenly, the spirit of earnest longing for a solid rock on which to rest the weary soul, the spirit that had worked similarly upon other minds in later ages, spoke to his heart, and from a philosopher he turned into a mystic. In the Munqidh, which appears to have been a discourse delivered either verbally or written to his religious brethren, he describes with some naivete how he hankered for knowledge, and in its search went everywhere, dipped into everything, acquainted himself with every subject, and how he abandoned the doctrines which had been instilled into him in early life. He says he knew the saying of the prophet which declared that every child was born with a knowledge of the truth in nature, and therefore wanted to know what that truth was. Then he describes how he was seized with skepticism, and how he escaped from its consequences by betaking himself into the higher regions of faith, viz., a mystical exaltation. The discourse contains a violent attack on the philosophers, whom he groups under three heads. 1. The Dahris, who believe in the eternity of matter and deny the existence of a creator. 2. The physicists or naturalists, who believe in the existence of a creator but think that the human soul, once separated from the body, ceases to exist, and that therefore there is no accountability for human actions. Both of them were infidels. 3. The theists, Plato and Aristotle, quote, "These have completely refuted the doctrines of the first two, and God has saved thereby the true believer from the battle. But they must be pronounced infidels, and so also the Muslim philosophers who have followed them, especially Farabi and Ibn Sina, for their philosophy is so confused that you cannot separate the truth from the false so as to refute the latter." From what we can discover of the writings of these two men, knowledge may be divided under three heads. One group we are bound to pronounce as infidel, another as heresy, and about the third we need say nothing. And yet, with all this simplicity, there is considerable practical sense displayed in Ghazali's writings. He praises wisdom as far higher than mere belief, and opposes the fanatical dogmatism which rejects all rational inquiry and all knowledge because it is cultivated by his bêtes noires, the philosophers. He calls this dogmatism the unwise friend of Islam. At the same time, his precepts on personal independence, on moral discipline, on self-purification, on practical kindness, and on the education of the young, and his denunciation of the immoral and useless lives of the mullahs of his time, reflect great credit on the goodness of his nature. From this period there was an unceasing struggle between rationalism and patristicism. In the year 1150, under the order of the Caliph Mustanjid, all the philosophical works of Ibn Sina and the copies of the Rasail el-Ikhwan al-Safa found in the public and private libraries were consigned to the flames. In 1192, the physician Rukn Abd Salam was accused of atheism, and the populace and priests proceeded to make a bonfire of his books. The mullah who presided at the ceremony stood on a chair and delivered a sermon against philosophy. As the books were brought out, they were delivered to him, and with a few remarks on their impiety, he threw them into the fire. A disciple of Maimonides was a witness to this strange scene, and has left an account of it. "I saw," says he, "in the hands of this doctor the work of Ibn al-Haytham, al-Hazan, on astronomy. Showing to the people the circle by which the author represented this celestial sphere, the doctor burst forth, 'Misery of miseries! Inexpressible disaster!' And with these words he threw the book into the flames." But even the influence of Imam al-Ghazali and the temporal power of the sovereigns, some of whom were at heart rationalists, would not have prevented the eventual victory of reason over the dead weight of authority, had not the Mongol sword turned the scale. Quote, "One Khan, one God. As the Khan's ordinance is immutable, so is God's decree." End quote. Could any doctrine be more logical or more irresistible, backed as it was by a million swords? Rationalism, philosophy, the sciences and arts went down before that avalanche of savagery, never to rise again. The gleams of light which we have seen shining on Western Asia under the successors of Hulaku were the fitful rays of the setting sun. Policy worked with an inborn fanaticism in crushing any endeavor to introduce rationalism and philosophy in the Muslim world. The lawyers were not only strong, but also the main support of despotism. The result was, as we have already seen, patristicism took possession of the hearts of large sections of Muslims, and has in course of time become a second nature with them. They can perceive nothing except through the medium of the patristic glasses. The Prophet inculcated the use of reason. His followers have made its exercise a sin. He preached against anthropolatry and extravagant veneration for human beings. The Sunnis have canonized the Salaf and the four jurists, the Akhbari Shias their mujtahids, and have called any deviation from the course laid down by them, however much that deviation might accord with the Master's own teachings and with reason, a crime. He had said that ghosts, apparitions, and the like have nothing to do with Islam. End quote. They now believe firmly in them. He impressed on them to go in quest of knowledge to the land of the heathens. They do not take it even when it is offered to them in their own homes. Under the Safavis, rationalism and philosophy came to life once more, though not in that vigorous shape in which they had flourished under the earlier Abbasids. From the 12th to the 15th century, Iran had suffered terribly, and in the darkness which enshrouded the land during this long period of disaster and trouble, the Shia mullahs had assumed the position of the clergy in Christendom to a larger degree than even the Sunni lawyers. They claimed the sole and absolute power of expounding the laws on the ground that they were the representatives of the Fatimid Imams. Mullah Sadra, whom I have already mentioned as the reviver of the Usuli doctrines, the religion of Muhammad, as it was understood and accepted by his immediate descendants, applied himself to revive the study of philosophy and science among his countrymen. It was by no means an easy task, but he worked with tact and judgment. Avicennism came to life again, and, in spite of the political vicissitudes of Iran, the destruction of lives during the Afghan domination, and the establishment of the Qajars on the throne of Persia, has consistently maintained its hold over many of the cultivated class. One of the best epitomes of Avicennistic philosophy was published in the reign of Shah Abbas II by Abdur Razak bin Ali bin al-Hassan al-Lahiji under the name of Gawhar-e-Murad, the Pearl of Desire. It contains a summary of Ibn Sina's views, explained and illustrated by references to the opinions of the Caliph Ali and his descendants, and philosophers and physicists like Imam Fakhruddin Razi, Nasiruddin Tusi, Imam Taftazani, and others. Footnote: of Shah Abbas II, it is said that he was as tolerant to all religions as his great ancestor Abbas I. He often declared the principle by which his conduct on this point was regulated. It is for God, not for me, to judge of men's consciences, and I will never interfere with what belongs to the tribunal of the great Creator and Lord of the universe. End of footnote. Some of Abdur Razak's views are extremely interesting. For example, dealing with Mu'tazilism and Ash'arism, he states that the Mu'tazilas invented the science of Kalam with the object of establishing a harmony between the precepts of religion and the requirements of society, and of explaining by principles of reason the Quranic verses and the traditions which at first sight seem unreasonable, li hasb dhahir, whilst their opponents, Taif Mukhalif, upheld the literal acceptance of the verses of the Quran and the traditions, partly from motives of bigotry and partly from policy, prohibited all interpretations, and pronounced the interpretations of the Mu'tazilis and all their opinions as heresy, bid'ah, and designated the Mu'tazilis heretics, mubtadi', and considered themselves in opposition to them, the Mu'tazilis, as Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, so much so that many of them have fallen into the sin of thinking God to be a material being. All of them are immersed in that of anthropomorphism, and this has happened of their shutting the door upon all interpretations. They have construed in their literal acceptation the verse that He is seated on the throne, and such like, and the traditions as to ru'ya, the sight of God, until they derived tasjim, corporeality, from one, and tashbih, similarity or anthropomorphism, from the other. These people had at first no method of reasoning or putting forward of logical arguments. They relied only on the literal words of the Quran and traditions until the appearance of Abul Hasan Ash'ari, who was a prominent disciple of Abu Ali Jubba'i, one of the learned imams of the Mu'tazilas. Abul Hasan has acquired great knowledge of logic and argumentation. He abandoned the madhab-i-i'tizal and adopted that of the Ahl Sunnat wa Jama'at, and made great endeavors to advance the cause of this sect, which up to his time had no influence whatsoever. Henceforth it began to be called after him. He invented principles and rules according to the Mu'tazilite models, and as the tyrannical sovereigns found that the doctrines of this madhab suited their policy, khulafa u a'imma ejur نیز در اغلب بنابران که قواعد مذهب ایشان موافق مصالح آنان بود. They supported this sect, and so Ash'arism spread widely among the Ahl al-Islam. But as the doctrines of the Mu'tazilas, Qawaid al-i'tizal, were founded on the principles of reason, usul-e-aqile, they found acceptance among a large number of the true-hearted people, dar Qawalib-e-Haq. And as the Mu'tazilas had studied deeply the philosophical and scientific works, they introduced arguments borrowed from them in the discussion of metaphysical and theological subjects. And when the Ash'aris became aware of this, as they considered everything which was not contained in the bosom of Islam a heresy, harche dar sadar Islam ma'lum nabude, bidyat daniste budand. They at once pronounced the study of philosophy, mutaliye kutube hikmat, to be unlawful and dangerous. It was owing to the endeavors of this sect that philosophy became so unpopular with the Ahl al-Islam as to affect even the learned of the Mu'tazilas. but the Ash'ariya were the originators of this antagonism to philosophy, for otherwise it is in truth in no way inconsistent with religion or the mysteries, asrar, of the Quran and traditions. The prophets and their representatives, awsiya, have explained the truths of philosophy which are divine by tamthil, similitudes. With regard to the freedom of human actions, there are three mazhabs. The first is the doctrine of Jabr, and that is the madhab of the Ash'ariyas. They hold that the actions of man are immediately created by God without any exercise of will on the part of human beings, so much so that if a person lights a fire, the lighting is said to be an act of God. Then, after exposing the immorality of this doctrine, the author proceeds to say, the second madhab, that of Tafwid, was adopted by a few Mu'tazilas, who held that man has absolute power to choose what is right and what is wrong, and do accordingly. The third is the madhab of the Fatimid Imams, and the majority of the philosophers and rationalists, who maintain that human actions are the immediate creations of man, but evil and good are pointed out by God. We cannot help contrasting the present condition of the Church, which claims to be orthodox in Christendom, with that of the one which advances a similar claim in Islam. From the 4th century, ever since its foundation, until the revolt of Luther, Catholicism proved itself the mortal enemy of science, philosophy, and learning. It consigned to the flames myriads of beings for heresy. It trampled out the lispings of free thought in southern France, and closed with violence the schools of rational theology. But Catholicism, after the great break of Luther and Calvin, discovered that neither the cultivation of science nor the pursuit of philosophy renders the faithful an unbeliever. It broadened its base, and now includes men of the largest minds, scientists, litterateurs, etc. To an outsider, it presents a more liberal aspect than even the Reformed Christian churches. For 5 centuries, Islam assisted in the free intellectual development of humanity, but a reactionary movement then set in, and all at once the whole stream of human thought was altered. The cultivators of science and philosophy were pronounced to be beyond the pale of Islam. Is it impossible for the Sunni Church to take a lesson from the Church of Rome? Is it impossible for her to expand similarly, to become many-sided? There is nothing in Muhammad's teachings which prevents this. Islamic Protestantism, in one of its phases, Mu'tazilism, has already paved the way. Why should not the great Sunni Church shake off the old trammels and rise to a new life? End of section 44. Section 45 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 11. The Mystical and Idealistic Spirit of Islam. هو الأول والآخر والظاهر والباطن وهو بكل شيء عليم. He is the beginning and the end, the manifest and the hidden, and the knower of all things. Quran. The mystical philosophy, which forms the life and soul of modern Persian literature, owes its distinct origin to the esoteric significance attached by an important section of Muslims to the words of the Quran. The elevated feeling of divine pervasion with which the Prophet often spoke, the depth of fervent and ecstatic rapture which characterized his devotions, constitute the chief basis on which Muslim mysticism is founded. During his lifetime, when the performance of duties was placed before religious speculation, there was little scope for the full development of the contemplative and mystical element in Islam. This mystical and contemplative element exists in all religions and among every people, and yet it varies with the peculiarities of the individual and the race, and according to their tendency to confound the abstract with the concrete. The Hindu looks on absorption of the finite into the infinite as the culmination of happiness, and to attain that end he remains immovable in one spot and resigns himself to complete apathy. The sense of infinity makes it difficult for him to distinguish objectively between the priest and the god, or himself and the god, and eventually between the deity and the different forms of nature in which he is supposed to be manifested. Gradually, this train of contemplation leads to the formal conclusion, as appears from the Bhagavad Gita, that creator and creation are identical. We see thus how curiously pantheism, in its extreme manifestation, approaches to fetishism, which preceded every other idea of the divinity. In its infancy, the human mind knows no spiritual sentiment but one of unmixed terror. The primeval forests, which the hand of man has not yet touched, the stupendous mountains looming in the distance, the darkness of the night, with the grim, weird shapes which hover about it, the howling of the wind through the forest tops, all inspire fear and awe in the infant mind of man. He worships every material object he finds more powerful or more awe-striking than himself or his immediate surroundings. Gradually he comes to attach an ideality to all these objects of nature, and thinks these idealities worthy of adoration. In process of time, all these separate idealities merge into one universal, all-embracing ideality. Materialistic pantheism is the first step in the rise from fetishism. Neoplatonism, itself the child of Eastern thought, had impressed its character on Christianity, and probably given rise to the Eucharistic idea. With the exception of Johannes Scotus and Eckhart, 1260 to 1328 AC, the mystics of Europe during the Middle Ages fought only on this ground. Mysticism, properly so called, with its higher yearning after the infinite, was ushered in by the Muslim doctrine of inward light. The idea among the nobler minds in the world of Islam that there is a deeper and more inward sense in the words of the Quran arose not from the wish to escape from the rigor of, quote, texts and dogmas, quote, but from a profound conviction that those words mean more, not less, than the popular expounders supposed them to convey. This conviction, combined with a deep feeling of divine pervasion, a feeling originating from and in perfect accordance with the teachings of the Quran and the instructions of the Prophet, led to the development among the Muslims of that contemplative or idealistic philosophy which has received the name of Sufism, and the spread of which among the Mohammedans was probably assisted by the prevalence of Neoplatonic ideas. Imam al-Ghazali in the East and Ibn Tufayl in the West were the two great representatives of mysticism among the Muslims. The former, as we have already seen, dissatisfied with every philosophical system which based knowledge on experience or reason, had taken refuge in Sufism. Al-Ghazali's influence served greatly to promote the diffusion of Sufism among the Eastern Muslims, and idealistic philosophy was embraced by the greatest intellects of the Mohammedan East. Maulana Jalaluddin of Rum, Turkey, whose Masnavi is venerated by the Sufi, Sana'i, whom Jalaluddin himself has called his superior, Fariduddin Attar, Shamsuddin Hafiz, Haqqani, the moralist Sa'di, the romancer Nizami, all belong to this school. It must not be supposed that Al-Ghazali was the first preacher of quote-unquote inward light in Islam. Intuitive knowledge of God, ta'arruf, is inherent in the faith. The intent, niyyah, of approach, qurba, to and communion with Him is the essential preliminary to true devotion. The ascension, the miraj, of the Prophet meant the absolute communion of the finite with the infinite. Not only does God speak to the hearts of men and women who in earnest sincerity seek divine help and guidance, but all knowledge is from the Supreme Intelligence. It comes to the prophets by direct revelation, wahy, and often, quote, the sacrament of the heart, quote, is conveyed by him to his chosen few, fi sirrat al-qalbi, without an intermediary. This in Islam is called ilmi ladunni. It is referred to in the Quran where it says, "We taught him, his chosen servant, knowledge from ourself." The same conception of intimate communion with God occurs in the well-known hadith where the Almighty says, "My earth and my heaven contain me not, but the heart of my faithful servant containeth me." And the divine promise finds a responsive note in the human heart when it is uplifted in prayer. Quote, "The Almighty God hears whatever prayers, literary praises, I offer him. O my Lord, I thank thee." The same transcendentalism is to be found in other traditions, and Ali discourses on the inward light in his sermons. Fatima Zahra, Our Lady of Light, dwells on it in her preachings, and it finds ecstatic expression in the prayers of the grandson of Ali, the son of Hussein the martyr. But nowhere in these earliest records of the conception of inward light is there any ground for the suggestion that either the Prophet or the direct inheritors of his spiritual heritage ever preached the abandonment of the affairs of the world in the pursuit of truth, or the observance of asceticism which he so strongly reprobated. Footnote: the Prophet and the early disciples spent, quote, the greater part of the night in devotion, and their days in transacting the affairs of the people. So did Umar bin Abdulaziz, the fifth Umayyad Caliph, who deserved the title of saint more than many others. And that is exactly what happened in the evolution of Muslim esotericism. In the endeavor to obtain spiritual perfection, numbers of Muslims have forgotten the precept that human existence depends on constant exertion. How this has taken place is not without interest. The mystic cult, neither in Christianity nor in Islam, is a new development. It existed in the Roman world and was not unknown to the Jews. In Aryan India, it practically ran riot and was cultivated in every form. From India it was transported into Western and Central Asia, where it assumed from time to time most fantastic shapes. Wherever it was planted, it implied the abandonment of all commerce with the outside world, the renunciation of family ties and obligations, and the concentration of the human mind on one object to the exclusion of all others. This, in fact, represents the essence of the mystic cult. The call of Jesus was an echo of the world-old teaching of the mystic. The Prophet of Islam, on the other hand, emphasized the faithful performance of the less impressive duty, the service of man, as the most acceptable worship to God. His call was the direct antithesis of the older conceptions. Unfortunately, the convulsions that followed on the breakup of the original and true caliphate with the assassination of Ali, the sack of Medina with all its attendant horrors, and the pagan license which came into vogue in social life under the more dissolute Umayyad sovereigns of Damascus, drove many earnest-minded Muslims to take refuge in retirement and religion. From piety there is only a step to quietism. Thenceforward the evolution of the mystical cult runs a natural course. The adoption of the distinctive woolen garment, the khirqa, as a mark of penitence and renunciation of the world dates from early times. Footnote: in Christianity, garments made of sackcloth or hair served the same purpose. The khirqa is a sort of gabardine like a long pillowcase. The Sufi derives his name from the woolen garment he wears, the word suf, meaning wool. The term Sufi has no connection either with the Ahl Sufa, the religious men who were wont to sit and sleep outside the Prophet's mosque and receive daily their food from him, nor with the Ikhwan as-Safa, the Brethren of Purity. End of footnote. The Sufi theory of spiritual development is based on complete self-abnegation and absolute absorption in the contemplation of God. The Sufi believes that by this absorption and mental concentration he can attain a far closer communion with the divinity and a truer cognition of the truth. This belief, whilst it no doubt led many pious and devout men and women to consecrate their lives to religion, produced at the same time a rank growth of fantastic ideas. Ali the Caliph and the Imams of his house are regarded as having possessed in a superlative degree the, quote, inward knowledge, end quote. Abu Nasr Sarraj, in his work Al-Lum'a on the philosophy of Sufism, quoting Junayd, says that had Ali not been occupied in so many wars, he would have imparted to the world the vast measure of the ilmul laduni with which he was endowed. Footnote: Junayd was one of the earliest mystics of Islam. He died a.h. 297 AC 910. He is stated to have declared that the Sufi system of doctrine is firmly bound with the dogmas of the faith and the Quran. End of footnote. And in the Tazkiratul Awliya of Fariduddin Attar, the first place in the list of mystic saints is given to Ja'far as-Sadiq, the sixth apostolical Imam. It is worthy of note that in the case of almost every Sufi saint, the line of spiritual descent is traced back to Ali and through him to the Prophet. A few only trace it to Abu Bakr. The holy men and women who flourished in the first 2 centuries were more quietists than Sufis. They had abandoned the world and devoted themselves exclusively to devotion and piety, zuhd and taqwa. Such were Imam Hassan al-Basri, Ibrahim ibn Adham, Maruf Karhi, Junayd, Rabia, the pious lady whose name has become famous in the annals of Islam, Bayezid Bistami, and a host of others. In the 3rd century, when Junayd flourished, Sufism had become a recognized offshoot of Islamic philosophy, but owing to the scope it afforded to indulgence in undisciplined thought, Sufism began to assume in different minds distinctly non-Islamic shapes. Abu Nasr as-Sarraj denounces the erratic tendencies which now emerged from the welter of old ideas and conceptions. Some of the professors of the mystic cult anticipated Johannes Agricola in declaring that perfect knowledge absolved the quote-unquote knower from all trammels of the moral law. As-Sarraj was the predecessor of al-Ghazali in his endeavor to systematize Sufistic philosophy. In spite of his efforts to shape Sufism into a disciplined channel, it still continued to run in the old Gnostic and often antinomian currents. And yet, throughout the 5 centuries which elapsed between the death of the Prophet and the rise of al-Ghazali, there flourished numbers of men and women revered for their learning, piety, and nobleness of character. One of these was the famous Imam al-Haramain, the master of al-Ghazali. To Imam al-Ghazali, Eastern Sufism owes in a large measure its systematization and most of the color and beauty in which it is clothed. His appearance on the stage of the world was well timed. For the Sunni Church, owing to the causes which I propose to review briefly, needed vitalization. Al-Ash'ari died in 320 of the Hijra. Al-Ghazali was born exactly 130 years later, towards the close of the 5th century of the Muslim era, and began his work of revivification when he was 40 years of age. The 6th century was the most critical in the history of Islam. Whilst the faith of Muhammad was involved in a deadly struggle with Christendom which threatened its very existence, an insidious enemy within its own bosom was poisoning its life. Hassan Sabbah's tenets inculcated implicit and unquestioning obedience to him as the vicegerent of the Fatimid Caliph Nizar, commonly regarded by the sect as the incarnate Imam. He taught that the quote-unquote path to the truth led to and through him. His disciples, drugged by hashish, obtained on awakening a foretaste of the delights he promised them in afterlife as the reward for their obedience and unfaltering execution of his orders. Beautiful maidens gathered from every quarter helped in fastening his chains on the neck of his votaries. His emissaries, actuated by varied motives, but all subject to an irresistible driving force, abounded in every city, township, and village of Central and Western Asia. Every household contained a concealed member of the dread fraternity. Neither heroic service to the faith, nor learning, devoutness, or nobility of character was a protection against these nihilists of Islam. Footnote: compare the destructive tendencies of Hassan Sabbah's cult with those of the Illuminati in the 18th century. End of footnote. The best and noblest of Muslims were struck down by these enemies of society. Their propaganda was not confined among Muslims alone. Jews, Christians, Zoroastrians, and Hindus alike became the victims of their insidious methods of proselytism. Both men and women, and even children, were seduced from their faith by alluring hopes of immediate reward from heaven. To contend against these enemies of Islam, it had become essential to galvanize the conservative forces into fresh vitality. Whilst Ash'arism had hardened into a rigid formalism, among the populace the cult of the mystic had run wild. Every man or woman who found the discipline of the faith irksome turned to Sufism, to a life independent of rules. Philosophical reasoning brought no immediate relief or consolation to minds in terror from enemies within and without. There was a general relaxation in ethical conceptions and an amazing deterioration in ideals. It was just at this critical period in the life of Islam that Al-Ghazali's call to a mystical life in God and to the attainment of truth by the individual soul in direct communion with the Almighty struck a responsive chord in many distracted hearts. It relaxed the tension and gave orthodoxy a new weapon with which to fight the disruptive teachings of Hassan Sabbah's emissaries. It is a dispensation of providence that wherever a religion becomes reduced to formalism, cross-currents set in to restore spiritual vitality. The author of the Forerunners and Rivals of Christianity enumerates the men, each of whom, according to his light, tried to vitalize the old creed of Palestine. But it was the Prophet of Nazareth who, by his mystical summons to the worship of the Spirit in place of the national God of Israel, infused new life into Judaism. Al-Ghazali was preceded by other intuitionalists besides the apostolical imams. Immediately before him came as-Sarraj and al-Kushairi, but Al-Ghazali set the coping stone upon their work and freed the Sunni Church from Ash'arite dogmatism. The story of Al-Ghazali's life told by himself, of his trials and tribulations, of his doubts and his hopes, of his final emergence from, quote, darkness into light, end quote, is an interesting record of spiritual growth finally ending in quietism, a form of spiritual relief which brings solace and comfort to many a heart tossed on the ocean of doubt. Al-Ghazali was born in 450 of the Hijra, 1058 AC, at Tus, a township in the neighborhood of Mashhad in Khorasan. He must have been gifted with a peculiarly virile and independent mind, for, as he tells us in the Munqidh, he had abandoned in early youth that test of orthodoxy in all creeds called taqlid, or conformity. To abandon taqlid and strike out a path for the exercise of individual judgment in the domain of religious thought has been in all ages and in all creeds regarded by dogmatic theologians as a sin of the first degree. Orthodoxy in the Sunni Church meant conformity with the principles of one or the other of the founders of the four schools of law. Ghazali, with an audacity which demands admiration, refused to adhere to any particular dogma without independent examination. Footnote: it is only in recent times that a new sect has grown up among the Muslims of India, which bears the proud name of Ghair Muqallid, nonconformists. End of footnote. But as he always called himself a Shafi'i, he must have conformed more or less to the doctrines of that school. Ibn Khallikan, in fact, says Al-Ghazali was a doctor of the Shafi'i sect. Quote, "Towards the close of his life, the Shafi'is had not a doctor to be compared to him." End quote. In the 20th year of his age, Al-Ghazali proceeded from Tus to Naishapur, a great center of learning until its destruction by the Mongols in 1256 A.C. Here he enrolled himself in the Nizamiye College, which had been founded only a few years before as a pupil of the Imam al-Haramain al-Juwayni. Al-Ghazali studied with this saintly Imam until his death in 478 AH, 1084 AC. Al-Ghazali was then in his 28th year. Ambitious, energetic, well-versed in all the learning of the Islamic world, he betook himself to the court of Nizam al-Mulk, the great vizier of the Seljoukid sovereign Malik Shah. Nizam al-Mulk, by his munificent patronage of scholarship, science, and arts, had gathered round him a brilliant galaxy of savants and learned men. He recognized the worth of the new aspirant for his help and support, and after a short probation in his own entourage, conferred on Al-Ghazali a professorial seat in one of the colleges in Baghdad. Nothing shows so clearly the extraordinary solidarity of the intellectual world of Islam, nor the link throughout the vast extent of the territories over which the Seljoukid sovereigns, in the plenitude of their power, held sway, as the manner in which officials of every rank, including professors and lecturers, were transferred from one center to another. In Baghdad, Al-Ghazali performed his professorial duties for 6 years. His lectures attracted pupils of all classes from every part of the empire to hear his discourses on scholastic theology and logic. Towards the end of 488 AH, 1095 AC, he was compelled to leave Baghdad in consequence of a severe nervous breakdown. The very subjects on which he lectured strengthened his doubts in the teachings of the schoolmen and divines of the Church. Ash'ari had emerged from his retreat after a fortnight's contemplation of the comparative virtues of rationalism and patristicism. It took 10 years for Al-Ghazali to find the resting place for his soul. That rest he found, as he tells us himself, in the Master's words, read in the light of the revelation which the Fashioner of the universe vouchsafes to all hearts that seek him. During his prolonged wanderings, he visited every center of learning and every scholastic or religious institution, where he found scholars or holy men engaged in the pursuit of knowledge, secular or divine. Al-Ghazali was in Jerusalem just before the crusading storm burst on that devoted city, Sha'ban 492. Footnote, he is said to have visited in his wanderings even Alexandria. End of footnote. He seems to have tarried longest at Damascus, where he lectured in a corner of the cathedral mosque situated on the west bank of the river. The cloister he occupied in the mosque is still called the Zawiya of Imam al-Ghazali. When he returned to Naishapur after his long wandering, he was 48 years of age, still in the prime of his life, worn and scarred, though he had found what he sought, the knowledge of God and peace of soul. His great and generous patron, Nizam al-Mulk, had been assassinated by an Ismaili Fida'i, one of Hassan Sabbah's emissaries, in 485 AH, 1092 AC, whilst Al-Ghazali was still lecturing in Baghdad. Malik Shah had died 6 months after the assassination of his faithful servant, the bulwark of his empire. Sultan Sanjar, one of Malik Shah's sons, now reigned over the shrunken patrimony of Tughil and Alp Arslan, and Fakhrul Mulk, a son of Nizamul Mulk, held at this time the office of vizier under Sanjar. As great a patron of learning as his distinguished father, Fakhrul Mulk at once requisitioned the services of Ghazali and appointed him to a high professorial post in the Maimuniya Nizamiya College at Nishapur. Footnote: the old Nizamiya College appears to have been extended and enlarged by Fakhrul Mulk and received the new designation. End of footnote. Here commenced that marvelous activity of a prolific mind which has left its impress on the emotional and mystical side of Islam. The Munqidh min ad-Dalal, the deliverer from darkness, was evidently written about this time. In this book, which is not more than a discourse, he divides the seekers of truth, at-Talibin, into 3 classes or groups, sinf. The first group consists of the dogmatic theologians, the Asharite Mutakallimin. These people base their conceptions on deductions, ra'i, and speculation, nadar. Their unsatisfactory dogmatism is ruled out in a rather measured criticism. In the second group are included the Batinis or Ismailiyas, those who profess to derive their knowledge from a living imam. After an examination of the views of the philosophers, among whom are included the authors of the Ikhwan al-Safa, which is no more than a compilation of philosophy, Al-Ghazali subjects the teachings of the Ta'alimis, that is, of the Ismailiyas, to a merciless criticism and exposes their anti-Islamic character. To their assertion that they follow a living imam, he replies, "There is the Prophet, why should we follow any other leader?" And he adds that these misbelieving heretics would not have met with so much success among the people had their opponents, implying the dogmatists, not been so remiss and feeble in their arguments. In the fourth group come the Sufis, the intuitionalists, people of, vision and manifestation, In other words, they see truth, while others find the divine essence from reason. According to the historian Ibn al-Athir, who compiled his great work in Mosul not long after Al-Ghazali's death, the Ihya ul-Ulum, the revivification of knowledge, was written before the Imam returned to Nishapur. There is some difference of opinion on this point, although by consensus it is by far the most important of his productions. Footnote: a short reference to some of the subjects with which it deals will show its extraordinary range and the industry and intellectual powers of the writer. The book, in Volume 1, opens with a disquisition on the excellence of learning, knowledge, fadilat al-ilm, and is established by proofs furnished by reason and authority, al-shawahid al-aqliya wal-naqliya. There is a disquisition on the excellence of reason, sharaf al-aql, and the difference between soul, nafs, and reason, aql, and Islam and iman, faith. Toleration is extended to all who bow to the same qibla, i.e., the followers of Islam. In Volume 2, he deals with the duties of man to man, of the reciprocal duties of children and parents. He defines here the meaning of nafs, the soul, and ruh, the spirit, of qalb, the heart, and aql, reason. He points out the distinction between intuition, ilham, and instruction, ta'allum. And in this volume, he deals with the whole philosophy of Sufism, طريق الصوفية في استكشاف الحق والطريق النظائر. The other two volumes are mainly concerned with the ethics of Islam. He condemns pride, anger, and vindictiveness, avarice and miserliness, and commands condescension and humility, hilm, forgiveness and mercy, generosity, sakha, and kindness. The Ihya ul-Ulum is held in high esteem also among the Shias. In the Bihar ul-Anwar, in the theses on reason and knowledge, it is mentioned as one of the isnads, or supports. End of footnote. The Ihya ul-Ulum is an encyclopedic work dealing comprehensively with the philosophy and ethics of Sufism. Al-Ash'ari had condemned all inquiry into the mysteries of existence. Although equally dogmatic in his denunciation of philosophers and philosophy, of rationalism and its ideals, Al-Ghazali gives them a hearing, appraises their work, and finds it wanting in the capacity to attain the goal to which, according to him, humanity should strive. And what's more, as people of the same Qibla, he includes them within the pale of Islam. Footnote. Qibla is the point to which the Muslim turns his face when offering his orisons, i.e. Mecca, or rather the Kaaba. End of footnote. It is extraordinary that the greatest mystics of the succeeding ages make little reference to him. Jalaluddin sings of Attar and Sana'i, but expresses no obligation to Al-Ghazali for his transcendentalism. Is it because the impetus he gave to emotional Islam lost its force in the life and death struggle with the crusading hordes which lasted for nearly 2 centuries? To the Christian onslaught in Western Asia, followed by the Mongol avalanche which swept over mid-Asia, destroying in its course every vestige of civilization and culture, is entirely due the long night that followed the sack of Baghdad. It is not improbable that the force of his example and precept became barren in the cataclysm that overwhelmed Islam not long after his death. And yet the faith in communion with the Almighty, with its aspiration and inwardness, survived in the hearts of the truly earnest and devout disciples, and the Arif claimed to have visions where the philosopher and the rationalist obtained cognition by reason. The emotional part of Al-Ghazali's mystical philosophy found refuge in the monasteries of the dervishes, zawiyas, rabats, and khankas. Footnote. From the word rabat is derived the word marabut. In the 11th century, the Marabita established a powerful empire in Morocco and Spain. Meninsky defines a khanka thus: domus propter Deus extructa in usum sophorum aut religiosum, cenobium. Richardson calls it a monastery or religious structure built for Eastern Sufis and dervishes. There is a startling analogy between these Muslims' institutions and the Hindu muths in southern India, where also disciples gather for religious instruction. End of footnote. Wherever the holy men who claimed a transcendental insight, an insight beyond the ken of reason, took up their abode, disciples clustered round them. They founded orders and imparted mystical knowledge to their followers. Many were sincere and honest, others were impostors. The influence and teachings of the first, whilst they lasted, were undoubtedly beneficent, The influence of the others, with their sundering tendencies from Islam, were demoralizing. Al-Ghazali himself did not place his trust in dogmatic theology, kalam, and denounces it as opposed to reason, but the exact sciences, arithmetic, geometry, and the connected branches are considered by him as absolutely unassailable and not open to doubt or controversy. At Naishapur he wrote, among other works, the Maqasidul Falasifa, the aims of philosophy, and the Tahafut al-Falasifa, the destruction of the philosophers, both directed against philosophy and those who cultivated it, and in both he tries to prove the futility of philosophic reasoning and the unsatisfying character of the teachings of philosophy. End of section 45. Section 46 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 11, Idealistic and Mystical Spirit in Islam, continued. On the assassination of his patron and friend Fakhrul Mulk Ali by an emissary of that arch-enemy of ordered society, the old man of the mountain, Hassan Sabah, in the Muharram of 500 AH, Al-Ghazali retired sorrow-stricken to his native city of Tus, where he had built a madrasa for students and a khanqa monastery for his disciples. Here he lectured, and here he labored on his works, which have made him a personality in the world of Islam. The great Sufi died on Monday the 14th of Jumadi the 2nd, 505 AH, 18th December 1111. With him passed away one who, in spite of his mysticism, was endowed with a particularly virile character, the influence of which lasted long after his death. Imam al-Ghazali, as a follower of Shafi'i, was bitterly hostile to Imam Abu Hanifa, whose encouragement of analogical reasoning and of the exercise of ratiocination he seems to have strongly disapproved. Whilst, on the one hand, the mystic Imam, by his quietism, chilled the blood in the veins of the Muslim races and arrested their energies for progress and development, on the other he imparted to Ash'arism an idealism it did not previously possess. The desire to enforce conformity and repress quote-unquote heresy has been the curse of every religious system where ecclesiastics and legists have usurped authority in the church. Islam has not escaped from it, though it has been less harsh to quote-unquote unbelievers than to its own quote-unquote innovators, whom orthodoxy designated as Ahlul Bid'ah. Men suffering from spiritual exaltation, or whose minds had become unhinged by excessive self-mortification, along with rationalists and reformers, became the victims of persecution. The story of Mansur al-Hallaj is one of the most pitiful in the annals of mysticism. Fariduddin Attar was, like Firdusi, an adherent of the house of Muhammad. He was also a Sufi of the first degree. In the Mathar-ul-Ajaib, Attar gives an account of his sufferings, of his expulsion from the place of his birth, Tus, of the confiscation of his property and goods, and of his subsequent wanderings. Many of them suffered the penalty of death. In the case of others, the punishment was posthumous. Their works were consigned to the flames. Even Al-Ghazali's Ihya ul-Ulum met with that fate in Cordova, at one time the home of Saracenic culture. Footnote: this happened in the reign of Ali bin Yusuf Tashfin, who died in 1143 AC. End of footnote. But these repressive methods did not succeed in stopping the spread of the mystical cult. Every holy man round whom gathered disciples became a saint or wali. The saints were credited with supernatural powers, and although the most noted Sufis of early times, who rank now as walis of the first rank, like Junayd and Bayezid Bistami, strongly discountenanced thaumaturgic practices, the Tazkiratul Awliya and the Nafahatul Uns recount remarkable acts by the saints outside ordinary human experience. These wonders are called karamat, performed as they are by virtue of the powers gifted to them by God. In these days they would probably be attributed to what is called psychic influence. Hypnotism and mesmerism, under the name of Ta'sir ul-Anzar, and telepathy have long been known in the East. Some of the acts might be due to unconscious hypnotism. Sufism traveled speedily from Iraq and Persia into India, where it found a congenial soil. A large number of Sufi saints, both men and women, flourished in Hindustan and the Deccan, and acquired great fame in their lifetime for sanctity and good work. Their tombs are up to the present day the objects of pilgrimage to Muslims and, remarkable to note, to Hindus as well. These saints taught their disciples who congregated in the colleges and monasteries they established Islamic theosophy and Sufi rules of life. They, like their successors, were called Sajjada Nashin. Footnote: Sajjada is a prayer mat, and Nashin is the person seated on it. End of footnote. They were, in fact, spiritual preceptors. In the West, the preceptor is called the Sheikh. In India, Pir or Murshid, the disciple the Murid. On the death of the Pir, his successor assumes the privilege of initiating the disciples into the mysteries of dervishism or Sufism. This privilege of initiation, of making murids, of imparting to them spiritual knowledge, is one of the functions which the Sajjada Nashin performs or is supposed to perform. He is the curator of the mausoleum where his ancestor is buried, and in him is supposed to continue the spiritual line, silsila. The shrines, dargahs, which are to be found all over India, are the tombs of celebrated dervishes, who in their lifetime were regarded as saints. Some of these men had established hankas, where they lived and where they taught their Sufi doctrines. Many did not possess hankas, and when they died their tombs became shrines. They were mostly Sufis, but some were undoubtedly the disciples of Mi'an Raushan Bayezid, who lived about the time of Akbar, and who had founded an independent esoteric brotherhood, in which the chief occupied a peculiarly distinctive position. Footnote: This man should not be confounded with the celebrated Bayezid Bistami, who died in A.H. 261, A.C. 874 or 5. In the surah, Bistami is spelled as Bastami. End of footnote. They called themselves dervishes or fakirs, on the hypothesis that they had abjured the world and were humbled servitors of God. By their followers, they were honored with the title of Shah or King. Although the Persian word darwish is significantly Muslim in its origin and meaning, dervishes have always existed in Western Asia. The minor prophets of the Hebrews, designated Nabi'in, were only the prototype of the modern dervish. John the Baptist, who lost his life for his temerity before Herod's wife, acted exactly as hundreds of dervishes have done in later ages, challenging kings and princes in their palaces. One of the most celebrated of these Indian walis is Shah Nizam-ud-Din Awliya, who came from Ghazni and is buried in the neighborhood of Delhi, where he lived for many years. He is said to have died in 1325 in the reign of Alauddin Khilji, who was his murid. Khwaja Mu'inuddin Chishti appears to have preceded Nizamuddin Awliya into India. He died in Ajmer at the age of 97 in 663 AH 1265 AC. His mausoleum at Ajmer is the resort of pilgrims, both Muslims and Hindu, from all parts of India. Footnote: Mu'inuddin, usually styled among Indian Sufis Maulana Hazrat Sultan ul-Mashayikh, traced his silsila through Ibrahim Adham, and through Ibrahim Adham to Hassan Basri, and through him to Caliph Ali, and through him to the Prophet, Sarwar-e-Kainat, chief of the creation. Mu'inuddin Chishti is the founder of the Chishtiya order in India. 300 years later, Sheikh Salim Chishti became the spiritual preceptor of the great Akbar, who named his son and successor Jahangir after his murshid. Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi traced his silsila similarly through Junaid to the 8th apostolical Imam Ali, son of Musa ar-Rida, and through him to the Caliph Ali and the Prophet. And a footnote. Another wali, Burhanuddin, is buried in Burhanpur, named after him, in central India. Shah Kabir Dervish flourished in the reign of Farrukh Siyar in the 18th century. He is buried in Sasaram in Bihar. One of his descendants is still in charge of his monastery. Amir Khusru, poet laureate of Alauddin Khilji, the Pathan king of Delhi, is also claimed as a Sufi saint. In the West, orders of dervishes sprang up on all sides. One of the most famous and probably the most influential is the Qadiriyya, founded by the celebrated Sunni saint Sheikh Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir Ghilani. Footnote: Abdul Qadir was a descendant of Ali and is credited with the performance of many miracles. He is the patron saint of the Kurds and is held in great veneration among the Sufis of the Sunni sect in India. He is usually called Ghous Azam. According to the authors of Les Confréries Religieuses Musulmanes, the Qadiriyya order has a wide influence in the East, which extends to Java and China, and its lodges, zawiyas, are established in Mecca and Medina. Abnegation of self, say the authors of the Confrérie, to the service of God, ecstatic mysticism bordering on hysteria, philanthropic principles developed to the highest degree without distinction of race or creed, intense charity, vigorous piety, humility pervading all actions, and a gentleness of spirit have made him, Abdul Qadir, the most popular and most revered saint of Islam. And a footnote. Another was founded by Maulana Jalaluddin, which is called after his title the Maulaviya, and has a great reputation for the holy life of its members. The Naqshbandiyya is another powerful order which has many adherents in India. But it is given to few to be saints, and to still fewer to combine a holy life of concentrated devotion with the discharge of the daily duties of life. To the bulk of humanity, the call to abjure the world and to betake ourselves to complete absorption in the contemplation of the divinity is an inducement to mental lethargy. The responsibility for the present decadence of the Muslim nations must be shared by the formalism of the Ash'ari and the quietism of the Sufi. Mystical teachings like the following: the man who looks on the beggar's bowl as a kingly crown, and the present world a fleeting bubble, he alone traverseth the ocean of truth who looks upon life as a fairy tale, can have but one result: intellectual paralysis. I must now return to Al-Ghazali's conceptions of Sufi theosophy and theosophical life. He certainly did not claim any exclusive knowledge of the mysteries of creation, nor were his doctrines so esoteric as those professed by latter-day Sufis. Like As-Sarraj, he propounded a scheme of life which he considered formed the true path, tariqat, to the ultimate goal, quote, the attainment of nearness to God, and final peace in the beatific vision. But as his insistence on the path depends on the larger theory of the cosmos, it is necessary to say something about its essential features. His enunciation about all nature and all existence being the direct creation of God the Almighty is but an echo of what is told in the Quran. His theory assumes a broader aspect when he begins to state his conception of the universe as a whole. He divides creation into two categories, viz., the visible and the invisible. The visible world, Alam al-Mulk, is the world of matter, and is subject to the law of evolution, to change and growth. Here he is in accord with the rationalists, the Mu'tazilas. The invisible world, imperceptible to human sense, he divides into two subcategories. First, the Alam ul-Jabarut, which stands between pure matter and pure spirit. It is not wholly matter nor wholly spirit, but partakes of the character of both. Footnote: Jabarut, in the language of the Salikan, those who strive to attain truth, says the Farhang, is the sublime realm, the abode of angels and divine attributes, Sifat Ilahi. End of footnote. The forces of nature belong to this category. Had Al-Ghazali lived in these days, he would probably have assigned some of the discoveries of modern science, like the properties of radium, to the Alam ul-Jabarut. His idea of the purely spiritual world, Al-Alam ul-Malakut, forms the most interesting part of his theory. Footnote: in the Farhang, Malakut is defined thus. In the language of the Sufis, it means the realm of ideas, Alam-e Ma'ani. End of footnote. The Alam al-Malakut is the realm of quote-unquote ideas. The human soul belongs to this world. It comes as a spark from its original home, and on separation from the earthly body, it flies back to the region whence it came. These divisions are merely Al-Ghazali's deductions from the Quran. His abhorrence of analogical reasoning does not prevent him from arriving at the conclusion by the usual process of ratiocination. Neither the theory nor the division was altogether new, for they had been anticipated by Al-Farabi in his Uyun al-Masail. According to the Mu'tazilas, the references in the Quran to the balance, mizan, in which human actions are weighed, to the pen, qalam, and tablet, lawh, with which and on which the decrees of providence are inscribed, are allegorical. As already mentioned, Al-Ash'ari affirms them to be actual corporeal objects. Imam al-Ghazali takes another course. He relegates them to the alam al-malakut, the realm of quote-unquote abstract ideas. It was thus he endeavored to reconcile patristicism with his doctrine of inward light and its longings for the upward flight of the human soul. Some of the extreme Sufis believe that when the final nearness is attained, the human soul becomes absorbed in the divinity. This is called hulul, absorption, and sometimes ittihad, union. But this pantheistic conception is strongly repudiated both by as-Siraj and al-Ghazali, though often the words wisal and waslat are used to signify the closeness of the approach to the divine essence. Even when the Sufi talks of fana fil Allah, annihilation in God, he does not mean to imply that the human soul becomes merged in the universal soul. Al-Ghazali's notion, like that of his great predecessor, is that the individual soul, ruh, at the Almighty's bidding, emanates from a realm, the alam al-malakut, nearest to the divine essence, and on its separation from the corporeal body reverts to its original home, and that this is the meaning of the Quranic declaration, "We come from God, and unto Him we return." Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. The pious Muslim pronounces these words whenever he passes a bier or a cemetery. The Mu'tazili, the Ash'ari, and the follower of al-Ghazali do not differ in the essentials. Their difference is due more to the angle from which they look at the dogmas of the faith. The rationalist holds that a knowledge of God is attainable by reason. He appeals to reason because the call of the Quran to the worship of one God is based on reason. The Ash'ari believes because he is so taught. The Sufi believes because, as he says of the inward light. According to the Sufi, the seeker for truth by intensive quote-unquote inwardness and communion with God can rise by successive stages of exaltation to a state when he can actually have a vision of the divine essence. The first step for the novitiate is to form the niyyah, the resolve or intention. Then comes tawbah, penitence and renunciation. He is now on the forward path. This stage is called mujahada, probation or striving. After a prolonged probation, the ecstatic soul appears in the presence, still veiled. Hafiz, in a mood of exaltation, refers to this stage, technically called muhadara, as huduri, when the soul presents itself in absolute surrender to God and, quote, abandonment of the world and all its vanities, end quote. The next is, quote, the uplifting of the veil, end quote, mukashafa, when the veil which curtained off the unseen is lifted and the God becomes revealed to the worshipper's heart. The last stage is the vision, mushahada, when the entranced soul stands in the presence of truth itself, and the light falls distinctly on, quote, the human heart, end quote. Even in the primary stage, the psychological effort to concentrate all thought on one object causes the disciple, the murid, to see visions, hear the voices of angels and prophets, and gain from them guidance. Exactly parallel forms of psychological exaltation have appeared in Christianity in all ages. In the phraseology of the Sufi, The effort by which each stage is gained is called hal, a state. It is a condition of joy or longing, and when this condition seizes on the seeker, he falls into ecstasy, wajd. The dervishes in their monasteries may be seen working themselves up into a condition of ecstasy. Footnote: Dhikr is the name of the function in which the dervishes usually congregate for obtaining the ecstatic condition. There is an excellent description of a dhikr in an Egyptian zawiya by Dr. D. B. MacDonald in his Aspects of Islam. In India, dhikrs are usually held at the celebration of the Urs, anniversary ceremony of the death of the original spiritual preceptor. End of footnote. The Sufi holds that the knowledge of God is vouchsafed to him by inward light. The rationalist affirms that the cognition comes to him from reason, a gift of the Creator. Does not the Quran constantly appeal to human reason and human intelligence, quote, to reflect, to consider, to speculate, end quote, about God's creation and the mysteries of nature? Had the Quran condemned the exercise of reason, would it have exhorted the people to whom it spoke to look at the marvels of nature and draw their own conclusions whether this wonderful world was a creation of accident or was brought into existence by an all-pervading intelligence? Religion and rationalism are correlated and bound together. If we find anything in the Quran which seems superficially to be in conflict with the results of philosophy, we may be sure there is an underlying meaning which it should be the work of reason to unravel. Ibn Rushd places this proposition with extreme lucidity in his Fasl-ul-Maqal. He affirms that there is no disagreement between religion and philosophy. Religion is revelation from God. Philosophy is the product of the human mind. He was thus not far removed from Al-Ghazali's plane. For Al-Ghazali did not believe, like Ash'ari, that the earth was flat because it was said in the Quran, quote, God had spread it out as a carpet, end quote. He accepts all the revelations of science and the conclusions of mathematicians and astronomers. The stars and planets revolve round the world according to preordained laws. Nature itself contains its own proof of the power, benevolence, and intelligence that brought it into existence. He is thus in complete accord with Ibn Sina, Ibn Rushd, and the rationalists in general. Examined closely, it will be seen that the mind of Al-Ghazali, who saved Ash'arism from becoming a hard-crusted formalism, and by joining to it an exalted form of emotionalism, infused into it fresh vitality, ran really in the same groove as the minds of those masters. The Senussi confraternity is not a religious order like the Qadiriyya, but unquestionably, in the civilizing and uplifting work it is doing in northern and central Africa, it imparts a mystical meaning into the teachings of its Ikhwan. They convey to their converts and disciples some of the lessons of quote-unquote inward knowledge without detaching them from the world of struggle and advance. The exalted idealism which breathes in the Prophet's words, in the preachings of the Imams, and in the teachings of the expounders of inward light, rationalists, philosophers, and Sufis alike, has modeled the lives and inspired the actions of the noblest men in Islam. Heroes like Imaduddin Zangi, rulers like Salahuddin bin Ayyub, the Saladin of European history, have found in it their guiding star. And poets like Sana'i, Attar, and Jalaluddin have given fervent expression to that universal divine love which pervades nature from the lowest type of creation to the highest, and their idols are regarded by many Muslims with a respect only less than that entertained for the Koran. But Sufism in the Muslim world, like its counterpart in Christendom, has in its practical effect been productive of many mischievous results. In perfectly well-attuned minds, mysticism takes the form of a noble type of idealistic philosophy, but the generality of mankind are more likely to unhinge their brains by busying themselves with the mysteries of the divine essence and our relations thereto. Every ignorant and idle specimen of humanity, who, despising real knowledge, abandoned the fields of true philosophy and betook himself to the domains of mysticism, would thus set himself up as one of the Ahl al-Ma'rifah. And that this actually occurred in the time of Ghazali, we see by his bitter complaint that things had come to such a pass that husbandmen were leaving their tillage and claiming the privileges of quote-unquote the advanced. In fact, the greatest objection to vulgar mysticism, whether in Islam or in Christendom, is that, being in itself no religion, wherever it prevails, it unsettles the mind and weakens the foundations of society and paralyzes human energy. It naturally drifts into anthropolatry and naturalistic pantheism. Yet the benefits conferred by the nobler type of idealistic philosophy are too great to be ignored. And the idealism of Averroes developed in Europe the conception of universal divinity. Christian Europe owes its outburst of subjective pantheism and its consequent emancipation from the intense materialism of a mythological creed to the engrafting of Muslim idealism on the Western mind. It was the influence of Averroistic writings that attracted the attention of reflecting people to the great problem of the connection between the worlds of matter and of mind, and revived the conception of an all-pervading spirit, which sleeps in the stone, dreams in the animal, and wakes in the man. The belief that the hidden vital principle which produces the varied forms of organization is but the thrill of the divine essence that is present in them all. جان عالم گویمش گر ربط جان دانم به تن در دل هر ذره هر پنهان و هم پیداستی. I would have said he was the soul of the universe if I had known the relation of the human soul to the body, for he is present and hidden in the heart of every atom. End of section 46. End of The Spirit of Islam, a history of the evolution and ideals of Islam with the life of the Prophet, by Syed Ameer Ali.